Life in the West Indies is sweet mainly because of the summer weather we have all year round. Here we are once again greeted with superb conditions for cricket here at the Grenada National Stadium in the nation's capital, St. George's, one day after the nation's 49th anniversary of independence. We are here in the home of the Windward Islands Volcanoes with Dominica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, are the nations that make up the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Grenada is the main island which consists of Carriacou and Petite Martinique, also called the Island of Spice or the Spice Isle of the Caribbean. John Ramsing is the name alongside Junior Murray. Welcome to West Indies Championship 4-day First Class Tournament 2023. It's day one of round number 2 with home team the Windward Islands Volcanoes taking on table toppers the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Junior, it's really a nice day for cricket.
Good morning, John. How are you doing today?
I'm doing all right.
How was your independence celebrations?
Everything went well.
Okay, nice. A lovely day for cricket at the National Stadium again. Volcanoes, first strike, happy Eagles. We'll be looking to keep them very quiet as long as possible.
Right. So just a week ago in round 1, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force were across here in Grenada and were able to hang on for a draw against the Volcanoes. That game swung both ways and went down to the final over of the final day with the home team pressing for a victory but was not to be. It was the Volcanoes that shared the points with the Red Force, and we'll bring you up to date to the points table officially a bit later on. But just to let you know, the Harpy Eagles are on top with 20 points and the Volcanoes in third position, 8.4 points. Today, this round presents new opportunities with Leon Johnson-led Harpy Eagles, who won their first game against defending champions Barbados Pride convincingly by 183 runs, thanks largely to 19-year-old Machu Nandu with a century on debut in the first innings and penetrative bowling by champion left-arm spinner Veerasamy Permaul, who finished with 6 in the match and in the process crossed 500 first-class runs, wickets. There's a 5-4 in the second innings for Pearson Niall Smith as well. And today, the toss won by Alec Atenes, and the Volcanoes, they're opting to bat first. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I think the Volcanoes, they're coming from the first one game. I think the confidence are very high. The batters got runs underneath the belt. So I think they're the home turf. So I think take first strike, put some runs on the board, and then they can take it from there.
Kimani Milius and Jelani Robinson are out in the middle. Niall Smith with the first ball for the Harpy Eagles. No ball to begin with. Jonathan Blades, the umpire, who's officiating on field this match, alongside his fellow Barbadian, umpire Gregory Bradway, the international. In fact, they're both internationals, with Jonathan Blades doing 14 international matches in women's cricket. They're on field. Nigel Duguid is the third umpire, the Guyanese, with Carl Felix, the match referee. So the teams, Guyana Harpy Eagles, unchanged from that victory against the Barbados Pride in the first round. That was played at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua, and the Windward Islands Volcanoes unchanged as well.
But as we say, we don't change.
The winning
You
team.
don't change a winning team. So I think both teams, the tails are up, so they're ready to go this morning.
Consecutive no balls to start with by Niall Smith, just not getting it right. The pacer from Tugba Park bowling from the Darbo end of this ground, which is a northern end here at the Grenada National Stadium. Let's run through those teams for you. Windward Islands this morning, Alec Atenes captain, Kimani Milius, Jelani Robinson, Kavim Hodge, Sunil Ambris, Justin Greaves, Tevin Walcott, Ryan John, Kenneth Demba, Preston McSween, and Darius Martin, leaving out Teddy Bishop and Kieran Kotoy. The Guyana Harpy Eagles, Leon Johnson captain, Veerasamy Permaul, vice captain, Machu Nandu, Chandrapal Hemraj, Stephen Imlak, Kemal Savory, Anthony Bramble, Shamar Joseph, Niall Smith, Runsford Beaton, Kevin Sinclair. Runs off the bat. Milius is off the mark.
Well, ball again by Smith. I think he's been around for a while. He's a very consistent ball, hitting his length and line pretty early. Just a 2-4 bad start with the no balls there, but I think he'll get it right, and hopefully the Volcanoes batters can see what he's doing. Have a quick look first.
Smith had a 5-4 against Barbados Pride in the last game in the second innings. So for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, no Akshaya Prasad, the left-handed batsman, and Ashmedne, the left-arm spinner, not in the 11. No ball again from Niall Smith. He's having some troubles here from the Darbo end in the very first over. Something not right.
Something is not right. Probably think his run up. He got to get the run up pretty organized before, not a bad start anyway. I think the Volcano batters having a quick look. Niall Smith hitting his lengths, both going away and in. So I think the batter got to have a quick look and see what happens.
5 on the board already, 3 of them no balls. So the extras column contributing quite heavily in the opening over. 3 slips going down. There's a gully as well, backward point, and a man at extra cover. Defensive shot just walks into it, Milius, quite easily. Milius is the man in form, and I'm sure that's one of the reasons Kafim Hodge opted to bat first as well. Maybe looking at the conditions and looking at his batters, maybe of course sticking to the game plan.
Yes, conditions are lovely. I think Milius, came off 192 in the first round, so he's full of confidence. And I think it's a good idea, for Volcanoes to take first strike. John, it's so good to see a man standing at bat pad.
Yeah,
it's a really good sign. Something for Niall Smith to think about, and probably can bend his back and see whatever pace he can get from this pitch.
The 19-year-old Matu Nandu is in that position.
Normally that's a position for the newcomers.
Sometimes you look for a specialist, however, in that position. The foul backers, the Clayton Lambert.
Yeah, that's Clayton Lambert's position once he's playing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like I said, in the spotlight you can look at Milius with that 192. It will be a matter of mental toughness now. Will he be able to convert that consistency now, to show that consistency in this game?
I think that will be a good challenge for him. I think he got to start all over again, back on zero. Once he gets his start, his confidence will come true.
Still in the opening over. Bounce. Nice, a bit of inward movement as well. We must also look at Captain Alicatane. This is now his second game in charge of this Volcano side at this level. He had 41 and 51 in the first match. And as a captain, going towards a break, you can also look at maybe a little bit of anxiety stepping in, searching for that first win. Sometimes it can be a little bit of a mind-boggling situation.
But I think knowing him, I think he loves to bat.
And
I think he will take any opportunity to bat first on this pitch every day at the National Stadium.
Oh, through the slip cordon and down towards the boundary for 4. The first boundary of the day, the first boundary of the match. It's not in convincing fashion, but it goes to the boundary nonetheless.
Well bowled again by Smith, hitting his areas and lengths and line pretty nicely. Just outside edge here by Jelani Robinson. He's off the mark. Something to think about.
Yeah, Robinson spent a long time at the crease in the first innings for his 14. Quite a similar time in the second innings for 23. But he's being a good partner to Milius. Sometimes you need to spend time at the crease, building partnerships, giving support.
Yeah, I think he's in a bit of form also, but he didn't really get the runs in the first game. He's very confident, and I think he loves his batting.
Long and eventful over comes to an end. The first of the morning. 3 no balls, 10 without loss. The Volcanoes winning the toss and batting first.
Well bowled again by Smith. Nice length, nice line. But the batsman very, very watchful. It's very long over there, John.
Very long indeed. If you look at as well in terms of who are in the spotlight for the Volcanoes, Ryan John, who was not in the original team for the last game, came into the team, into the 11, got 8 wickets and a very handy 36 with the bat. And he as well will be looking to take this opportunity and hang on to it for as long as possible.
That's the way it goes. I think Ryan John had a very good game in the first round. I think he's a man on a mission. You can see in his bowling, you can see in his batting. So once you get out there, I know you're going to see some fireworks with both bat and ball.
Yes, so Ransford beaten back into the Guyana Harpy Eagle side is going to pick up the attack from the River Road end. It's getting a bit cool now. We've lost the sunshine momentarily. Is there any threat of rain, Junior?
Well, there was a bit this morning, a bit, but not too heavy. There's a bit yesterday morning too, but I think the trend is this day that the rain tend to fall in the morning period, and after that, I think the day come out nicely. So let's hope that the rain is over at the time and just we can have a lovely day of cricket.
So here's beaten the speedster. Short rising delivery to Milius. He handles it very well. So Ransford beaten recently got married. He has a child already, but recently got married. He said it happened at the right time.
Everything happened at the right time, John. So I think good to see him back, in the 4-day competition. He's been around for a while, have his issues. But good to see he's back and hitting the deck immediately.
Yeah. 2 wickets in the last game for him in the second innings. 2 one-day internationals for the Caribbean. Here he is again. Oh, what a beauty! Gem of a delivery from Beaton, and he's very unlucky not to hit that edge.
Very unlucky there. Well bowled. That's the length they call the Courtly Ambush length. So he has a new hard ball in hand, first pitch. Give it your all. I think it was well bowled.
Superb. Had a taste of international cricket in 2017 when he was on a high. Played for the Guyana Amazon Warriors, the TNT side as well in the CPL. So he was doing very well in white ball cricket. Went on to represent the West Indies in New Zealand. Then was called for suspect action and had to remodel, lost his confidence, lost his way in cricket, and he's back now.
Yeah, good to see him back. I guess he put in the hard work. Remodeling your action is always something very difficult to do. But it's good to see him back, and it's good to see him hitting the deck as hard as possible there.
2 for 11 in the second innings of the Barbados Pride, where they were bowled out for 94 at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. So Beaton born in Montserrat because his family were there while his father was working in the construction industry in Montserrat, but lived after that in Essequibo in Guyana. There's a big appeal for a quarter of the wicket.
Well bowled again.
That one was too good to find the outside edge.
Too good to find the outside edge. Hitting his areas very nicely with a bit of pace, a bit of outward movement. Good to see.
So lives in, like I said, on the Essequibo coast in Guyana.
He's a Caribbean man.
Yes. But spends lots of his time. Look at that little nice away movement. Lots of his time in the Kiti area in Guyana. Oh, another beauty. Kimani Milius, how did you miss that? Beaton, he's bowling with his tail up.
His tail is very high up, and he's full of confidence, hitting his areas, the lengths and line very, very nicely. Milius got to be very, very watchful. I think this first hour here is going to be very critical, so let's hope that the batters out there can fight it out.
With the weather recently, you mentioned a little bit of rain yesterday, a little bit of drizzles this morning. Your thoughts on this pitch?
So far, it looks pretty good. A bit of moisture there. The first day pitch, you expect some moisture, a bit of movement.
Good away movement to end the over. Good over, maiden from Beaton to start with. 10 without loss, the Volcanoes batting first.
Good over again by Beaton, hitting his areas, lengths, good pace and good bounce. I think his tail is up. And the Volcano batters, watchful, very selective with a short play.
So now Smith too had a long over with some troubles with no ball in the first over. The last over he bowled. He's going to come back again. So you're also looking at those in the spotlight for the Volcanoes. Kenneth Demba did not had the type of game by his standards in the last match. Just a couple of wickets to him. But in the last match he played against Guyana, which was at the Queen's Park Oval last season, he got 9 wickets in that match. And maybe because of the number of left-handers in the Guyana side, I'm sure that's one of the reasons the Volcanoes sticking to him in this game.
Yeah, I think he had a rough first one game, but knowing him, he's a hard worker, love his craft, and I hope that he can bounce back in this game.
Edge taken. So wicket number 1 going down. Niall Smith striking very early, and it is Jelani Robinson, the first casualty of the morning, caught at second slip by Chandapal Hemraj off the bowling of Niall Smith, and the Volcanoes losing their first one at 10 for 1 in over number 3.
Oh, well bowled by Mr. Smith. I think it hit his areas nicely there. I think it was a wide ball outside the off stump, just going away, shifting away a bit, and Jelani reached for it, got on outside edge.
In fact,
back in the hut.
Imlak who held on to that one at second slip, and I'll tell you a little bit of story about the Guyana Harpy Eagle side in a minute. But it's Jelani Robinson, early casualty again, wicket number 1 in this first innings. Not the type of start he was looking for, and not the type of start the Volcanoes wanted, but the Harpy Eagles striking first.
Harpy Eagles striking first on this first morning of his second round. I think Jelani Robinson will be very upset with himself, playing a loose ball outside the off stump. You know, Kevin Hodge coming into bat now. Have to do a bit of rebuilding here with Milius. I think when these two occupy the crease for as long as possible, tough it out, I think they can be back on track pretty soon.
Kavim Hodge, like you mentioned, batting at number 3 again. Lots of experience for Hodge. Did not trouble the scorers in the first innings, but came back nicely in the second innings and got 80 before he was bowled by the off spinner Brian Charles.
Well,
Yeah,
Johnson Charles is on your mind.
it certainly is, especially being here in the Windward Islands. Of course, Johnson Charles not around. The other Grenadian, Andre Fletcher, not around.
Not around.
Not sure.
Doing their stuff over there. T20.
Not sure if they would have been were able to challenge for spots in the 40 team, however, if they were making themselves available. That's another topic altogether. Here's Niall Smith to the new batsman. Oh, well bowled. Full and straight, the Yorker.
Love to see. Nice hard new ball in your hands. Third over of the morning, running in. I think Kevin be very watchful. You know, he had a very poor score in the first innings. He didn't score in the first innings of the first game. So I think he'll be very watchful and very selective in his shot play.
So I was telling you about the Guyana side today. Anthony Bramble with the gloves. No ball. Troubles for Niall Smith continues. So Anthony Bramble, wicket keeper. There's also Tevin Imlak, who's at second slip, wicket keeper. And next to Tevin Imlak, there is Kemal Savory, who's playing his second match, also wicket keeper.
Wow, so the Harpy Eagles, anything behind, they should be taken. There are a lot of glove men behind there. Anthony Bramble been around for a while, you know, keeping it nice and tidy behind the stumps.
As a former wicket-keeper batsman yourself, you must be very pleased to see that the wicket-keepers are coming through in large numbers. Here is Smith again. This time does not give Jonathan Blades, the umpire, any work, having to make that hand outstretched. So the wicket-keepers in Guyana team, they're playing as batters because Bramble has been the established wicket-keeper, maintained his place, but the other wicket-keeper batsmen, they're as good as batters that they can maintain the position in the team as batters, purely as batters.
Yeah, it's pretty good to see because, you know, in this time of the cricket, you know, the wicket keepers have to do something with the bat. They have to produce some runs. So Harpy Eagles are in good hands at the moment.
Over pitch, driven nicely. Hodge will not miss out on that. Beautifully driven down towards extra cover. He's off the mark with a boundary.
Well played, Kavem. I think it was full ball outside the off stump. As Ben is front, he hit it through extra cover for 4. Good start, Kavem.
Yeah, Niall Smith is not totally comfortable over pitching that one. Had his no ball issues, but got the early wicket. So rather suspect if things go his way, he will be in a much better position to pick up more wickets for Guyana.
I think looking at him bowl, I think he's not looking himself. Probably something is wrong. Probably not something is run up, or I'm not going to say confidence, because he should be very confident. But something is not looking pretty right out there. But he's there, plugging away for the Happy Eagles.
Let's see what's going to happen. A little bit of drizzle comes around. Driven down the ground, but Permal is in the way, the vice captain. Now it's been now 27 years, and this is 13th first class match. Last match went wicketless in the first innings, but 5 for 31 in the second innings. That was a very good bowling performance from him. What became his third 5-wicket haul at the regional first class level.
I think he's a good bowler. He hits his areas pretty nicely, and he looks like a very, very hard worker.
Hodge again, driven perfectly again, and just holds the pose a little bit. Hemraj is just going to go to retrieve, goes into the boundary at extra cover. Second boundary of the over. Beautiful shot again from Hodge to end the over. 3 gone, 19 for 1.
Lovely shot. Cavem hitting it 2 covers. Smith looking for a bit of swing, probably went up a bit too much. Ball was in the slot, and Cavem shook him nicely, 2 covers for 4.
The half volley, and then look at that cover drive, just posing, picture perfect. Hodge is off and running, 2 boundaries in the over. He's now on to 8. Akshaya Prasad, the substitute fielder, was on the field for Captain Leon Johnson, just went off for 1 over. Johnson's going to go back into his first slip position next to the wicket keepers. Bramble on his left, Imlak on his right, and next to Imlak is Kemal Savory. Kevin Sinclair, is there at a gully. Short delivery from Beaton as he starts a new over.
Well, ball by Beaton there. Showing some aggression there. Looking to see whatever moisture, whatever pieces in the pitch. He's just checking to see. Good to see. Bramble catching just a bit low. I can see the pitch is probably is not as hard as yet. So he's just checking to see.
We're not seeing it on our monitors, but head coach for the Guyana Harpy Eagles, Ryan Hercules, is making his way down towards fine leg, where Niall Smith is fielding, and he's having a chat with his fast bowler. Oh, that's another one into the armpit again. So Beaton using his experience effectively so far.
Yeah, it's his second over of the morning. He's fresh, nice hard ball, and I think I love what I'm seeing. I love the aggression, keep the batsman in check, and the man at bat pad is there waiting for in case anything pops.
Umpire Gregory Brathwaite is setting runs for Beaton to run off what is called the danger area. Cannot run down the center of the pitch. All of his experience, Gregory Brathwaite, in his 62nd first class match. This one is played off the outside edge, nicely knocked down by Sinclair.
Well ball again by Beaton. Millers very watchful on the front foot. I can see a bit of movement.
So like I said, head coach Ryan Hercules is down towards fine leg where Niall Smith is positioned, and he's having a chat with him. Obviously they're discussing that no ball issue that he's having, how comfortable he is, no doubt.
Or probably his rhythm, because he doesn't look as if he's in a good rhythm at the moment. So head coach is on the ball.
Edged! Just short of Savory. So there is Beaton again, really extracting some extra bounce and pace, and obviously a little bit of movement as well. Milia's not comfortable.
Well ball again by Beaton. I think he's dropped. If you look at the monitors there, hitting his areas. That's the area there nicely. Yes,
floored indeed.
Flow into his hands. Dropped a sitter.
Oh, and that you mentioned the wicket keepers should be really holding on. That is Kemal Savory for you. For a moment I thought it actually fell just short based on his reaction. That's a bad miss. Oh, what a gem again from Beaton. So Beaton has his man. Beaton
really has his man Beaton, and he's bowled very nicely at the moment. Hitting those areas, nicely, with a bit of pace. Have the batters thinking. Love what I'm seeing.
Hercules making his way to have a chat with his bowler. That's very, very good to see.
Very, very good to see the head coach, keeping his players in check, making sure they're sticking with the plan.
Over completed, a very good over again from Ronson Beaton, a testing over, consecutive maidens for him now to start as he shares this new ball with Niall Smith. Smith the wicket taker and also the one that's not having his way so far.
Very testing over there by Beaton, hitting his areas, hitting his spots. Miller survived a chance there. I hope that Miller's can make proper use of a chance there.
Got 192 in the last innings. Let's see how long he'll be out there for. Will Guyana Harpy Eagles really rue that opportunity that was just given, or will they be able to get him very early? Time will tell.
Time will tell. I know for sure the Harpy Eagles will not make it very easy for the batters out there, bowling first on this very fresh pitch on this second round.
The only team to win in the first round, Guyana Harpy Eagles, they got 20 points.
So the tails are up, they're full of confidence.
Second place, Trinidad and Tobago, who hang on for that draw in the last game, 10.2 points, followed by the Volcanoes, 8.4. Smith starts, and umpire Jonathan Blades kept his hands down, so he's a very good ball.
Yeah, he's probably getting it right here at the moment. Well bowled, it's nice areas, have him equal to the task, right behind him nicely.
The Leeward Islands Hurricanes at home got 7.4 points in that last game that they played against Jamaica Scorpions. The Scorpions, that game went down to the wire as well, but the Scorpions really hanging on for a draw. Scorpions 6.2 points, and defending champions Barbados Pride were beaten by the Guyana Harpy Eagles at the bottom of the table, 4.8 points, but you must feel it for the Pride.
Be back to you in a while. Yeah, I feel it for the Pride knowing Barbados. I think they will not like that position, so I think they will be bouncing back in the second round, to show what they're made up of.
Yeah, missing key players because of that test series that's going on, West Indies and Zimbabwe in Zimbabwe. And that game is still going on. It's the first test, day 5, down to the final session.
Yeah, the batters, good to see our batters getting some scores. The West Indies players, captain getting a big 100 and a even bigger 100, double 100, by young Shanda Paul.
This one is pulled away, but it's a fielder positioned right back on the boundary at fine leg. Beaton just walks into it, collects. So Zimbabwe set a target of 272 to win the test match. They're 97 for 4 in their second innings. Still 175 runs away, or West Indies 6 wickets away. But that game seems to be heading for a draw.
Yeah, it seems to be heading for a draw. I think the Zimbabwe batters put in a nice fight in the first innings. Balance getting 100. It's good to see. So they're not going to give up. They're going to fight down to the wire.
Time lost in that game as well due to the rain. Oh, nice. Confident drive from Milius, but cannot beat Pamal at mid-on.
Yeah, mid-on is a very, very straight mid-on.
Very straight.
Yeah, I guess they have worked out Milius, and they're sticking with the plans.
The last round, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 260 and 241. Jamaica Scorpions, like I said, 234 and 209. Set a target to 268. So the last pair hanging on. Guyana Harpy Eagles and Barbados. Guyana in their first innings 371, 126 for 9. Declared in the second. And the Pride 220 and 94 all out when they were asked to get 278. And we all knew what happened here last week in St. George's. Volcanoes batted first, 243. They're batting first again today. Red Force responded with 315 in their first innings. Then as the pitch flattened, the Volcanoes got 425 for 5 declared, setting the Red Force a target of 354 with 1 batter down, and they eventually got to 225 for 7, hanging on late on day number 4 for that draw.
Yeah, what I can say about this first round in the whole competition, I think the batters have put up their hands, and they've been scoring runs. So it's a good sign for not only for the franchises but also for West Indies cricket.
Single in the over, and not a no ball this time from Niall Smith. He completes his third over, and after 5 overs of batting, the Volcanoes 20 for the loss of 1.
Well bowled again by Smith. Nice area, nice length, and Miller just let him go by to the wicketkeeper. Good bounce, good pace. So probably he's getting into his own. He probably just getting pretty warmed up, ready for the task ahead of him.
We spoke about those in the spotlight for the Volcanoes in this game, but when you look at those in the spotlight as well for the Guyana Harpy Eagles with the ball, you can look at Beaton, who's back, already impressive in his first couple of overs. Rookie pacer Shamar Joseph, we haven't seen him as yet, and I will get your thoughts when you see him, but he's also one to look out for. 2 for 33 in the first innings at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in the last game, and 1 for 21. Raw, and has that appetite to do well. And he's good with the old ball, the new ball, or the indifferent ball. He's very good.
I'm looking forward to see him. I haven't seen him before, so I'm really looking forward to see him.
Yeah.
Beaton again, hitting his areas again. I love the pace, love the aggression there by Beaton on this first morning.
With the bat for the Harpy Eagles, Matthew Nando on debut, 126. We all heard about that quite here.
He's cashing in, he's on his debut. He put on his head and show the region what he can do.
Confident drive again from Hodge, slight misfield from Hemraj.
Well bowled again, Beaton. Looking for a bit of swing, went up a bit, and having Kevin was equal to the task. Kevin looked very, very positive. He looked as a man of business. I know he's always hungry for runs, so he's going to cash in here at the moment.
First run conceded off Beaton's bowling today. Like I said, Beaton in the spotlight, and Shamar Joseph, but with the bat, Chandrapal Hemraj just misfields that ball and allowed a single under some pressure. He's the established opener. He's been around for a long time. 11 and 15 in the last game, but in the second innings he picked up a stomach bug and batted at 7. So he's okay.
Yeah, good to see him over there. Good to see him. I know he's a hard-hitting open batsman. It's a different kettle of fish, as we say here. So it's for grit and for concentration. So once you get that in, I think you will see him over there fighting for the Harpy Eagles.
Along with Chandrapal, Tejnarayan and Bramble last year, we had Tevin Imlak with runs very consistently. This time he's taken. Kemal Savory gets his man this time. It's Milius again edging without adding to the 2 that he was dropped on in the previous over. This time Savory holds on, and Kimiani Milius goes, caught a third slip by Kemal Savory. Beaton gets his first wicket. It's 21 now for the loss of 2.
Well bowled again by Beaton, hitting his areas. A very casual looking shot by Milius. Well caught again by Savory. As you can see it here now. Wow, lovely. Well bowled. You can see that ball out swinging there nicely, and Savory picked up a lovely catch.
So Milius dropped on 2 by Savory in the last over, goes for 2, does not add to that, and I'm sure especially Kemal Savory is happy to see the back of Kimani Milius.
Very, very happy. You can see his reactions a while ago. He's so happy to see Milius back. He had a job catch over before, so I think the Harpy Eagles are in a happy place at the moment, and they're looking pretty good out there. As you can see now, the captain Artenez is there with Kevin Hodge. I think they need to get a partnership going here now.
And that was one of the things we were speaking about, the consistency of the batsmen in the region. 192, the best score of the first round, Milius. Here he got dropped on 2, did not capitalize on that, gone for 2. And we were just speaking about the consistency that we want to see in West Indies cricket, just not there.
Yeah, that's what I think that's one of the main issues in West Indies cricket. A batter have a good score in a game, and he comes in the second game, and I'm not too sure if they're too overconfident.
First left-hander. Artenez confidently pushed Pushes this one down towards extra cover. Gets a single. He's off the mark. Opens his account with a single.
Well, ball again by Beaton. Hitting his areas there nicely. Anthony equal to the task, and you can see he's out there on a mission to see rotating the strike nicely. I think that will be very important to kind of disrupt the length and line of Beaton.
Like I said, Tevin Imlak, who got some runs last season, got dismissed for a pair in the last round. He'll be looking to bounce back nicely. He's at second slip next to his captain, Johnston. Hodge, nice confident stroke to end the over. 22 for the loss of 2. Successful over for Beaton and for the Harper Eagles coming to an end. 6 gone. The Volcanoes winning the toss and batting. 22 for the loss of 2.
Well, ball again by Beaton. Kevin Hodge equal to the task, driving nicely up to mid-off. I think these two batters out there now, as you can see, they're having a lovely conversation out there. They have to stick with the plans, try and bat as long as possible. We don't want to get the other batters exposed too quickly.
Like I said, no score in the first innings, 80 in the second. Captain Anthony is in his second game as captain, 4-1 in the first innings, 51 in the second. So they're batters that are in form. They're also top class batters. So we're looking to really get a partnership going for the Volcanoes. If you look at what Smith is looking to do, he's looking to get wickets.
Yeah, I think a partnership here will be very, very important for the Volcanoes, but Smith, on the other hand, will have different ideas.
Got away movement.
A ball, nice area, nice carry to the wicket keeper. You can see the ball is swinging it nicely. I think Happy Eagles, they are really in a happy place at the moment.
Hosby looking to make his way back into the West Indies selectors' books, because remember he was selected to go to Bangladesh in 2020 but did not play. Slightly slow delivery from Niall Smith.
Yeah, as I was saying about Hodge, I think he needs a lot of runs on his belt now. He went on a tour to Bangladesh with the West Indies team and didn't get to play, but the fact that you were there, the selectors, I guess they're looking at you. So this is a chance, to show the selectors what you really made up of and what you can do.
This is round number 2. 2 other matches on today, taking place in Antigua and Barbuda. Full delivery driven nicely, but cannot beat. Mid off.
Very full delivery there by Smith. Anthony is looking very organized. You can see he's a man out there on business. He's a man. Look really in form. I know he's very hungry out there to put some runs on the board. Not only runs, but some big runs.
Leeward Islands Hurricanes and Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, they're locked in battle. While Barbados Pride, the defending champions, and Jamaica Scorpions, they're also doing their thing. So those are the other 2 matches of the round that is on. We'll bring you updates as we get the information coming through from Antigua. See some scores coming through from Coolidge. Jamaica Scorpions batting first after winning the toss, 9-2. They're coming up against Barbados Pride, 9-2, Jamaica Scorpions.
And Barbados Pride looking very hungry there after that defeat in the first round. So the Scorpions got to be very careful now. But I know they're a good team. They'll bounce back. So let's see what happens.
The talk about the Jamaica Scorpion side is Abhijay Mansingh, the young man who came in as a sub, really, if you want to call it that, and put his hands way up. Oh, that's a good delivery again, moving away, but it's just a bit too wide.
Too wide, giving the keeper a lot of work, diving across, catching in front of second slip. Anthony is there, very, very watchful, leaving it alone.
Come down towards the end of his fourth over now, Niall Smith. Cool conditions here at the Grenada National Stadium. Nice full delivery to end the over. At the end of 7 overs, the Volcanoes 22. The loss of 2. It's a maiden over from Niall Smith, perhaps getting his rhythm right now.
I think he is getting into his zone at the moment. Well bowled again. Anthony is looking to walk him a bit on the onside. I think you got to be very watchful. I think the ball did a bit of swing out there at the moment. So I think it's got to be very, very watchful. We cannot afford for the Volcanoes to lose another Scorpio at the moment.
Hodge to take strike from Beaton. Beaton using his ball very effectively. Comes in. So the conditions now, Junior, when you look overhead, some clouds building up. And with the Pacers attacking, fresh track, I think everything should be in the Harpy Eagles' favor at the moment.
At the moment, just a bit cool, overcast conditions. I don't think there'll be much rain pretty soon, but ideal conditions for fast bowling. I know Beaton is still up at the moment. We're looking to hit the deck hard and send Kevin Hart back in the hut.
Hart very watchful, as he should be.
Well bowled again by Beaton. I love to see the carry and the pace and the bunks. Hodge very, very watchful. Very, very tight in his defense. Very, very tight in whatever he's doing. He looks very organized. The Volcanoes need him over there as long as possible.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot again from Hodge. Beaten over pitching, and Hodge equal to the task. Perfectly placed. Nice timing and placement. 4 runs to Kavim Hodge.
A lovely extra cover drive. I think it's the best shot in cricket. I think Beaton looking for a bit too much, went up a bit too much, and got driven to extra cover for 4. Kavim looking very, very hungry, very, very organized over there at the moment. It's always a good sign. Not only for him, but also for the Volcanoes.
Just getting to the pitch of that one nicely. Just moving his left foot across. Then he stroked it confidently. He's in good nick. Hodge, the Dominican. Good awareness as well. Knows exactly where his off stump is.
Very important as a batter to know where your off stump is. And you can see Kavim there, shoulders and arms. Let this one go to the wicket keeper.
It was really pomp and ceremony yesterday as Grenada celebrated their 49th anniversary as an independent nation. Good to see the patriotism. I was actually in the parade that was next door at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Lots of persons in the national colours. The parade was really well organized and everything went well. So I want to say happy independence officially to all Grenadians near and far. And especially to you here, Junior.
Yeah, as you can see me, I'm still in my colours here, John. I'm still
Yes.
celebrating our independence. I'm a very proud Grenadian. I think it was a good day yesterday.
Lots of green, red and yellow, despite a little bit of rain in the early morning.
Very outstanding colours. You can see the colours anywhere.
Yeah. The yellow represents the sun and the friendliness of the people. The green stands for the agriculture. And the red is a symbol of harmony, unity and courage. Edge, and that's a beautiful catch taken by Anthony Bramble. Diving away to his right, and the danger man, Kavim Hodge, who was looking so good with 3 boundaries already in his innings, caught behind, runs for Beaton, gets his second man. Volcanoes now 26 for 3 and in all sorts of trouble.
Well bowled, Beaton, very aggressive. Hitting his length, his line with some good pace. Hitting the edge of Kevin Hart bat, and there you can see a brilliant catch by Bramble behind the stump. Well bowled, well caught.
And that is the big wicket, the man who's looking threatening Kavim Hodge with 3 exquisite boundaries already in his innings.
Let's have a
And-
look here, John. Oh, you can see that ball. It's swing nicely. Yeah, I can see the movement there. You know, it's a good sign to see the keeper diving in front of first slip.
Yeah, it was ball was angled
Yeah,
into the right hander. He had to play it. He was forced into that shot. Was not in control. With a little bit of swing,
Yes.
hit the outside edge, and there's Bramble diving in front of first slip. Maybe Leon Johnson would have said he had it covered, but Bramble with the gloves going in front of him and taking it comfortably in the end. 3 down now for 26. 8 overs gone. Lots of trouble now for the Volcanoes.
Just a little spot of butter for the Volcanoes.
Little spot of butter. I like that.
Little spot of butter. I think with senior batter Ambis making his way to the wicket with the captain out there, I think the Volcanoes need to be built. Have a look, be selective with a short play, and I think that should be fine. Just keep fighting. Just keep fighting out there.
So how will they handle the pace attack so far? Because 2 already to beaten, and now 1 to Niall Smith. So Shamar Joseph, the rookie, in his second game, he's marking his run up, and he will be coming in as well. New player, not sure if any of the Volcanoes would have had a look at him from the last game on video, but this can be another challenge, another threat, and another test of character.
Well, let's see what happens. I don't really know him. First time I've seen him. Have a look at him now. So let's see what he brings to the table. The Volcano batters will need to have a look. It's the first time that probably they've seen him. So let's see what happens.
Smith out of the attack, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 20. Gives way for his clubmate at Tugbo Park in Berbice, 23-year-old Shamar Joseph. He's been around the local circuit, been invited because the lack of cricket since COVID really. Not a lot of first division cricket being played in Guyana, but he's been around as one of the net bowlers, one of the support bowlers. Got his opportunity to play in the trials, got some wickets, got some runs, selected. Actually put his hand up and got selected.
Yeah, you can see he grabbed his opportunity, and you can see right away he hitting some nice areas. He looks a bit pacey at the moment. Let's see what the Volcanoes batters.
Dimitri Cameron, who was used last season, not here today. There's also Clinton Pestano, who missed out. And now Shamar Joseph, this opportunity. Got some wickets in the first match. 3 of them. Then he got a good knock as well with the bat. So he's someone that can really be outstanding. Maybe can develop into an all-rounder as well for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. 20, then 4. But 2 for 33 and 1 for 21. It's someone I think that the Harpy Eagles can work with.
Yeah, he seems to be a player that brings a lot to the table, with both bat and ball. He looks very impressive at the moment. Good start. Let's see what Ambers does with him at the moment.
When you hear the term hustler in cricket, he's what we consider a hustler. This one is played nicely off the hips, and Ambrose is so classical as a batsman. He gets going with a single very early. Had 55 in the first innings in the last game, 55 not out in the second innings. So he's in some form as well. So Alhambra is the Vincentian.
Yeah, he's in a bit of form. He looks very confident there facing his first ball. He looks very hungry. He looks very organized. With him, Anthony is there at the crease now, I think. And they will have to do a building on the stage for the Volcanoes now.
Good away movement. So yeah, so the Independence Parade yesterday, really colourful. Good to see Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell in attendance. First time I had a look at him. Very young man.
Yeah,
Lots of
very
responsibilities on his shoulder. He's well loved. Everyone in the crowd were cheering and calling him well loved in the island, the Spice Isle. He's a spicy Prime Minister.
Yeah, very spicy, very young. His first time, and also let's see what he brings to the table.
Was there with the Governor General taking the salute, and it was really nice.
Yeah, what do you thought about the officers with the display?
Yeah, it was well orchestrated. You can tell that they had a lot of practice and so on. You can see They were synchronizing well. Lovely. Quite similar to what happens in Guyana at Independence and Republic. So Republic Day is coming up very soon in Guyana, February 23. Guyana became a Republican status. We got Republican status in 1970. Independence in 1966. So very similar.
Yeah, okay.
The national flags of Guyana, national flag of Guyana, has 5 colors, 2 more than what we have for the Grenada flag. The black and white added on to the 3 colors. Over completed, the first from Shamar Joseph, just getting his feet wet. 3 from it, 29 for the loss of 3, 9 overs gone.
Good over there by the youngster. Hitting the areas nicely. You can see that there's a bit of pace over there. So I think the batters be a bit watchful. Start to see if they can rebuild that innings again after losing those quick wickets.
So I had a look at the Grenadian flag. You just could not miss it. It was in your face wherever you go. Right, the 7 stars represent the island's 7 parishes. And that's quite interesting to note. The nutmeg on the flag alludes to one of the primary agricultural exports of the island. The country is the second largest producer of nutmeg in the world, trailing only Indonesia. Consequently, Grenada has acquired the nickname Isle of Spice or Spice Island.
Very spicy, very spicy. Yeah, lots to offer. And I know, John, you're exploring Grenada. Did you want to go off to get that oil long?
Oh yes, I did. It was really lovely.
So Jason kept his word then?
Kept his word.
Okay, lovely.
The motto, ever conscious of God we aspire, build and advance as one people. I saw that yesterday. One people here in Grenada. Beaton continues and this one is slapped over the slip cordon down towards the third man. Atenes using a bit of extra pace and bounce to get a boundary.
Yeah, well played, Atenes. Short, wide aside the off stump. Just cutting him. A bit airy, but he got 4 on Duncan third man for 4. Good shot, Atenes.
So you mentioned you haven't seen much of Ryan Hercules. Ryan Hercules is the newly appointed head coach of the Guyana Harpy Eagles. His first assignment with the senior team was in the last Super 50 in Trinidad and Tobago. This is his first opportunity at the first class level as head coach. Good ball again from Beaton. There's Atenes beaten as he was drawn into that shot.
Very dangerous looking shot by Atenes. Well bowled again by Beaton. Hitting his areas nicely. Pace, bounce. Keeper catching above his head. Well bowled, Beaton.
This is a very good spell from the speedster.
Captain got to be very careful not to overboard him. Although he's in a good space at the moment. With his tail is up, he wouldn't want to put that ball down at the moment.
Now into his fifth over. It's not blistering hot as yet. Good Yorker again. Well handled by Atenes. Yeah, so Ryan Hercules has been around as assistant coach to Isan Crandon. And then at the CPL level, he's been around as well. Assistant coach to Rayon Griffith. So he's been around the circuit, played youth cricket for Guyana. Yeah. Played some cricket in Australia and in England. So the manager, Albert Smith, you might have known him from way back when. Assistant coach is Gavin Ned, who played for Guyana in the 90s.
I remember him.
Physio, Angelica Holder. The physio tend to travel with the team these days.
Yeah, you got to keep the players in shape, keep them organized, keep them well massaged and ready for the task.
Yeah. Recently, Guyana Cricket Board has appointed Gerald Moore as the strength and conditioning coach, but he's going to be based in Guyana. When the team is back in Guyana, they will be working with Gerald Moore. I want to say congratulations to him, and also to the Guyana Cricket Board for hiring him.
You know, that's a very serious area that both franchises and the West Indies Cricket Board are very conscious about the fitness of the players. You know, so I think it's a good idea. It's a pity he's not traveling with the team.
Yeah. So I look at the Volcanoes management setup. Shirley Clark, head coach, John Eugene, and Russell Sissing, the assistant coaches. And there's also Mr. Walter. You may know his first name, the strength and conditioning coach. He's around. Cheyenne Olivier, the physio. And Liam Sebastian, the manager. So it's a little bit of a longer management for the Volcanoes, but they're at home.
Yeah, they're at home, and I think the staff is doing a fantastic job with the team and with the players. One thing I can say, I think the Volcanoes is one of the fittest team around. I think they're based a lot on fitness. I think the strength and conditioning coach is doing a fantastic job with the players. Coach Shirley Clark and the staff also doing a fantastic job, and you can see the efforts out there and you can see the results on the field of play.
Maiden completes his fifth over. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 10. So it's left to be seen whether Leon Johnson will take him out of the attack. Maybe bring back Niall Smith from the other end. You'll never know.
Yeah, let's see what the skipper has up his sleeve at the moment. I'll be back with you in a bit, John.
Yeah, you mentioned the administration here. Not only in Grenada, but also the Windward Islands Volcano side. This one is knocked off the pad by Ambris. Gets his second run. As the Windward Islands Cricket Association President Dwayne Gill doing a fine job here with his local side. He's also vice president of the Volcanoes. Deputy to Dr. Kishore Shallow, who's the vice president of Cricket West Indies. Miles Bascom is part of the setup as well as technical director. So when you look at that management team, we can say, indeed, that's a good team, and that's why, Junior, I'm sure he's saying that the work ethics of the Volcanoes is second to none recently. Pulled away. Doubly in the end. As we say good morning for the first time to Clyde John in this game. Hello, Clyde, how are you?
Good morning, John. And I'm doing fine. It's good to be back with you again. Here at the National Stadium, where we have really good condition once more for the lovely game of cricket.
Oh, this one's a ball that was played through the onside. Not in total control again. Alec Hataneza, he's trying to fight fire with fire, trying to be very positive. I can tell that his intent is really to get on top. So that was a leg by, as we can see, Jonathan Blades going up. But it's good bowling from Joseph.
Yeah, good bowling. Joseph touching some good areas thus far this morning. That one was just a little bit outside the off stumps, and I think outside the leg stump, sorry. And Aten is just deciding, he's gonna go after it. It's not really threatening his wicket in any way, and so it's good positive thinking from him.
Oh, beautiful delivery. Touchdown and just leave him as he was playing that corridor of uncertainty outside his off stump. So Joseph as well, beating the outside edge of Atenez. Well bowled.
Yeah, good areas. So far, really impressive. The Guyana Harpy Eagles pace bowlers, they've been touching good areas, getting, whatever little movement there is out there. There has been a bit of cloud cover. Although the sun is out, there was some cloud cover, and that would help the deliveries to swing a bit. The National Stadium here in Grenada is known that, when there is a little cloud cover, you get the ball to swing, so they're exploiting it.
So Joseph loses his run up. So he's running from the same end that we saw Niall Smith having some troubles. I'm not sure if there is any issue there, maybe because of the little bit of rain, the footing a bit loose. But let's see. Here he is again, number 63 on his back. Plays for Tugber Park in Berbice, but lives now on the east bank of Demerara, in a community called Bagotstown. Says he would love to play for the Everest Cricket Club in Georgetown. So hello to everyone at Everest. Hello to the Everest Masters side. President of Everest. He's also the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly, Mr. Manju Nadir. Doing a fine job. Maybe we can really offer Joseph an opportunity to play at Everest. This one is tucked into the onside. So the on drive coming out from Atenez.
That's good that he's interested. I think what we notice with a lot of our young cricketers is that wherever there's organized, setup, they once you intend to go forward, they tend to try to attach themselves to these sort of organized structures because you do need structure and guidance as a young cricketer if you're going to reach the highest level. And once they have that mindset, it means that they're looking to go forward. It says to them that they're not bigger than the game. They're willing to learn. They're willing to sit, on an organized body, and that says a lot for our cricket. If all the youngsters coming through has that mentality and they're willing to, really sit to be mentored, I think we will go a far way in developing our cricket and lifting our game, and the West Indies on a whole would do better.
4 slips now for Beaton as he starts a new over, 40 for 3. Just about 1 hour of play on day number 1 about to finish. So Beaton, given an extended run, this is now his 6th over on the trot with this new ball. 4 slips on a gully. First slip is Captain Leon Johnson, then there's Tevin Imlach, Kemal Savory, Chandrapal Hemraj. In the gully we have Kevin Sinclair. Beaton loses his run.
This is really good from Captain Leon Johnson. I really want to endorse the fact that he has gotten 3 early wickets, and so he's pressing home the advantage, taking every opportunity, to fortify and to make sure that any other opportunity that comes, because Beaton has been bowling very well. He's been hitting some really good areas, getting nice bunks and out of the wicket, good movement. So it's really good to see that he's on the ball and strengthening his slip cordon to ensure that any edge coming through is taken.
There's a backward point as well in Shamar Joseph. Extra cover is Veersamy Permaul. This one is played into the onside. Just dropping the bat and playing it in the gap towards mid-on, but Matthew Nandu, who's at bat pad on the onside, runs around. Some pressure indeed on these batters. Beaton bowling with his tail up. You mentioned the atmospheric conditions helping the bowlers. So therefore, the question to you now, are you surprised that Athanaze won the toss with the conditions on a new pitch, overhead conditions, and he opted to bat?
No, I'm not surprised at that decision. I think this is Volcanoes' home turf. And they more than anybody else would understand the conditions that are there. So I think he's expecting the batsmen to have played with a sense of maturity, ensuring that they leave the deliveries and so on. Good bowling has really brought the downfall of a couple of the batsmen, while I would put a loose shot, also gave way. But you could see the plan was to get it off to a good start, ensure that you have that wicket just settling down and everything, because it's been known to play like this. So I think he was banking on a little bit of settling by the batsmen and eventually reaping the rewards for there. But it's not been like this. Beaton has really shook the Volcanoes batting top order so far, and so it's up to these two to come in and really look to build and rebuild an innings. They've done it before, and so I know that he's in the back of his mind he would be backing himself and Ambers to do a lot of the hard work.
Beat now into his 6th over. Well handled by Athanaze, the left-hander. Looking very good in his defense. But when he's playing some shots, like you had one over the slip cordon that could have easily carried to hand, but he was backing himself, going hard at it. You just need to settle down, just need a partnership. They have a little bit of a start here, 15 already for the 4th wicket. Wickets going down this morning at 10 for 1, 21 for 2, 26 for 3. Robinson was forced to go call it second slip of the bowling of Niall Smith. Went for 5. Again, ball jumping on the batter. Yeah, Robinson Drawn into the shot by Niall Smith. Went for 5. Just before that, he actually got the outside edge and got a boundary down towards third man. He was not in total control this morning, not comfortable at all. He was dismissed at the start of the third over. 1 for 10. Kimani Milius. He was dropped at third slip by Kemal Savory. Also drawn into a shot and was taken at third slip by Savory off the bowling of Beaton. Went for 2. Hodge was next to go, brilliantly caught by wicketkeeper Anthony Bramble off the bowling of Beaton for 14 after playing 3 beautiful boundaries. The batsman who seemed to be the most threatening at that point. 3 for 26 when he was dismissed. So maybe drinks will be taken after this over because we are already completing the first hour of play on day number 1. Battle on our hands. 3 slips at gully again. Edging again, and this time over second slip. Not even attempting to go for it, Imlak. He looks at Himraj, who is next to him. It went over the head of Imlak and into the boundary for 4 down a third man. And Beaton ends his 6th over with that boundary. And it's now 45 for the loss of 3 drinks on the first morning.
Yeah, a bit of a loose shot there by Anthony. He's looking to capitalize on a ball that was pitched up, but he wasn't close enough to it and eventually got the edge, and that one flew over the slips. Luckily for him, it carried at a height where none of the slip fielders could have really moved towards it, so he would have gotten away with this one. We want to encourage him to, at least play with a sense of a bit more caution if they're going to really rebuild the partnership. 45 for 3 early first hour. There's a lot to play for, a lot of time to go.
Anthony is not out on 12 with 2 boundaries, like I said, both off the outside edge over the slip cordon. Ambrose looks a bit more composed. He's on 3. Just haven't faced 4 deliveries so far. But the bowling, Niall Smith, as you can see, 4 overs, 1 for 19. Beaton, 6 overs, 2 for 15. And Shamar Joseph just getting into his work for today. 2 overs for him, none for 8. So the first hour, who will you give that to?
Well, definitely the first hour belongs to Guyana. I think the bowlers came out and they bowled in some really, really good areas. They've been asking a lot of questions of the batsmen, along with that little away movement and inward movement. So they really capitalized on the conditions. We know that the conditions would get better for batting as the game progresses, and so they've made some really good inroads, quite early in the game. And so it's on the back of the Volcanoes to ensure that they stabilize at this stage and seek to rebuild.
So the Guyana Harpy Eagles this morning unchanged from their first match that they defeat Barbados in Antigua. You're seeing most of the guys there, while the Windward Islands Volcanoes as well unchanged from their first game, that drawn encounter against the Red Force right here at the National Stadium in Grenada. So we try to get you an update with what's happening with the match Red Force against the Hurricanes at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. And then there's also another match on in round number 2, and that's at Coolidge, where it's drinks on day number 1 as well. In the morning session, Jamaica Scorpions 35 for 3 against the Barbados Pride at Coolidge. So lots of cricket. It's the second round of the first class season, the 4-day tournament. After this we'll have a break. Look at some of the leading run scorers in the tournament so far after round number 1. Milius outstanding with 198 because he had a 192. His highest score. Then Matthew Nandu, Tian Webster, Awajai Mansingh, who had 2 half centuries in that game. Also Tian Webster had 2 half centuries. Cornwall, the experienced Cornwall, Ambrose 2 half centuries as well. So lots of persons in the first round putting up their hands and getting some runs.
Yeah, it's good to see that the batsmen have really stuck out there and have set a pace. We're hoping that we would continue to see them, throughout the season get better and better. We're hoping, and one would always hope, that they can convert the 50s into hundreds, the hundreds into double hundreds, and really raise their hands to raise the level of batsmanship.
Back with the action live, and the first ball pulled away nicely by Shonal Ambrose. Runs for him, 4 runs.
Short delivery there by Joseph, who I guess has not played here before, so he would not know that the shorter deliveries tend to stand up a bit. Trying a short one and being dispatched by Sunil Ambrose, who looks in good form.
Short man, Shamar Joseph, so not getting the type of bounce we're seeing like what Beaton is extracting. That was too short. Also does not have the pace of Runsford Beaton to really threaten the batters with that short ball. Be better advised to bowl much fuller. The 23-year-old. This time he's driven back past the bowler. Runs again for Ambrose. Could get consecutive boundaries here. Was pulled up in front of the row by Niall Smith, who chased it right down. And looks as if they'll run 4, however.
Yeah, good shot there by Ambrose. And as you said, Joseph trying to keep the ball up to the batsman, but they're overcompensating and being driven down the long on region. Good save by Smith. Committed to ensuring that he saves a run for his team.
Actually did not save the run. They ran 4.
Oh, they ran 4.
He saved the boundary. They managed to run. So that's very good running from Ambrose and Athanaze.
Excellent running.
To bring up the 50 for the Volcanoes. They're 53 for 3. Short ball looking to pull again. This time it kept a bit low and hit him on the pad, but hit him outside the off stump.
Yeah, delivery there not quite there for the pull shot. I think the fact that Joseph is a bit short and doesn't really hasn't been seen as extracting much bounce. I think Ambrose would be, and should be willing to play the ball back where it came from and not looking to play cross-batted, because it doesn't have the piece, just may miscue.
Full on the line of the leg stump, and this one is played nicely through the onside. The on drive is such beautiful shot to watch, and there is Ambrose getting his third 4 of the over. And he's moving on nicely into double figures on 15. Yeah,
one of Ambrose's favorite shot, the clip through the leg side. Actually, when he plays it, he looks really good. He's balanced, the head not going too far across the stump. And he played that one with a really, really good bit of control. It sped across that wonderful lush outfield and into the boundary. So Ambrose seemed to be in an attacking mode, no nonsense mode. He is going to score. And score freely. Is not a player that likes to be bogged down at any time, and so the Happy Eagles would want to ensure that they keep him as quiet as possible.
There's a late start in that match at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium between the Red Force and the Hurricanes. Not sure why. We'll try to get that confirmed. Joseph outside the line of the off stump now, and there's Ambrose showing good batsmanship. Just drop with soft hands and got a single.
Yeah, good rotation of the strike. Understanding the left-right combination is going to put a bit of pressure on young Joseph, who has not really played much at this level as yet. So the experience of Ambrose coming in there, dropping it short and just going through for a quick single.
We have to keep an eye on that test match in Bulawayo as well. West Indies and Zimbabwe, it's still going on. Zimbabwe were asked to get 272 to win from a maximum of 49 overs. Right now, 120 for 6 with Gurukesh Moti, the left-arm spinner. 3 of those 6 wickets, keeping West Indies in the hunt for a victory.
Yeah, notice the spinners are coming into their own in that game. Had a couple of wickets going down to Moti. I think Chase would be in there and among the wickets, so the wickets seem to be taken to the spinners.
Chase picking up 2, and now Gurukesh Moti has 4 because another wicket has gone down. So Zimbabwe could be in some problem here as the over has come to an end. Shamar Joseph now 3 overs, none for 21. Something seems to be bothering the bowlers as they're coming from the Darbo end, the northern end of the ground at the National Stadium, because Niall Smith was not too comfortable. We saw Beaton bowling very well from the bottom end, the River Road end. And now we see Shamar Joseph as well, looking a bit as if he's uncomfortable from this end as well. Both Smith and Joseph play for the same club in Berbice.
Yeah, looking at it from our vantage point, it does seem just at the takeoff where the last few steps of the delivery stride, there seem to be a bit more green at this end. So I don't know if it's a bit softer, if it's a bit more cushioned. So they tend to be missing a little step right there.
It's 120 for 6 and not 7, like I said. Zimbabwe batting a second time. So Gary Balance, who held up the West Indies in the first innings with a magnificent 100 in his first innings for Zimbabwe, gone for 18 this time. So the West Indies are now into the middle and the lower middle order. And if they can pick up a few wickets in this remaining few overs, they can really come out with a victory. But on a flat track, you must give the batters the benefit of the doubt that they can hang on in what seems to be a batting paradise in Bulawayo.
Yeah, it seemed to be a wicket that I would want to say similar to this wicket here, because once the bowlers put in the work, they get reward. We look at a couple of the West Indian batsmen going pretty cheaply, and now the spinners coming into the innings of the Zimbabweans, and they're picking up quite a few wickets. So it's all to play for there. I think the team that is able to hold the nerve would come out with the best result.
Ambrose not quite ready, just stretching his hamstring. Maybe some chattering going on behind the stumps as well. So he's going to pull out of his stance. So Beaton now in the 7th over. Short ball. Ambrose was tempted, but pulled out at the last moment. And umpire Gregory Brathwaite is telling Beaton that's one over the shoulder for the over.
Yeah, Ambrose had a thought there about it. Maybe looking to ramp it over the slips. But luckily for him, good sense prevailed and he pulled out of the shot. He doesn't need to really play at it, and I think that's the best result for that delivery.
We've had some 22 regional first-class matches completed here now at the Grenada National Stadium. Oh, almost carrying to the field there, in between the short mid-wicket and the silly mid-on. 22 matches completed here at the Grenada National Stadium. Last game ending in a draw, which means now 6 of those 22 games ending in draw, to go with 8 victories for the Volcanoes and 8 defeats as well. So neck and neck, right through.
Yeah, pretty even Stevens right there. Winning some, losing some.
And drawing the rest. This one is driven nicely back past the bowler for 4.
Lovely shot by Ambrose. A ball pitched up by Beaton, and Ambrose was quickly onto it, hitting it straight back past the bowler down to the boundary. So Ambrose is in a good mood. He seemed to be really, really positive and looking to capitalize on what seemed to be a flattening out pitch here at the National Stadium.
So that's the end of the over as well. So like I said, 7 consecutive overs with this new ball for Ransford Beaton. Maybe getting just a little bit tired now. Just had that drinks break, but his work ethics will really be in the spotlight here, where he can go on. How long will Johnson keeping on for? But it will be Joseph who's going to continue from the Darbo end, the northern end of the ground. Still cool conditions, so it's not that blazing hot. Really players will be desperate for some water or for a break.
Yeah, the conditions again, as we said, the cloud cover really going to help the bowlers, and it's going to keep the fielders a bit more cool out there. We see Joseph just again as we picked up on as we look from our end, our vantage point, he seemed to be moving in a bit slower and more care with a bit more care from this end.
I think he's gonna just try to get his rhythm going before starting to go for the extra pace. Here he is again. Well, bowled is holding a good line and length so far. You'll be pressuring the batters outside their off stump. But sometimes when you have to bowl to a right and left hand pair, they tend to give you a lot of work to think and bowl. But these are professionals these days. They should be geared up for these type of challenges.
Yeah, at this level you have to be ready, for the left-right combination. It's just part of the professionalism that one needs to display. Again, hitting some really good areas. Now that the rhythm seems to be building, he's hitting some pretty good areas. So, John, looking at the setup of the few games that we've had here so far, the pieces seem to be looking pretty good.
It is a good track. We want to compliment the ground staff. I saw Ken Crafton, Cricket West Indies head curator, on the location yesterday and today. So Ken Crafton is over here, and I'm sure he'll be very pleased to know that again another good surface has been produced, and the outfield continues to be fast despite rain yesterday and despite a little bit of shower this morning as well.
Yeah, the outfield is always going to be fast. I think it's been known to be a good outfield, no matter what the conditions are. Even if we have a threat of rain, it tends to dry out pretty quickly, and we get play going on as quickly as we can. So it's a good outfield. Looks really good.
Runs for Atenes, the captain of the Volcanoes, will look to come back for at least the second. Nandu, the 19-year-old in his second first-class game for Guyana, gets there.
It's good to see that Atenes and Ambrose have started what seems to be a pretty good partnership. The bowlers, bowling well, but they've been equal to the task. And so it makes for good cricket.
This one is pulled away, short ball again, but will not carry it to hand. The fielder down at fine leg on the boundary will run around. Hemraj saves the boundary, but two more to the batters. End of over number 15. So they're pushing on here now and building a nice partnership. Partnership extending to 40. A good partnership. 66 now for 3. Anthony is on 19 and Amber is on 20.
Yeah, that's good going by the two batsmen, two of the more experienced batters in the lineup. Ambrose being, having played for the West Indies and so on, one would expect that he would be able to champion, the remainder of the batting unit. Just make sure that everybody is in check. So he would want to be out there as long as he can, compile maybe as big a score as he can to see if he can make, the selectors want to have him in the setup again.
So Beaton is out of the attack and has been replaced by Niall Smith. Beaton 7 overs, 2 for 19. Smith, who started with a new ball from the Darbo end, has been switched to the River Road end, coming back in now 4 overs, 1 for 20. So Beaton 7 overs consecutively, but now out of the attack. Let's see how Smith will go from the bottom end. So here we are at the Grenada National Stadium. Became the 84th test venue in the world when it hosted its first test match in 2002. West Indies against New Zealand. Since then we had West Indies against Bangladesh in 2009 and West Indies against England 2015 and last year 2022. So 4 test matches here. Hosted matches in 2007 Cricket World Cup. Lots of women's matches. Smith starts outside the off stump. In 2004, September, the stadium was badly damaged by Hurricane Ivan and was rebuilt with funding from the People's Republic of China. So they have also hosted 25 one-day internationals and 60 20 internationals. This is the Grenada National Stadium.
Yeah, soon we're hoping to have some lights in place where we can, take on some more international matches. It is our hope that sometime this year that we're gonna get some lights here at the stadium. That we can, make a bigger bid for maybe the CPL games and a couple of the regional, games. So we already have a lot going for us, internationally with the wicket and the outfield and so on, so we would want to ensure that the lights are in, that we can make, a really good case for some more international matches.
So I understand that also some capital works have been earmarked for this stadium by the People's Republic of China again. This one is cut away. Runs first on the Lambris will get towards the boundary at point. 4 more to him. That was just too loose from Niall Smith and was punished.
Definitely shot outside the off stump, sitting up, and in the mode that he is in right now, as soon as Lambris capitalizing on that short delivery. Then we look at it again outside, wide outside the off stump, throwing everything at it to race across the turf and goes into the boundary. So well played, Sunil Lambris. Bad delivery there by Smith.
So maybe one of the work that the People's Republic of China will be looking to do when the renovation is completed, maybe to put in lights as well, because that's one of the things I've noticed. There are no floodlights here for night matches. Here is Smith again. Stare to gully.
Yeah, this is something that we know has been in the making, and we really, I think most of Grenada is excited to see the lights in and to be able to host some more international and regional matches and so on. So it is something that many Grenadians, especially a lot of us young cricketers, are looking forward to, sitting looking at CPL games, and knowing that we have the potential to host. It's not a good feeling.
This was dabbed down towards third man, just guiding it really. Sunil Lambris using the little bit of width that was afforded to him by Niall Smith. Smith is struggling.
Yeah, definitely. A good shot by Lambris. He was in total control, ensuring that he just guided it between the slip and the gully, and it raced across the outfield. So good shot there, good choice of shot. Smith just slightly wide, and it wasn't so much of a bad delivery, but it was well played by Lambris.
So the third slip has disappeared, and Savory will go towards a backward point. So it's 2 slips, a gully, a backward point, the man just in the cover and a mid off. This one is a short one. He's looking to pull it, but makes no contact, and it goes by into the keeper's glove. That's the end of the 16th over. Smith's first over from the River Road end is completed. 74 now for 3. Lambris is looking very good on 28. Captain Anthony is on 19.
Yeah, it seems from here, John, it seems like Smith is just out of rhythm. That last delivery was not very pacey, and we know that he can generate a bit of pace. It just looped over the batsman's head and into the gloves of the keeper, so he needs to still settle in. I think he seemed to be a bit out of rhythm, and so once he gathers his rhythm, I know he's going to be back on spot.
So in terms of rhythm, you can look at Versamy Pamal, who's going to be brought into the attack now. He's going to be bowling from this end where we were operating from, the Darbo end, the northern end of the ground. Left arm spinner Versamy Pamal, vice captain of the Harpy Eagles. You know all of Versami Pamal. He's been a champion left-arm spinner for the Guyana Harpy Eagles over the years. Just past 500 regional wickets for bowling for Guyana.
Yeah, Versami has always been steady bowler for the Guyana Happy Eagles. Always, willing to terrorize the Windward Volcanoes over the years. I could recall him getting a couple wickets in a few games here. So he relishes this stadium.
Starts on a good line. Bowler jumps a bit on Athenaeus. Yes, 33 years old now. Has been around a long time playing at this level since getting his opportunity in 2007. So quite a long career for Versami Pamal. Now into his 131st overall first class match. 9 test matches, 7 one-day internationals and 1 T20 international. Lots and lots of wickets for left arm spinner.
Yeah, and very steady spinner. He would ensure that he always asks questions of the batsmen, generally asking the batsmen to do something different, which would pick up their wickets. I think he's going to continue with that same mode.
Beats the bat as there was Athenaeus looking to drive through the covers, missed it.
Yeah, and as we were saying, he would be there and about and just asking questions, asking you to do something different, as we saw that one go past the edge of Athenaeus' bat.
This time gets good connection. Athenaeus will drive it down towards cover, chases on, and Young Savory gets there ahead of the ball and pulls it back. But 3 good looking runs to Athenaeus. Slightly over pitching from Pamal.
Very good shot there by Athenaeus, looking to get right forward, get as close to that ball as possible to ensure that he has good control over the shot and, just piercing that field.
Brings up the 50 partnership. They know 51 from 53 balls. Good partnership between Athenaeus and the experienced Sunil Ambris.
Pretty quick time as well, so it means that they're in a very positive mode.
Pamal 4 for 53 in the first innings in the last game and 2 for 18 against the Pride. Pretty much always in the wickets column.
Yeah, pretty much loves bowling and enjoys bowling long spells. That's something that I know of him. He enjoys bowling some really long spells and always gets his reward. Again, he's just right there and about, asking the batsman to play at the delivery.
17 overs gone, 77 for the loss of 3. Pamal's first over comes to an end. He's replaced Shamar Joseph, who does not look so threatening at the moment. None for 25 for Joseph. And it will be spin from both ends as Niall Smith as well is taken out of the attack. Kevin Sinclair is going to pick up the attack from the southern end of the ground, the River Road end. Kevin Sinclair, off spinner.
Yeah, Niall seemed not to be having such a good day so far and has been removed from the attack. Sinclair, we know, is again a pretty steady off spinner, willing to always challenge the batsman. So it's a good matchup between Athenaeus and Ambris, along with the 2 spinners, 2 very experienced spinners in Pamal and Sinclair. And so we look forward to the next half hour, see how the game would, roll on from there.
Next half hour we'll see lunch. But it's going to be the 23-year-old Kevin Sinclair who's into the attack now, into his 10th first class match. 18 wickets at this level for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Started in 2020. He's been around. picked up 3 wickets in the last match, all in the first innings of the Barbados Pride. Starts on a good line and length. One thing from Sinclair, he has international experience. 3 one-day internationals and 60-20 internationals. Very good white ball bowler, and sometimes can be a bit too flat, too quick with the red ball. But he's young and he's making that adjustment as he goes along.
Yeah, having games behind you is one way to really get that experience.
So he leaks a single very early and will be overthrows. This one beats the keeper. He was diving, well, stretching over his head and goes away for an extra. So 2 runs to Atenes. Atenes sweeps very well. Went down to the long leg and got a single. Then they overthrow.
Yeah, that was a lazy bit of work there by the fielding team. Keeper missing and the man backing up was not expecting it, so eventually a single given.
Appeal for a leg before. Umpire Gregory Batwood says not out.
Good delivery there by Sinclair. Atenes just coming forward, being hit slightly outside the off stump, but again asking questions of the batsman, so good start.
Got away, but the fielder diving away as well. Just cannot get there. 2 more to Atenes. Could have easily been his demise as Sinclair finishes his first over. 4 runs conceded. Windward Islands Volcanoes 81 now for the loss of 3.
Yeah, bad miss there by the fielder. I think he did well enough to get close to it, but a pretty loose shot there by Atenes. You know, no control. You can see him going back and not being able to get his head over that delivery to get it down and presenting a chance which was not taken. Let's hope that for the Windward's sake he can stay out there and make use of that dropped opportunity.
Fielder there looks like Machu Nandu, who just could not hang on. Alec Atenes dropped on 24. Pamal to continue. Down the track. Good use of the feet from Sunil Ambris. Continues to be very positive here. He's now on to 29. Looking to use his feet to negate whatever spin there is from Pamal. But it's day number 1. A ball that is now in its 19th over of usage at a first day track. Not much spin you'll be able to get. Should not get, should say.
Should not. Well, we know that Pamal tends to extract a bit of spin, so there just might be a little out there for him. And at this level, you would want to ensure that every opportunity you get to turn that delivery that it does, because it presents a different option to the batsman.
Pamal keeping things quiet so far.
Yeah, very steady. Always looking to pitch at the wicket.
Yeah, one of those bowlers that will say you will sit there all day, not nagging line and length, just being consistent in one area, hitting that good spot, forcing you to make the mistake or to lose patience really. Once again, landing in some good areas.
Yeah, definitely landing in some good areas, and as a batsman you have to always be concentrating very hard once you're playing the likes of Sami Pamal.
Good over. Just a single. 82 for the loss of 3. Amber is still there. 19. Athenaeus 26. Partnership now 56.
Yeah, good partnership by Athenaeus and Ambrose, looking to rebuild and get the Windwards out of a bit of a hole. Losing 3 quick wickets, only 26 on the board, and now they're able to, recover a bit. It means that they have a long way to go if they're going to really put on a score that would challenge the batting of the Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Sinclair to continue, wearing number 43 on his back. The last Guyanese player to wear number 43 was that of Mahendra Nagamutu, another champion spinner.
Yeah, I remember Nagamutu playing for the West Indies. Had some very interesting deliveries.
So Nagamutu and Neil McGarrell were the spinners at the time for Guyana when they were in their playing days. They made way for Pamal and Bishu to take over.
Yeah, I remember Nagamutu having a decent battle against Junior in a game right here in Grenada. I think that game was played at the Detantin Recreation Ground.
Who came second?
I believe Nagamutu came second.
And that was 218 at that Tantin ground.
That's right.
1997.
Yeah, that's the game that I'm talking about.
So the Tantin ground is still used, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still used. It's one of our, outside of the stadium, one of our most used cricket pitches.
This one is hoisted nicely by Chanel Ambrose, who continues to use his feet to the spinners, and he gets the first 6 of the match, hitting Sinclair over long off. And now the score into the 90s. 90 for 3.
Very positive shot there by Ambrose, not afraid to use his feet, get close to the ball, and lifting it over the infielder man at mid-on is up, and so it's acres of space. But he didn't even need the acres because it went all over the boundary for 6. So good shot, good positive shot.
6 anywhere, you tend to say. Ambrose now on to 36. This one is played into the onside. Flicked away nicely. So it could be consecutive boundaries as Pomal comes second in this race. So 10 runs in 2 balls, and that's a good way to end over number 20. So 94 now for the loss of 3. And the Volcanoes are fighting back nicely.
That's a really good shot. Good timing, good placement. Ambrose using the shortness of the delivery to rock back and get it way in front of square, because you had a man out there on the boundary, but he was able to dissect, and it sped across that really good lush outfield. 4 runs.
After being 26 for the loss of 3 in over number 8, a nice partnership so far of 68 between Captain Alec Athenaeus, who's on 27, and international player Sonal Ambrose on 40. Nice fight back. And we're just speaking about the man, he's into the chair. Mr. 218 himself. Hello, Junior Murray.
Yeah, good to be back with you, John. Love what I'm seeing over there so far. Sonal Ambrose and Captain Athenaeus doing a nice building stage and now partnership of 68, and they're looking pretty well.
Yeah, good fight back being shown. Here's Pamal, 94 on his back. Played it to the onside, but cannot beat the fielder. So Pamal for Guyana, 504 wickets.
Been around for a very long time, a decade. I know he carries the Happy Eagles on his back, and he does it very, very, very well.
Started in 2007. Diving stop from substitute fielder Akshaya Prasad. Prasad is on the field, I think, for Captain Leon Johnson.
Capping it off a bit regular.
No, yeah, in fact, he's back at slip,
He's back at
Johnson. So, could be Runsford Beaton, who's off the field for a little bit. I noticed some of the players are going and coming. Akshay Prasad, the 12th man, has been on the field a lot in this first session of day number 1.
I guess they may just going to refresh themselves, beating a nice long spell, and just going to refresh themselves and come back out.
Yeah, Paul, like I said, 28 5-4s to go with 7-10 wicket haul in matches.
He's been around for a while, and I love his variety, I love his pace. You gotta be very watchful for that arm ball that tend to hit the batter in front. And you can see Amber is very, very watchful, looking very, very organized, very hungry for runs, very businesslike, and the rotation of his strike is going pretty well.
Amber's into the 40s. Very positive innings from him to date. Pamal, just a single in the over. That's the end of his third. Ambrish remains on 40. Anthony is on 28, 95 for 3.
Another good over by Pomale, hitting his areas, hitting his lengths. Very watchful there by Ambrose. Very, very interesting first session here by both the Volcanoes and Happy Eagles. The Volcanoes are doing building stage. They're just slowing down the process of wickets. You can see here by the Happy Eagles.
So it's confirmation that the first test match, West Indies against Zimbabwe, has ended, and it's ended in a draw.
Oh, it's not bad, but still good news. I guess for Zimbabwe, they don't want to be on the losing end. But I think, the West Indies are in a good place at the moment. The tails are up, and hope that they can bounce back here in the second test.
Yeah, Gulikesh Moti finishing with 4 for 50. The Guyanese left-arm spinner.
Well done by Moti again. Picking up the wickets here and there.
Sander Paul 207 unbeaten. Craig Brathwaite 182. So some of the batters getting runs as well.
They're doing pretty well so far. At least got to see the openers. That's a spot that used to be a bother for the senior West Indies team, I think. Sander Paul and captain Craig Brathwaite. They seem to get it right now. They seem to seal that position.
Scores in a match: West Indies 447 for 6 declared. Zimbabwe 379, a very good response for 9 declared. West Indies batting a second time, 203 for 5 declared, setting a target for Zimbabwe 273. They finished on 134 for 6.
Lots of runs in that first test match. Good batting track.
Lots of runs indeed.
So that was a good sign.
The next test match will begin on the 12th, and we'll go on to the 16th, right at Bulawayo. So maybe you can have some more runs, but lots of time went to rain in this match.
So let's hope they can have some good weather and get a better result that the West Indies will be hoping for.
So at the moment, 95 for 3 as Sinclair. Coming towards the end of his third over, he had to concede a run in this third over for him. Anthony is battling away on 28, captain of the Volcanoes.
Sinclair doing a very good job there at the moment. I love his variety, I love his pace. He has a nice, he's doing a bit of flight on the ball nicely. They have the batters thinking, and the batters are equal to the task. I guess they might be thinking about lunch now, 15 minutes away, so don't want to give it away now. Don't want to lose a wicket here. The Volcanoes, they should be going in to lunch with this pair and take it from there after lunch.
So the maiden is completed. 95 for 3, Sinclair. 3 overs for him, 1 maiden, none for 16.
Doing a good job so far.
So Ambrose, 29-year-old, half centuries in the last match, 55 in the first innings, 55 not out in the second innings. 6 test matches for West Indies, 16 one-day internationals. Down the track, and it is gonna fall on the ground.
Look very dangerous there. Ambus probably got a bit of bat on it. It looks look the way they look at the reaction of the bowlers and the players. It looked like something happened there.
Yeah, seems to be bat and pad, and it went out of the reach of Nandu, who's at city mid-on.
Pamal plugging away again. Ambus fighting there, fighting for himself, fighting for the Volcanoes, and Pamal are equal to the task. It's so good to see the way Ambus is playing these days. He's just so relaxed and just enjoying his cricket. You know, he's a man full of confidence, been around for a while, and he's showing his worth.
Look at the sweep of full ball. Umpire Blades walk away. Let's see what the signal will be, if any at all. So you got some bat onto it. So that's why Pamal did not continue with the appeal for leg before. Yeah, Ambrose, you said, looks good.
Yeah, very positive in his approach. You know, man on a mission, very business-like. You know, he's been around for a while now, so I think that's the way he should be doing the job.
16 half centuries at this level, and 7 hundreds.
So he has been around, seasoned campaigner.
Seasoned campaigner indeed. He's mainly responsible for this partnership of 70 so far. He has 41 of that. But good support from Athenaeus, the captain. Over comes to then 96 for 3. Athenaeus on 28. Ambris 41.
Another good over there by Pamal. You know, keeping the batsmen thinking. And the both batters there are equal to the task at the moment. Fighting for the Volcanoes.
So we're here in the land of Junior Murray. Kirani James, next door to the athletic stadium, which is named in Kirani James's honor. James, the first Olympic gold medalist for Grenada when he won the 400 meters men's race in 2012. Summer Olympics in London. Followed that performance with silver 2016 in Rio de Janeiro. This one is hit in the air and not taken. Goes over the boundary for 6.
Good shot again by Ambit, being very positive, using his feet. Know as long as he's there, a lot of rotation of his strike will take place, and he's going to be aggressive. He's going to play his game, and so far he's doing a good job at it.
So let's look at the replay, because Chandrapal Hemraj was running to complete the catch. Ambris backing himself. The ball was not a total control. And I get the impression that it was
already 6.
Over his head already. Yes, Kirani James, gold in 2012 in London, silver 2016 in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and bronze in 2020 Tokyo.
Yeah, all the medals. So far, I think he had done the country proud. He had done himself proud. You know, and also his alma mater. I think we went to the same secondary school, the Grenada Boys Secondary School. So, the school on the hill.
School on the hill.
Yeah.
So, national hero.
Yes, he
Kirani James. But I'm noticing on the stands as well, there's a Junior Murray Royal Lewis stand. You guys don't have these bold.
Wow.
Just walking across his off stump, and there is a somersault from Kevin Sinclair, who gets the breakthrough, ending the partnership of 76 between Ambris and Athenaeus. There is Ambris walking too far across his off stump, exposing his leg stump, and Sinclair bowls him.
Yes, I think that was I think what beat Ambris there was a flight of the delivery. I think he held it back a bit. Ambris walking a bit across his stumps and getting bowled behind his back.
Gone for 47.
Gone for 47.
From 38 deliveries. So, very quick rate of scoring. But he's going now with a score on 102 for the loss of 4. 100 coming up in this over with that 6. And I'm sure the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be very happy to see the back of Ambris.
Yeah, I think so. I think he been very positive, rotating the strike. I think just before lunch, I think he should. be a bit tight there. I know he's been scoring, but he was in the zone. So these things happen, and with Graves coming now as a senior all-rounder in the team, him as captain, who can have a look, and see if they can keep rotating the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking. It's only about 9 minutes to lunch, so I hope that they can carry the team to lunch.
Justin Graves, the all-rounder from Barbados.
Yeah, I think he's a proper all-rounder, but I think he's under a bit of pressure, not much runs under his belt. I think he needs to get a score in this game to get his batting confidence going.
The first innings in the last game, he was bowled by Terence Hines convincingly. In the second innings, run out for 6 when they were looking for a declaration. Tight in defense first delivery, but I guess he's just got to be playing for lunch now.
I think, yeah, he'll be playing for lunch, and he don't want to bog himself down though, but still play for lunch. Get his feet moving, and keep a very close look at the bowler.
Oh, that's sloppy, and it goes into the boundary behind him. That's Shamar Joseph, just taking his eyes off the ball at the last moment and allows it to go by. And Greaves is off the mark in convincing fashion. 106 for the loss of 4. Successful overcoming to an end, but sloppy feeling in the last ball.
Well played by Justin Graves. Very, very poor feeling. Justin should be a bit relieved now. He's off the mark with his boundary. Good start, good positive start by him.
$106 for 4. So the 100 coming up in the session already. It shows the good rate of scoring, thanks mainly to Sunil Ambris, who was there for some 38 balls, 6 4s and 2 6s, and his top score of 47, top score so far.
Yeah, I guess one by these two batters they can keep that momentum going, keep the rotation of strike going, but I got to be very watchful. Palmer is not going to make it very easy for them.
So a good healthy scoring rate, but they've lost 4 wickets, and that is the concern mainly for the Volcanoes.
Can't afford to lose any more wickets at the moment.
This one is hiked away and could be another maximum. In fact, it's one bounce into the boundary, a deep backward square. There's a square leg in position, but he had to run away to his left to go for a catch or to prevent the boundary. Did not do either, and 4 runs to Adekatanese.
Yeah, a rare short ball from Palmer going down the leg side. Atenez swizzled on his back foot and just pull him around 1 bounce of 4.
Atenez, that's his 3rd boundary of the morning. Moves into the 30s now.
As you can see there, a lovely square drive the Atenez for 4 again.
Celebrating the previous boundary this time.
Yeah, very, very confident shot. Wide ball just outside his off stump. Just square driving for 4. Gotta be mindful. Launch just around the corner, so you don't want to get a bit too loose at the moment. But a bad ball is a bad ball, so you gotta be put away.
2 4s on either side of the field. To start over number 5 for Pamal. This is the 25th over of the innings. Volcanoes this morning won the toss and opted to bat first.
Another short ball going down the leg side again by Pamal. Anthony tend to sweep, missed it. Bramble not taken too cleanly behind the stump.
Yeah, we were talking about the Junior Murray Ra Lewis stand. There's also the Devon Smith Players Pavilion.
Probably just is a bit of a reward for our hard work and for what we have done, not only for ourselves but at least for our country. I can always remember going to Australia for the first time, John. No one heard about Grenada. It was in 1992. So I got to see I knew a bit of geography. So I had to come up with something to let them know that it's not Grenada, it's Grenada. Spice out of the Caribbean.
Matthew Nandu, that one went through his legs. I think he came up just a bit early. There were some oohs and ahs around the bat. Yes, 1992.
It's a very long time away, John.
Yep. Not sure if I was born then.
I think you were.
8 runs in the over. Over completed 114 for a loss of 4. Anthony is still there, and 36 the captain. Nelan Pascal played Test cricket as well.
Neil and Pascal, yes.
Yeah, there's also
Sherman Lewis.
Sherman Lewis. Then Andre Fletcher played internationals as well, not Test
Internationals,
cricket, but internationals for the West Indies. Oh, he's also Grenadian. And there's Afi Fletcher,
Presently on the West Indies team now in
Women's.
South Africa, women's cricket,
getting ready for that World Cup.
starting pretty soon on the 10th of February.
So I rather suspect the other stanza wrong will be.
Yeah, I
He
think
may have
so.
some names a bit later on.
I think that should happen pretty soon. Let's see what our 50th celebration of our independence bring next season. We might see some things happening in the National Stadium.
St. Clair starts in the over as we head closer to lunch on day number 1. Driven square of the wicket, runs for Justin Greaves.
Played by Graves, looks very confident over there. Yeah, he seems to be very hungry over there for some runs. It's good to see, the right-hander hitting the off spinner through the offside. That means he's seen it well, and he has some confidence behind his back.
Hello to you in Dominica. Hello St. Lucia. And all of you in Grenada, whether you're in Carriacou, Petite Martinique, or here on the mainland, Grenada itself. Hello St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yeah.
And I was told that you must say hello to Guave separately.
Special part of Grenada. A very active part. I know we had a good time there, John, going for your while long. John, as you on the hellos, just want to say some hellos to my good former teammate Cameron Coffey, who had played for Women Islands, West Indies, wherever you are now. Take a bow. You have done your part. You represented well. Casper Davis, another fast bowler. Ian Allen, another fast bowler. Nixon McLean, another fast bowler. So St. Vincent tend to produce a lot of fast bowlers.
Dayton Butler.
Dayton Butler, yes, who's umpire now.
Yes.
It's a seasoned umpire and doing a very good job at it so far.
Over completed. Let's see if umpire Gregory Brathwaite will lift the bails. He does so now, and that is lunch on day number 1, rung number 2 of West Indies Championship, the 4-day first-class season. Windward Islands won the toss this morning and opted to bat first, and after 26 overs of batting, they have reached 116 for the loss of 4. Kimani Milius was caught a third slip of the bowling of Beaton. A good catch to Kimal Savory. He went for 2. Jelani Robinson caught a second slip by Tevin Imlach off the bowling of Niall Smith for 5. Kafim Hodge looked good with 3 boundaries before he was caught at wicket brilliantly by Anthony Bramble off the bowling of Lunsford Beaton for 14. Sunil Ambris, the best of the lot this morning, with 2 sixes and 4 fours, bowled by Kevin Sinclair for 47. And at lunch, Justin Greaves just gotten there on 6. Alec Athenaze, the captain, on 36. And the rebuilding has started because there was a good partnership between Ambris and Athenaze, but that has ended just before lunch. 116 for 4, 26 overs bowled. And the wicket takers, Sinclair 1 wicket, Niall Smith 1 wicket, and Lunsford Beaton 2. So the first session ended. Who do we give that first session to?
I think it's a very balanced session. I think it's a good session. The Happy Eagles had a good start and a good fight back by the Volcanoes batters. So I'd say all in all, it's a very balanced first session. So I'm looking forward to the session after lunch. And I hope I know that the Happy Eagles will want to have a quick breakthrough, to get the quick start, get some wickets after. But I know for sure that the Volcano batters will be there fighting for themselves and for the team.
Well, it's all to play for in the second session, and I must say thank you as well to the guys in Guyana for tuning in. Thank you very much to those at Everest Cricket Club, to Digicom, and especially to Premier Insurance. Thank you, Anil and company. Hope all is well, and hope you've enjoyed what we presented to you this morning. We will be back in about 35 minutes for session number 2 on day number 1. Remember, the Volcanoes won the toss this morning and opted to bat at lunch, 116 for 4. We will be back. Well, a pleasant afternoon and welcome back to the Grenada National Stadium. We're getting ready for session number 2 on day number 1 of this round 2 match. Guyana Harpy Eagles against the Windward Islands Volcanoes. The Volcanoes won the toss this morning and they opted to bat first in what was then seem friendly conditions. They managed to lose 4 wickets before lunch on the opening day. 116 for the loss of 4. Lunch was taken at with Justin Greaves on 6 along with captain Alec Athenaze on 36. We saw the fall of 4 wickets this morning. Delaney Robinson was forced to go, caught at second slip of the bowling of Niall Smith. He went for 5. Imlak took a very good catch, comfortable. Second wicket to go was that of Kimani Milius, who had 192 in the last match. Did not last too long today. Caught a third slip by Kemal Savory of the bowling of Beaton for 2. Beaton was very impressive with his new ball this morning, and later on accounted for Kavim Hodge, who hit 3 attractive boundaries before he was caught at a wicket by Anthony Bramble. He went for 14, 3 for 26. Then there was a partnership between Ambrose and Athenaze before Ambrose was bowled by Kevin Sinclair for 47 after hitting 2 sixes and 4 fours in a knock of 47 from 38 balls. Just before lunch, 102 for 4. Lunch was taken with Athenaze and Justin Greaves without any further loss. 160 for 4. 26 overs were bowled in that time. Niall Smith 1 for 28, runs for the beaten 2 for 19, and Kevin Sinclair 1 for 28, the wicket takers. Permal 5 overs, none for 14, and Shamar Joseph, the rookie, none for 25, or the other bowlers used. So welcome to second session of day number 1. Junior Murray alongside me, and Junior, sun baking down here now at the National Stadium. Umpire Jonathan Blades and Gregory Brathwaite are ready in the middle. The players are there already, and we are ready for what can be a crucial second session.
Very balanced session this morning. There was good, impressive fast bowling by Beaton. Aggressive batting by Ambrose. But I think they need to settle on again and have a good start to this session to be very, very productive without losing too many wickets.
So Permal now into his 6th over of the day. None for 14 for a left-arm spinner. Starts after lunch. Bowling to Athenaze, who's well set on 36, looking composed. Had a few hairy scary, but this time drives confidently down towards extra cover. Beaton collects, but 2 more to Athenaze. He opens his account after lunch. 118 now for the loss of 4 wickets. 26 overs in that first session. 116 runs, 4 wickets. You said Even Stevens.
Even Stevens. I think it was Even Stevens first session. I see Athenaze there doing his job, enjoying his batting, very positive, and we're building innings here for the Volcanoes.
So the pitch looks very similar to the one we saw last week when the Volcanoes and the Red Force played to a draw. One of the things I've noticed, however, a little bit of a difference, is looking at the pitch. There's live grass that is rolled in. Last week there was grass that was rolling, but that seemed dead.
Probably the groundsman got a bit of advice here and there, but it's good to see. Good to see the ball carrying to the wicket keeper. Got a bit of aggression by the foul ball this morning.
Sweeping Jonathan Blades under some pressure, but he says not out. First over after lunch and already a big appeal for a leg before.
I think he's got to be very watchful here. Permal is going to be plugging away. What he brings to the table. So let's hope that he can keep his head on his shoulder.
Quick single. And there we see the fielder not taking it cleanly and allows the batters to complete the single. So the first over after lunch completed, 3 from it. Permal continues to go wicketless so far. Athenaze stretches his total to 39. Greaves with him on 6.
No wicket for Permal so far, but he's very, very, very crafty. The batter's got to be very watchful over him. Yeah, and then they can see some good progress there by the batters. Justin and Athenaze have a task to do. They have to rebuild the innings. And hope that they can do it very positively.
Yes, there. 17 runs partnership already has started, so that's a good sign. Do you remember there was a nice fighting partnership with Ambris and Captain Athenaeus. 76 runs for the value. That was for the fourth wicket. But since then, Ambris, who was looking really good, walking across his off stump, exposed his leg stump and was bowled by Sinclair for 47. Got here in quick time, just 38 balls.
Yeah, he was very positive this morning, very aggressive. He wasn't letting the bowlers settle on at all. But unfortunately, he got bowled behind his back. But a bit of good bowling by Sinclair. I think he his bowling attack very well. Well flighted delivery down the leg side. Ambis went across a bit and left the leg stump exposed and got bowled.
So he's out of the attack, 1 for 28. Beaton is back in. You were very impressed with Beaton in his opening spell. 7 overs, 2 for 19. Here he is from the River Road end again. Oh, driven confidently. Just a firm push from Athenaeus more than anything else, and is going to get very close to the boundary. Savory, who's quick, pulls it up. They'll complete 3 good-looking runs.
3 good-looking on my Athenaeus. Look very, very positive, very organized. You can see he's a batsman there, full of confidence. And hope that he can go on from strength to strength. He looks very, very well organized. Beaten, hitting the deck hard as ever. And he just into his spell. First over after lunch.
So Athenaeus was dropped on 24 by Matthew Nando at backward point. And now he's going on. He's on to 42, the captain. 3 slips in play now for the all-rounder Justin Greaves, the right-handed batter. I think Beaton this morning bowled well to the right-handers.
Very well to the right-handers. Bit of out swing. You know, that was 7 overs ago. Let's see what happens here now.
Bang on target. A little bit of extra bounce pace as well from Beaton. Looks good, man.
Look very, very good. Look very organized. Look very hungry. Hitting the deck very hard. You can hear the grunt when he delivers.
Both teams this morning unchanged from their last match. The Guyana Harpy Eagles defeated Barbados Royals in Antigua, and they're playing unchanged today. Volcanoes and Red Forces had a drawn encounter in the last game, and they're as well unchanged. Oh, what a beautiful delivery. How did that miss? Justin Greaves.
A full delivery. Justin Greaves into the big drive outside the off stump. And you can see Beaton continue hitting those areas very consistently with a good pace and bounce.
Still to come for the Volcanoes. Devin Walcott, who had a top score of 87, not out in the first innings in the last game. Ryan John, who had a career best 36 with a bat. Kenneth Demba, Preston McSween, and Darius Martin, the bowlers.
Still some batting behind. As you can see, Beaton is really enjoying the spell of bowling. He's tailed it up and enjoying hitting the deck as hard as possible.
Just before we went to lunch, you were mentioning some of your mates.
Yes. Cameron Coffee. I heard today is his birthday. Happy birthday, Cameron Coffee. The Hawk.
The Hawk and so the Hawk and the Ninja.
And the Ninja.
And Ice.
And Ice.
So hello to one of my mates, Sean Devers, celebrating his birthday as well with Cameron Coffee. They're birthday twins, born a few minutes apart, I was told.
Happy for them.
I had to say I was told because I cannot confirm. So Jason Skeet will be your next presenter.
I wonder where he has been. I haven't seen him for the morning, John.
The man on a mission. On the move very often. So Beaton to complete his first over after lunch. Does so with the dot ball. 3 from the over. 122 now for the loss of 4. The Volcanoes winning the toss and batting first. Nice partnership developing. 20 the value so far for the 5th wicket between Captain Athenaeus and Justin Greaves. More from you, Junior Murray, and then Jason Skeet will join you.
Nice bowling again by Beaton. Good aggressive bowling. The batsmen very, very watchful. As you can see, the rotation of strikers happening out there, and they're building a nice partnership of 20 so far. So let's hope that they can continue.
Good afternoon to our viewers right around the globe.
Good afternoon, Jason Skid.
Good afternoon to you, Mr. Murray.
How was your celebrations yesterday?
Well, very good. We're going to get into that in just a little while. We've got a long spell ahead of me.
Hope that you can manage and you're fit enough to handle that long spell, Jason.
Oh, there's a big, thick outside edge there, just beating the man at first slip, a diving effort. It will run all the way down to the boundary, records for one, come back for the second. And living dangerously, you might say, Kimani Milias.
No, Captain Athenes.
Oh, Athenes, sorry.
Yeah,
Athenes?
Yeah, it's a wild ball outside the off stump, flashed out there, outside edge, going to the first step right, between the first step and the keeper. Got a couple of runs. I think you got to be watchful. You need to keep the rotation going, but you still got to be watchful.
This time he's a little bit more purposeful in defense.
Looks very organized. You can see him bouncing along in his crease, hungry for some runs. You know, I think it would be really nice to see Captain Athenes get a few runs under his belt in this tournament. I think he'll be knocking on the doors of the senior West Indies team with a bit of good performance. A lot of toes around. I think probably should have his selectors thinking.
There he goes again with what can possibly be his trademark shot coming into this this series, because he has played the reverse sweep a few times and he has played it well. This time he picks up another 4 runs for it, but it went to his detriment in the previous innings. But he has done well this time.
Yeah, I think it's one of his pet shots. I think you will see him in the nets practicing that shot over and over again, and I think he has really mastered that shot. But we still got to be careful. You know, you want to be positive, but you still don't want to be loose.
So that boundary brings Athenes on to 48. He's eyeing another first-class half-century. And at the end of the over, Alec Athenes, captain, is on 48, and he's looking very good so far. Nothing to worry him too much about. And of course, Greaves is with him. Greaves is not out on 6, but the Windwards 128 for 4. A bit of a recovery, decent recovery taking place here now, because the Windwards, they needed actually going down, losing 4 wickets during the first morning session. I hear Junior saying that the morning session was pretty much even, but I think losing wickets always puts you on the back foot somewhat. So my thought on that is that Guyana would have emerged a little bit with their noses in front at the end of the first session, but the Windwards are now in a position seemingly getting ready to mount something serious. A nice fight back here from them. Partnership bringing, 26 runs so far? 26 runs from the partnership. So a little bit of a rebuilding taking place here now.
Yeah, they're in a building stage, and a very positive, very watchful. Captain Athenes there and senior stakesman in Graves there. I think we're in for a good second session. Hope that the Volcanoes can put on a good partnership here. But I know the Happy Eagles will have different ideas.
well bowled, well struck, and equally fielded. So good all-round cricket there from the Windwards and the Eagles. So decent cricket. Beaton, Ransford Beaton, still operating from the River Road end. 22 overs, 2 maidens, 22 runs, 2 wickets, 8.2 overs. That should be. Yeah, so he's into his 9th over. This time he's driving uppishly, nice, slapping it through the offside. He will pick up a boundary here easy. And Greaves showing a little bit of aggression to a ball that was short and lifting outside the off stump. Struck it well, Junior Murray.
Well played by Justin Graves. I think the shortest ball outside the off stump. And I went back and just punched it through the extra cover for 4. A lovely shot. You can see Beaton here putting in the effort. He's working hard for his team and for his captain. I can hear the support out there, and Justin is equal to the task.
Yeah, Beaton has been running in and really hitting the deck and looking very purposeful. The little bit I saw of him, I didn't see him through the morning session, but what I've seen of him from the start of the afternoon session, he is he has a very business-like approach to his bowling.
Yes.
He runs in very quickly, very little chatter at all. He's very focused young man he is. He's getting a bit of some lateral movement there, and
yeah, I love the bounce, I love the pace, I love the carry to the wicketkeeper. You can see he's really enjoying his spell of bowling over there. Graves, on the other hand, is very watchful. Once he comes in this area, the scoring area in the zone, I know that we can see some good shots here today. It's a good pitch. You can see the pitch is just flattening out a bit from this morning. The sun is baking on now. And we're in for a good second session.
This time he's well left, and that brings up the end of the over. 132 for 4. 132 for 4. Junior Murray takes his exit, stretching a little bit after a good healthy lunch, and that brings in Clyde. Clyde, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Jason. How was your lunch?
Everybody's so focused on my lunch. My lunch is not different to everybody else's own. Everybody is so focused on my lunch. I don't know if Johnny has the same issue, but everybody seems to be focused heavily on my lunch. Not that I eat differently. I just try to be a little bit more particular, but nothing major.
Yeah, I know that, as we get older, we become a little more picky.
Oh, poor Mal is asking questions, but Greaves is Athena, has just brought up his 50 with a reverse sweep, a ball that was pitched just in line with his off stump and his leg stump, and a reverse sweep, and did pretty well.
Yeah, I think it's good to see that Athens is willing to play positively, but I think the risk involved in the reverse sweep, I think he needs to ensure that he remains out there. So I would advise that he put it away a little bit, ensure that he builds a solid partnership with Greaves to bring the Windwards out of that hole that they're in, and then maybe a little later he can express himself with the reverse sweep. I don't think it's the right time, and these are some of the things that we want our young batsmen to understand. While you may want to perfect a shot, you also want to make sure that the timing in which you bring it out is correct.
He's 50 coming off 83 deliveries. He spent just about 100 minutes at the wicket, and he is a man on a mission, but this time Purmal is into Greaves, and Greaves is solid in defense, pushing back and showing him the full face of the bat. Purmal not as penetrative as he would like to be. I'm quite sure he's had a rough morning. He's into his 8th over for 25 runs, no wickets, but he's a plugger. You know, he nags you on a spot, and he lures you into making some wayward and costly decisions. He thought about catching it, but pulled away at the last minute because it came with a bit of a heat on it. But Greaves took his time and just slapped him, basically disrespectfully, down to the long off boundary. Purmal thought about it, you know, stretched a hand to it, but then decided maybe I have some more bowling to do.
Yeah, good clean hit by Greaves. A bit of power behind it. Again, Purmal hitting some good areas and asking the batsman to do something different. And there he goes again. So he's not penetrative thus far this morning because the batsmen have more or less been able to select their shots well. But as the innings progress and the batsmen begin to get tired, I can guarantee you, you know, you would see certain shots because Purmal would be right there to capitalize.
Right, so that brings up the end of the over. 139 for 4. The Windwards with captain Alec Athenaeus on 51 of 83 deliveries, hitting 5 fours. So a pretty stable and decent knock from him, but he would need to carry through at least until the end of the day and put his Windward's team in a very good position. They would need to do that. The rebuilding process is still on. He's on strike now. He's going to be asked a few questions by Beaton. The Happy Eagles, 2 slips. There's a whitish gully, and there's a man at there's a long off, a mid off, sorry. This time he's leaving just outside the line of the off stump. I think Beaton got something to come back into the left-hander there.
Yeah, he's been getting that in away movement to the right-handers, and thus meaning in inward movement to the left. Good judgment by Athenaeus. More of this is what is needed. I would love to see him, you know, really stay out there and bat and put on a big score. I think he has the talent and he has the temperament for big scores, and so we just need him to focus, you know. The way Beaton is bowling, he needs to be watchful, and I would hope that, you know, we can see a good contest between the two because Beaton has been bowling pretty well.
Flashing there, and the wicket keeper just wishing that an edge would have been right there, but Bramble holding his head up and looking to the heavens and saying, oh my goodness, why didn't you just get something thin onto it? Bramble is there. He's got his captain right next to him, Leon Johnson, the captain. He's at first slip, encouraging his bowlers.
Yeah, much better judgment from Athenaeus. I think that one earlier was a little too fast for him. It seemed to have passed him in a flash, but he flashed at it, not making any contact. And Bramble, as you said, would have wished to hear the nick of ball meeting bat.
Turn it onto the onside. He'll get one, and only one there will be, because there's a man at square leg who does the tidy work. So just one, and Athenaeus moves on to 52.
Yeah, good thinking there by Beaton. Bringing that ball back in, already getting the away movement, so he decided to go around the stump and bringing that ball back into Athenaeus. Athenaeus equal to the task.
And I like what I'm seeing here from the captain, that's Leon Johnson, because he's constantly making adjustments in the field and giving his bowlers the support. He's in constant communication with his bowler, and always something happening, never a dull moment. He is always being very interactive with his bowlers. So the batsmen always you know we have to be very mindful of something happening, a new field placing, or something of the sort, kind of keeping the batsman slightly unsettled, even if it's mentally. So he's been doing very well, always there loud and encouraging his entire team with him, carrying his team on his back, so to speak.
Yeah, it's good tactics, always have the batsman wondering what is coming. As you see, you look at the wicket and already he's getting movement. So with that piece and bounce that he's getting, you have the batsman wondering if he should hook, sending the man out to deep square. You have that ability to play with the batsman mind, because he's not too sure what delivery is gonna come.
140 for 4. Alec Athenaeus is on 52, and Justin Greaves is with him. He's moved on to 14, and Versamy Pomal is still operating from the Dabo end. He picked up a milestone in his first encounter of the season, 500 first-class wickets for Guyana. That's a very significant milestone and a very wonderful achievement, 500 first-class wickets, and he is always attacking, but this time so too is Captain Athenaeus, who hoists him over mid-wicket, one bounce and a quick roll into the boundary for 4 runs.
Yeah, good shot there by Athenaeus. Again, Pomal this morning seemed to be delivering a couple short deliveries, and every time he has delivered, it seemed to have been dispatched. So definitely he would want to tighten up on that and continue to be, back to that nagging length that he always presents.
You need to be very watchful with Pomal. He is always right there, thereabout, asking questions. Versamy Pomal, the Happy Eagles left arm bowler, 500 wickets, looking for 501.
And I think I heard John mention a number of 10 wicket hauls in that 500, so that says something about him.
He's the very first bowler from Guyana to achieve this, and Guyana has had a long list of bowlers and spinners who played at the highest level. So for him to achieve this, it says something about him. He say he loves 4-day cricket. It's a test in all aspects of the game, and the team always stresses that aspect of it at the meeting. So it's a game of patience, and whether you're a batsman or a bowler, the goal is to see Guyana to retain the 4-day title, to get them back to the top of the table, and he is trying desperately to make that happen.
Yeah, he never gives in, always trying, always ensuring that he's there for his team.
This time is swept a little bit uppishly, and it would roll down to the square leg boundary. There's one, come back for 2.
Yeah, so far Athenaeus has post lunch has been a little bit risky. Seemed to be on the attack. I don't know if it's a game plan to maybe up the scoring rate and be positive in doing so, but so far he has been a bit aggressive. I would love to see him just calm a little more and look to occupy. Again, Pomal right back in that zone.
Good afternoon to our friends in St. David's. A very special good afternoon to Zico. I remember Zico. Zico, an ardent cricket fan, and Zico has followed the Windward Islands. He was a good footballer in his day, he said. That's how he ended up with the nickname Zico, being named after one of the great Brazilian greats. But he is now very attentive to his cricket, and he's a huge fan of Ryan John. They're from the same neighborhood, so Zico is as vociferous and as loyal a supporter as they would come to the Windwards, and in particular his village man Ryan John. So Zico, if you are viewing, good afternoon, and hope you're having a good time with us here at the live from the National Stadium in St. George's. This one is lifting, and Greaves is turning and turning it into the onside.
Yeah, again, good bonks coming from Beaton. He's really extracted a nice bit of bonks. Have the batsman, tucking under the shoulder, under the rib cage there, and making sure that you get up over the delivery. So he seems to be on a really good path. Now he would need to be backed up by the spinners, Pomal and the other spinners, who have already gotten wickets.
He slapped him again, this time a little bit uppishly, but all the way down to backward a point, and that's another 4. So good shot by Alec Athanaze. Good shot by him, staying in control, all meat on the bat, and he struck it well, cleanly, was always in control of it.
Yeah, definitely a pretty wayward delivery there by Beaton, wide outside the off stump, not putting any pressure on Athanaze, and he was able to just free his arms and get it over the infield down to the boundary where there's a lot of acreage, and it rolls into the boundary for 4. So capitalizing on bad bowling, and this is what he needs to do at this stage, less risk and take the bad balls and put them away. A good comeback delivery there by Beaton now, and again just pitching and coming into Athanaze, and Athanaze equal to the last task, leaves alone. Nice carry through to the wicket keeper.
One of the few wicket keepers I've seen in the tournament so far, wicket keeping without a cap or something of the sort, because it is blazing outside there. This time he's hooking him well, but just the 1 run, because hooking him well, but not with any power, just kind of a sort of helping the hook down to square leg.
Yeah, just totally in control Athanaze. I'm not looking to really bash the ball, but using the timing, being able to just swivel around and get it out to the man there at the backward square. So it means that he understands where he is. He is in a level of control, even if Beaton has been bowling well. He, is ensuring that he takes everything in strides.
Lots of opportunities for runs on the onside. Only 3 fielders on the onside for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. There was a man at mid-off, a deep mid-wicket, and a man down just halfway on the square leg boundary, or the fine leg boundary, just up a little bit off the fine leg boundary. So a lot of room on the onside to pick up 1s and 2s, but with that being said, the batsman, of course, would have to be very careful, because a nice decent feel on the offside, which could be candidacy for a leading edge. This time he's hooking him down this time. So Athanaze playing that hook shot with absolute control, not looking to hit it too hard, because you understand that there's a man outside there. So hooks it nicely but gently down, and picking up the runs on the onside.
Yeah, again, a very positive move from Athanaze, just showing the bowler that he is in control, and outside there, it's his game. He's looking well on 64, in total control. At this stage, I would believe that if he gets out, it would be to his downfall, because he's looking so well. He understands the pitch and how the pitch is playing, and so we expect something good from him.
Well, the Windward Islands won the toss this morning and elected to bat, and just after lunch they're 154 for 4 after 34 overs. The 4 wickets going down this morning. Melius, he went for 2, caught by Savory and bowled by Beaton. We had Robbins also. Robinson. He went for 5. Kavim Hodge, a surprise there, caught by Bramble at the wicket, bowled by Beaton for 14. Kavim Hodge, a lot was really expected of him, and also Sunil Ambris, he was bowled by Sinclair on 47. So the 4 wickets going down this morning for the Windward Islands. So the Windward Islands in some rebuilding stage, right now, just before lunch and going in after lunch. A change in the bowling coming in from the Darbo end. That's Niall Smith. He's looking to come in from the Darbo end. Right arm medium pacer. And as he comes, he goes.
Yeah, Niall seemed to have been struggling so far for the morning period. Coming off of that decent 5-wicket haul in the previous game, I think a lot was expected, but he has not settled in as yet. Seemed to, be a bit off rhythm so far, but one would hope that he would get back into rhythm and we would see something close to what we saw, or even better, at the recently concluded game. Wonderful shot there by Atenes. Again, Smith not really settling into to his bowling as yet, and offering a nice juicy full toss onto the bat of Atenes, who just stroked it past the mid-off fielder down to the boundary. 4 runs. Atenes looking really good in total control. He moves on to 72, and he is really enjoying his batting out there. I think the conditions have flattened out a bit, and so it is suiting good batsmanship, and so far he's looking very well.
This time he goes again for 4. He's a lot better than his first 3 deliveries would suggest. 3 4s in the over so far, and Athenes is not going to let any of this waste at all. Pitched up outside the off stump and just punched all the way back down to mid-off.
Look at it again, just getting behind the line of that one and stroked it nicely past the bowler. 4 runs, good looking shot there by Atenes, total control, and he's looking really positive.
Well, Smith is going to change his approach now, but he is a lot better than his first 3 deliveries would have indicated. He has had 2 5-wicket hauls and still holding 20 wickets in first-class cricket for Guyana. So he's not what his bowling, his 3 deliveries would have suggested so far. He's a lot more than that. This time he's coming again up and he's driven again. Another 4. Oh my goodness, Athenes is in full flight. Another 4. This time all along the carpet, looking very good, and Athenes not letting anything waste now.
Beautiful shot, driving through the covers, just to the right of that man at mid-on. A while ago he was to his left, now he found that gap to the right of the man at mid-on, looking really good. Atenes, total control again, and we must stress that, Smith pitching, looking for possibly a little bit of swing, maybe inward movement, away movement. Atenes equal to the task, meeting it full face. Beautiful high elbows through the gap. 4 runs.
A welcome sight here. A dot ball for Smith. He would love this. He was under a lot of pressure still in this first over.
Yeah, good change of length. I think this one was the length was the difference there, and Athens needs to be careful. He's looking pretty good, well set. Um, he doesn't want to force, to the delivery, but play it based on merit, because Smith will be looking to capitalize on anything loose from Athens.
This time he's out and upishly and another 4. So 20 runs coming off that first Smith over. And obviously he's not too happy. His captain has a lot to think about. He's not running in as quickly as we know him to. He's just basically ambled his first over. His first over went for 20, and that did Athens very good because it has rocketed Athens in quick time to 84 off of 103 deliveries. And Athens is looking good. Didn't let anything waste at all. He took a liking to Smith from ball number 1.
Yeah, I think Anthony is really aware that Smith is not in full rhythm. He's not bowling, as the Smith that we have come to know. Something about his rhythm just seemed to be off, and Anthony is taking full advantage, not letting anything go to waste, as you say, Jason. Fully in. He's right now in full flow. I am looking some 16 runs away from, that first century of the new season, and we would love to see him get it for his ability and the class that he has.
So a change of bowling from the River Road end as well. And a quick single there for Greaves.
So it seems to be Kevin Sinclair.
So Sinclair now operating from the River Road end.
Work hard. No run.
Yeah, so looking at Athens out there, he seemed to be backing up the reason that he won the toss and elected to bat. The wicket seemed to have flattened out quite a bit, and so that early moisture seemed to have dissipated. It's a good track for batting, and he's taking full advantage. Looking really good out there. Some 73-run partnership.
This time he goes with them 4 more. Athens another 4. Just lifting Sinclair over long off, and he's gone with him like a flash of a wind.
Yeah. Again, really good shot, wonderful shot, good going there by Athens. He's not allowed Sinclair to settle. There we see it on our monitors. He in outside the stump, use of the feet, get really close to that one and striking it through the line. Actually, 1 bounce 4. So Athens is looking really good outside there. Partnership of 77 in quick time.
He's gone for another 4 again. This is Alec Athens in good flight. Another 4. Is he on fire now at the National Stadium? He's raced on quickly, and Athens has moved on to 88 in quick time. 92, sorry. He's moved on to 92, so he is steering a century straight down now, and no doubt he's taking a look at the scoreboard as well from time to time, monitoring that, so he knows he's got something really huge ahead of him here. He's on 92, and that brings up the end of the over. 183 for 4. Athens is on 92, and Greaves is on 17.
Yeah, he really is in good flow. You can see that he's enjoying his batting. He's ready to pounce on anything that is loose, and has been playing really, really well so far. And one would hope that he would bring up the 100 and not give it away. It will be good for him, good for the Windward Volcano, who move on to 183.
Niall Smith would have a lot of thinking to do, a lot of making up to do. He's not bowling to Athens, he's bowling to Greaves, but he has got to be very careful now. This time a better ball from him, coming into the right-hander.
You can see him really working. He's really trying his best to get some sort of rhythm going. And thus far, good delivery to Greaves. That one just pitching, a nice little bounce. Good, hitting good areas. And he would want to consistently put a few of them there to get his confidence back. Really get the flight of his deliveries and the flow of his deliveries going.
Prasad is at mid-off, giving Smith some encouragement. He will need it, of course. He's been punished in his previous over, going for 20, 5 fours and a dot ball. Athens was, in particularly, he was very aggressive towards him. So far, a dot ball in his second over. And well struck this time. He's got some protection there on the offside, so a lot better, well supported by the fielders as well.
Yeah, good fielding there. Graves, trying to find the gap there, but unfortunately he couldn't. And Smith just looking to get, his rhythm going. You can hear the grunt, you can hear the willingness to really put the ball in good areas at good pace. And so one would hope that he can find that sort of rhythm. Where you can find a good contest between the bat and balls.
Well, Greaves got a single down to a backward square. So he moves on to 80. That 18, that moves him out of the strike. And Alec Athens comes into strike. He's on 92. Ian Smith being given some words of advice and some encouragement there by Prasad. And he will need all the advice and the encouragement he can get, because no doubt that previous over is still very much fresh in his mind. This time Athens is forward and just pushing it up through mid-off and getting a single.
Yeah, well played. Very good temperament there being shown by Athens. Just looking to get behind that one. No, doesn't want to overhit at this time. He just wants to make sure that he gets the timing and everything in play. And an easy single, moving him closer to that 100 mark.
Obviously, between extra cover and mid-off, and an easy 2.
Yeah, again, Graves looking to capitalize on, that delivery from Smith, who seems to be really willing to pitch the ball up and hoping for some sort of movement. So far, he has not really gotten much movement. As we see the clouds come overhead again, I think this morning the conditions had the ball moving around a bit, but so far it's not been moving that much.
He's forward, a dot ball, and that brings the end of the over. 187 for 4, and Alec Athens on 93, and Justin Greaves on 20, and no doubt you would remember, all our friends listening around the region, that Grenada just celebrated its 49th anniversary of independence. And over the last couple of days, even today, there was still some overflowing of national colors being worn, red, green, and yellow. Saw a good friend in the commentary booth here, John Ramsing, posting pictures of national colors as well. He too was in national colors, similar national colors to that of Guyana, obviously, but he's in Grenada, so he wore it in support of National Colors Day in Grenada, his red, his green, and his yellow. So he too was not to be left out, and he did in fact have some good seafood oil down. Oil long is that versatile in Grenada. Seafood oil long he had. Well driven, and he also has his Guyana flag with him. He carries it everywhere he goes just to show off and his nationality and prove his loyalty. So he travels with his Guyana flag everywhere he goes.
Yeah, I remember him saying that how close the colors are, so he can represent anyway.
Another single down to long on. So the scoreboard ticking over nicely here for the Windward Islands. Captain Leon Johnson would want to, do some stuff, make some adjustments in the field. This time he's turning it nicely down to fine leg, picking up one and then another two. So Alec Athenes is moving closer and closer, inching closer and closer to his century. He's on 94. Previous delivery, leg buys, he didn't get anything onto it, so the team picked up 2 leg buys. So he remains on 94. And it is important at this stage of the game, even though you're nearing a century, or even when you're nearing a half century, not to change things too much to put any additional pressure on yourself. Play comfortable. Play each ball on its merit. Don't take any chances, but don't look too timid or too anxious. That will just put unnecessary pressure on you. And Alec Athenes holds true to form with that. He remains on 94 at the end of the over. A couple of deliveries, the final 2 deliveries pitched up to him, but right there, just having to play directly in front of him, picking up no run. He remains on 94. Justin Greaves is with him on 21. They're building a nice partnership here, a partnership that has seen 89 runs, and very good for the Windward Islands to this stage, in the rebuilding stage, after a very difficult morning they've had, losing 4 wickets before lunch.
Yeah, definitely good partnership, complementing each other there. Athenes, being the aggressor in the partnership, while Graves, just silently goes along, ticking the scoreboard over, ensuring that Athenes has the strike as much as possible. Just ensuring that they keep dominating the Happy Eagles at this stage. Happy Eagles will want to break this partnership and maybe start, looking forward to the coming closer to the end of the innings. But I can tell you it would be a long way away, because there's a lot more batting to come.
We've got a bowling change now from the Dabo end. Shamar Joseph is coming in. He's going to replace Smith. Smith, of course, was very expensive in his 2 overs just after lunch. Went for a bunch and then some. So Captain Johnson not leaving anything for chance. He's making adjustments as he goes along. So Shamar Joseph, he's coming in now from the Dabo end, trying to change things up a bit. He's had 4 overs already during the morning period. Went for 25 runs. So he too, not as expensive as Smith, but he was not on the cheap side, of course.
Yeah. Somehow they've bowled from the Dabo end for the morning period, and the rhythm seemed to be so off. Hoping that Joseph could, really get into rhythm now and produce some good deliveries that we know that he can produce. He's been pretty tidy, except for one or two loose deliveries which has been capitalized on by the batsmen.
Joseph is wide out the off stump, wide outside the off stump.
Yeah. We would want to encourage him to get a bit closer if he's gonna, indulge an edge, or if he's going to pose any threat to the batsman. And that's much better, a bit closer. And Greaves deciding to leave that one outside the off stump. But definitely this is around the region you would want to, be pitching. The wicket is still good. Once you put in good effort, you will get results. And so he would want to ensure that he remains around that region, delivering these deliveries, just asking questions. Again, a bit wide. Batsman not really indulged the play at that one because it's pretty wide outside the off stump.
Only in his second first-class match for Guyana. So his first outing in Barbados last week. Didn't do too badly. Picked up 3 wickets. And he's got him. He's got his man as he comes into the attack. In his second first-class game, he has moved his tally to 4 wickets almost immediately. So he is caught by Kevin Sinclair. Yeah, bowling that's of the bowling of Shamar Joseph. Yeah, caught by Sinclair, and that brings a good inning, a good supportive innings of Justin Greaves to an end. A good supportive innings. He supported his captain, 21, and that brings it to the end. So the Windwards are now 191 for 5.
Yeah, again, as I was saying earlier, he needed to, bring that ball closer, and this is what he did. He got that ball a bit closer to the batsman, who felt the need to, at that time, drive outside the off stump, driving loosely. Again, he could have left that alone, but somehow he was drawn into the shot, and the result is that he's being caught.
He bowled pretty well in Barbados by all standards, picking up 3 wickets and bowling very well for Guyana there. And now as he moves to St. George's in his second first-class match for Guyana, Shamar Joseph has picked up a wicket, and the wicket of the dangerous Sinclair, Justin Greaves, Justin Greaves picking up the wicket of Justin Greaves. He was caught by Sinclair, and good tight bowling, and he has gotten the results for it.
Yeah, good result there for the Happy Eagles, breaking that partnership that seemed threatening, putting the Windwards back a bit again. It means that they would need to, rebuild. It's an 89-run partnership that has been broken. So again, Walcott, who played well in the previous game, will be called upon again. Let's hope he can respond.
He's played well.
And to bring another partnership to the Windward Volcanoes.
He got 87 in the first innings for the Windward Islands against Trinidad and Tobago, and they will need all of that 87 here now and then some. And he has got the young, excited, youthful, exuberant Shamar Joseph to deal with. And Shamar Joseph would be fancying his chances now. He's only in his second first-class match for Guyana. 4 wickets.
Yeah, it would always be a good feeling, coming in as a young bowler, young pace bowler, putting in the hard work and getting the type of reward, three in your first match, and so far you've gotten 1. in this match, it would certainly boost his confidence.
That brings the over to an end. 191 for 5, the Windward Islands. 191 for 5. Tevin Walcott now at the wicket without scoring. Alec Athanaze is not out on 94, and he is going to be on strike when the new over starts. He's gonna. I believe that I'm quite sure he's gonna do what he has to do to get to his century. But that may not be the main issue for the Windward Islands. The Windward Islands, they've still got a little bit of batting to come, but they've got Kenneth Denby, Denbar, they've got Ryan John. He can stroke the ball a little bit. Darius Martin is accomplished with the bat. So the Windward Islands, they've got some batting to come as well. But Preston McSween, of course, yes, a bowler, but he too can do a bit of batting as well. So the Windward Islands, they're going to be looking to see how high a total they can get in the first innings. Still keeping Athanaze under a bit of pressure. Can't get St. Clair away just yet. St. Clair too would be a little bit motivated, just taking a nice decent catch.
Yeah. It will feel good when you can, back up your fellow bowlers in the field. I can imagine him, boasting later on.
He's pushing it through a lot faster, just not giving the ball too much flight, pushing it through a lot faster. So Athanaze has very little time to free his arms, and he uses his feet very well to the spinners, and so not giving him any time to free his arms whatsoever. Not on this occasion. He did make contact with it, and he swept it nicely through square leg, and that's another boundary.
Yeah, good shot there by Athanaze. Again, as you just mentioned, Sinclair not willing to give him any flight that he could use his feet. Seemed to be pushing it through, and Athanaze pulling out the sweep shot. A ball pitched on the leg stump, and he got inside the line and just swept it forward a square, 4 runs.
So Athanaze is now on 98. He moves on to 98, and he's driving back to St. Clair. Athanaze on 98. The captain has brought in a more of a defensive type field, trying to prevent the single, trying to put Athanaze under a little bit of pressure, and that brings up the end of the over. 195 for 5, the Windward Islands, and 98 to Alec Athanaze, the captain, and with him is Tevin Walcott. He is yet to get off the mark, and as Clyde gets off the mark, Junior Murray gets on the mark, and we're live at the St. George's, Grenada, the National Cricket Stadium. The Windward Islands playing Guyana in this the second match of the season for the Windward Islands, pulling out a draw against Trinidad and Tobago in the first game, which ended last week Friday.
Welcome back, Jason. See you having a nice long innings here.
Fit and ready. This is cricket. 32 degrees, blazing hot sunshine, very little cloud cover, about an 85% cloud cover according to our friends at the Met Office. So 15% cloud cover. So 85% exposed. Oh, this time he's flashing well, going hard outside the off stump. The wicketkeeper goes up, the first slip goes up, but the umpire shakes his head. So Leon Johnson, the captain, at first slip with a loud shout, and so too the wicketkeeper. But nope, says the umpire. No is the decision.
Short ball outside the off stump. Walcott going to cut. Confident appeal by the wicketkeeper and his teammates behind, not to set umpire. I guess the umpire heard nothing.
If you're gonna go at it, you go hard at it. Don't go halfway. If you're going, you go hard. And we all know that Tevin Walcott, when he goes at it, and when he hits it, it stays hit. I'm quite sure that Shamar Joseph would have done his research on him. Shamar Joseph, young bowler, fresh and green, still now in his second first-class game for Guyana.
Very impressed with Shama Joseph so far, hitting some nice areas. You can hear him, he's going to give you 110%. You can hear the grunt. You know, he's really working hard and doing a good job for his captain so far. In the same breath, Walcott at the other end, very, very watchful. You know, had a little bit of a chance there, not too sure if it was a chance or not, but he's there fighting along with his captain. We see Anthony's and Walcott trying to build another partnership again. Anthony's looking very well, very organized. It's just good to see him get another century. You know, a lot of his teammates, a lot of his friends in the Windward Islands in Dominica will be very happy once he gets there.
So the Windward Islands looking. What kind of total do you think the Windward Islands would be comfortable with on this wicket, Junior Murray? Let's discuss that after this delivery. Yeah, what kind of total do you think?
Well, I think they are 195 now for 5, and I think it's a very flat pitch. With this Captain Anthony's on 98 looking very well. Walcott, who can push the ball around. So it's a score of 300 plus, I think. Once you bat out the day, you should be close to 300. So I think 300, 350 will be a good target.
Do you think with 5 wickets down there, they're capable of getting to 350 at this stage?
I think so. With this pair at the wicket, there are two very confident batters. Anthony is in rich vein of form. He's a 98, and we all know what wicketkeeper Walker can do. So I think just settle himself, and I think once they do that, I think they can get a score of 300 plus.
All right, and Guyana, of course, has a whole lot of batting. They're very deep in their batting as well. So Guyana, no doubt, will be looking at this wicket and licking their lips because it's a very good batting wicket, of course.
Very, very good. He's flattened out enough from this morning.
Cutting him well off the back foot, and he gets his ball slows up and just ambles over the rope. That's 4 runs. So Tevin Walcott getting off the mark with a 4. The ball just ambling down to the boundary. It didn't hit it too hard, but kind of helped it along with its pace.
That's a shot of a batsman in form. I can see short ball just inside the off stump, went back and just punched it. You know, two extra cover for 4. I think, as I said before, these two there, once they settle down, I think we can see the Volcanoes getting some quick runs this afternoon.
All right, well, a little bit of refreshments on the field, particularly for the fielders, because it is indeed a scorcher of a day here at the National Stadium and throughout St. George's, really, because we had some rain this morning and no one would have ever thought that we would see this much sunshine up until yesterday. Myself and John Ramsing, we were looking and contemplating the kind of rain that we've been seeing over the last few hours leading into very early this morning, and it was always seemingly suspect that rain would play a really serious part in this game. But up until this point, it's pretty good so far. You know, good weather so far. 29 degrees, but the real feel, according to the Met Office, it's 33. So they will feel like 33 degrees outside there.
Yeah, it's lovely weather so far. I think we tend to get some showers in the morning period, but then during the course of the day, the weather tends to improve, and as you can see, it really improved, and it's blazing sunshine at the National Stadium. If you're out there, you can come to the National Stadium and see some good cricket. Captain Anthony's, we can keep a walk out of the middle now, looking very organized. And Captain Anthony's is eyeing another first-class 100. So it will be good to see them and get to that milestone.
All right, and
Hope your viewers out there in the Windward Islands is supporting and looking on, supporting the boys, I'd like to say a pleasure and good afternoon to, we always tend to say hello to the male cricketers. We have to say mention to the women cricketers of the Windward Islands. Coach Samantha Lynch, who's doing a fantastic job with the women's cricket. So to all women cricketers out there, take a bow as you welcoming back the captain of the team, John.
Thank you very much, Junior.
Welcome back, Johnny.
Yeah, I want to endorse what you're saying. Big up the women cricketers. Yeah, I know Samantha Lynch working hard in the region. Yeah, and then Cody Walsh, your mate.
Yes, Cody Walsh. He was the head coach of the West Indies women's team now. Looking forward to have a good T20 World Cup in South Africa.
That'll be something good.
We're all looking forward to it.
So the Windward Islands, after being pegged back this morning at 26 for 3, drinks session number 2, 199 for loss of 5. A very good scoring rate, Junior.
Very, very good scoring rate.
4.85.
With that healthy scoring rate, they can probably get to 300 this afternoon. With wicket in hand. They don't want to lose too many wickets. At the moment. Though they have a good bit of batting to come. We have Ryan John. We have Kenneth Demba. Preston McSween, who is now no slouch with the batting. He had some good scores last season. Batting at number 9, 10 for the Volcanoes. So they're batting deep, and I know they're looking forward to put a big score on the total, a big total on the board.
So Athenaeus is on strike, the left-handed captain of the Windward Islands Volcanoes, the 24-year-old Dominican. On the verge of a milestone here at the Grenada National Stadium begins the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Here's Sinclair after the drinks break. This one is cut away nicely. Fielded by Promal, but just a single to Athenaeus. He gets to 99.
Gets to 99 and looking very, very organized, Man on a mission. Short ball outside the off by Sinclair. Back and cut it just for a single.
So look at this kind of statistics that I stumbled upon moments ago. Alec Athenaeus now, this is his 8th first-class half-century. He had one against Bangladesh A, playing for the West Indies A. So it's 7th regional. His 5th against Guyana. 5 out of 7 half-centuries at regional level against Guyana Harpy Eagles.
You love the Harpy Eagles bowling attack. So this should be his maiden first-class century once he gets there.
He has a previous highest regional score of 68. This one is in the air. Savory takes it, and wicket number 6 goes down at the 200 is on the board as well for the Volcanoes. Kemal Savory settling under it and taking it easily as Sinclair induced the false shot from Tevin Walcott. It was a short ball, looking to lap it through the onside, got the top edge, got big on him, and he's caught brilliantly by Kemal Savory. 200 now for the loss of 6 wickets.
Short ball by Sinclair. Walcott went back to pull him through mid-wicket. I think it hit the bottom of the bat. And it just ballooned into the air. Very disappointed Walcott at the moment. Still looking at his bat. But I know he's very disappointed at the moment. As you can see, the incoming batsman, Ryan John, who had a good game on the first round. He's looking forward to continue in that same vein. Come to support his captain with a 99.
So the batters have crossed. However, the rule nowadays, the incoming batsman will have to face, regardless whether they have crossed or not.
Change the rule different times. Everything is changing with this game called cricket.
Yeah, so we have to wait a little longer to see if Athenaeus will bring up that milestone. Like I said, his previous highest score at the regional level, 68 against Guyana Harpy Eagles. But his highest first-class score, 82 against Bangladesh A. So he's on the verge of a milestone. So 7 half-centuries at the domestic level, 5 against Guyana Harpy Eagles.
He's happy batting against. Okay.
Ryan John, the new batter. Well, that was a short ball. That was a long hop. And there was Walker trying to hit it too hard, I think.
Yeah, I think he went too hard.
Got the top edge, and Savory, one of the 3 wicket keepers in the Guyana lineup, settled and took it nicely, comfortably.
his second catch of the day.
He floored one as well,
Yes,
remember that?
Yes.
And Ryan John goes downtown. This one is going towards mid wicket and goes into the boundary for 4.
Ryan John into his walk as quickly as possible. Look at the full ball into between mid and leg. Just whips him over mid wicket for 4.
So he's off the mark in convincing fashion. 204 for the loss of 6. Wicket in the over, 4 runs to end it. So Sinclair now gets his second wicket. 2 for 50 for him so far.
Well, ball again by Sinclair into his craft now, hitting the nice areas, but the batters have other ideas, and anything loose they tend to get it away. So it's Sharma Joseph's time now, and the other from the Dabo end.
That scoreboard should actually be reading 204 because it was 4. They moved from 200 to 204 with that. But they're having it's credited as 6, so it does need to do some adjustments.
Some adjustments to that, yes.
So Joseph is going to continue, and he's coming in from the Darbo end. 2 slips, gully, backward point. Extra cover, and a man at mid-off, that's the offside field. The backward square, and a mid-on. Here's Shamar Joseph, speeds away from us, some bowls to Athanaze. And he allows it to go by to the keeper.
Wide side, the off stump, not getting too close. Yeah, I think it is on 99. They're going to keep him waiting a little longer. Trying to build some pressure outside the off stump so Athanaze can make a mistake. But I think Athanaze is fully focused. I think he will wait till he gets a bit closer to get a single that he really deserves.
Oh, beats the outside edge. He was drawn into that shot. It goes by ever so close to that outside edge. Well bowled, Joseph.
Well bowled, Joseph. Very close call there. Just aside the off stump. Encouraging Athanaze to drive. So let's I guess he's going to keep plugging away, hitting those areas even more consistently.
Got to his 50 from 83 balls with 5 fours. Now he's on 99. It's a full toss, quite easily played into the onside at square leg, and Athanaze celebrates, jumping in the air, and now he's going to raise his bat to his teammates. The 23-year-old Dominican takes off his helmet, and the applause goes up as he gets to his 100 from 125 deliveries, 15 fours, 154 minutes of batting. Congratulations to the young man. Maiden first-class century.
Well played, Athanaze, Captain Athanaze. I think a great innings, in enough composure, in enough class, in enough attack, in innings of defense. I know his Dominican mates. I know one person that is very happy at this moment. His cricket father, Devon Smith, who he idolized very, very much. I know that Devon will be very, very happy and very pleased for this youngster. And I know once he keeps around, I know there are many more centuries to come. Congratulations, Athanaze.
Yes. 39th first-class innings for the 24-year-old. He's at non-strikers in now. Second half century coming very, very quick. Like I said, he had 5 fours in his first half century from 83 balls. And in the second half century, he came very quickly because he had 15 fours. So 10 fours in the second half century.
Yeah, he came with blazing after lunch. Niall Smith didn't know where to bowl to him, and he got punished very consistently.
So now it's rebuild really again. Now that the wicketkeeper Devin Walcott has been dismissed, I'm sure the Volcanoes were looking to him to hang around a little bit, get a partnership going again. But Ryan John, who's no slouch, has an opportunity again.
Yeah, I think Ryan has an opportunity again to put some runs on the board with his captain Athanaze, who's well set. We all know him as a hard hitter, a no nonsense batter. But I think he got a chance in the first round, and he's going to grab it again this time around again.
the first round, he got personal best 36 in the first innings in that drawn encounter, Volcanoes against Red Force. Over comes to an end at the end of it, 205 for the loss of 6.
Another good over by Shama Joseph. Van John equal to the task, looking very tight in defense. Once he stays there with his captain, I think we're in for a good show this afternoon.
There's something about the Guyana Harpy Eagles attack and Alec there's a love affair going on there. We don't know.
I think we'll see a love affairs going on right there at the moment. He tend to get a lot of runs against the Happy Eagles bowling.
Sinclair starts a new over bowling to the captain. And he backs away looking to cut, too close to cut. Goes by into the gloves of Bramble. Bramble's having a good game.
So far, he's doing a pretty good job behind the stump. Has always been around for a while, so you expect nothing better.
I'm sure many persons would remember that 218 you got against Guyana at the Tantine Recreation Ground. I'm sure you as well. That's probably fresh in your mind as if it happened yesterday.
It always remains fresh in my mind. I think it's the best I've batted in my whole life. The innings I will never forget. With the likes of Ryan King, Colin Stewart, Nagamutu, the Magarel, all those guys, it was a top attack. And I had to go there, and I opened innings, and I had to go there, and I batted for about 2 days.
Yeah.
Then had to go and keep it again.
Debut match for Jermaine Neblet. I'm sure he remembers that very well as well.
I'm sure you will. It was an innings of class, I think. Don't want to blow my own trumpet, but I think it was an innings of class.
I was asking Clyde about the usage of the Tantine Recreation Ground. It's right up the road, literally, from this national stadium. Saw it being used for some school cricket recently, but now there's athletics on. School athletics is on right now. It's being used for that as well.
Yeah, there's so much going on right now. Tantine playing field is probably one of, after the national stadium, I think it's Tantine. So many things happen down there. It's sports season now, all this primary schools, preschools, secondary having the sports meet at the moment. The school cricket is going on also, so it's a busy venue. So it's a venue that I grew up, playing. It's my alma mater, my past school is right up the hill there. So whenever I go to play on Tantine, it's like even though it's wet, I still bat on it still. I still score runs. I feel so comfortable there.
Over completed, 206 for the loss of 6. So the tail will have to wag here for the Volcanoes if they're going to get a much better score than they did in the last encounter here in their first innings. 243 they got against the Red Force a week ago. They have the work cut out right now.
Yeah, I think they need to get to 300. They need those batting points, which can be very important. The point system is different now, so they need to get to 300 to get some batting points.
Oh, this is exquisitely driven, but Beaton has been placed down at the cover boundary for that shot. And Anthony is now making it look so easy.
Anthony is batting like he's batting on oil. He's just so smooth and nice out there. He's a class act. It's really good to see him, get into that maiden first class 100 and hope he can go on to bigger things.
Joseph with 2 slips and a gully. And speaking of Joseph, we must say good afternoon to Joseph Reds Pereira.
Yeah, Joseph Reds Pereira. That is so. He's a father figure for cricket commentators. Wherever you are, Mr. Reds Pereira, take a bow. I think you have done a lot for commentary. Growing up as a youngster, I think probably you're one of my favorite commentators.
Yes, he's there in St. Lucia. Good afternoon, Reds.
Afternoon again, Reds.
Pulled away. In the air. Substitute field Akshay Prasad runs back. No, it's Niall Smith.
Yeah, like he tend to miss time at one. I was looking for it probably full in the boundary, but I think it was a bit of missed time there and amplitude for a single.
On March 7 in Guyana, the Georgetown Cricket Club presents what is called a Night of Tributes in celebration of Joseph Reds Pereira.
Wow.
So that will be a night to look forward to. March 7th at the GCC ground border, the old border.
Yeah, I think he deserves it. He's a hard worker. He loves his commentary. He loves his job. I think it's time that he got some recognition.
A night of tributes in celebration of Joseph Reds Pereira.
Are you part of that tribute?
I'd love to say that we're expecting a packed house at border.
Shouldn't be a packed house. Yeah, I think it would be a packed house. I think Joseph Reds Pereira is a man I think that the whole Caribbean loves.
Yes.
Man with a golden voice.
I would love to be there, and everything being equal, I will be there.
By God's grace, you'll be there.
By God's grace. So I'm part of softball cricket in Guyana, and there's a softball tournament that my softball team is invited to. It's called the Orlando Cup. It's going to be played in Orlando, 17th, 18th, 19th of March. So I'll be around for that night of tributes for Reds. But the Regal cricket team will be heading out to Orlando, and then later on in the year to New York.
Well,
So
lots of cricket.
Lots of cricket. Good feeling from Niall Smith. Nice confident shot again from Athenaeus. Good cricket all round.
Good cricket all around. Athena just punching him through the covers. Diving Smith there. Couldn't stop 2 runs. Good rotation of strike.
It's the end of the over. So John remains on 5. Athenaeus with him on his maiden first class century, 104. It's now 210 for the loss of 6 wickets after 45 overs in the Volcanoes' first innings.
Good batting by Athenaeus and John. Trying to rebuild the innings again. Just a small partnership of 10 so far, but I think once they apply themselves and stay there, be selective with a short play, I think they can put up a bigger partnership and hope that they can get the Volcanoes close to 300 or even 300.
Yes, the Regal cricket teams just launched a raffle because traveling overseas can be a little bit costly, and softball cricket's not necessarily bringing in a lot of money. So a raffle has been launched, and we're hoping that persons can support Regal's push to keep the golden arrowhead flying high in Orlando and in New York. Sinclair begins a new over. Bang on target again. Equal to the task. Ryan John.
Now, you're talking about softball, John. Softball is a big thing here also. And the parish of St. David's, Malmont playing field, St. George's, Woburn playing field is on a Sundays. It's party. One love the softball cricket here at the moment.
Well, I think we can make a bilateral arrangement. Have some cricket. Some persons come here from Guyana. Maybe Grenadians can go across to Guyana for softball, because there's a big tournament at the end of the year in November. The Prime Minister's T20 Softball Cup.
That's a big cup. So I'm probably going to have some discussion with some of the teams here. Yeah. What's the prize money, John?
Well, it varies. Last time it went up significantly to just over $500,000 Guyanese dollars.
John, we're talking US dollars. What was
Yeah,
it?
yeah.
You got to break
So
it down for me in US dollars, John. $500,000 Guyanese
Yeah.
something like, it's a lot, John.
Yeah, 3,000
3,000.
US dollars.
Yeah, we can work with that.
We can deal with that.
We can work with that. Yeah, we can work with that.
But it's very competitive back home there, and quite similar in Orlando. There's also one in Fort Lauderdale in South Florida. Like I said, in July in New York, and Canada, some parts of Canada, whenever the weather permits, play softball as well. So teams tend to move across. So that's the end of another over. Sinclair completes 11 overs now. Just 2 wickets for him so far. Still, 210 for the loss of 6. A maiden completed.
Well ball again by Sinclair. Well watched by Athenaeus and John, who is starting a nice partnership here. Nice rebuilding stage. I think they are the two batters out there now that can get as close as possible to Volcanoes to 300. So I think they need to stay over there, apply themselves, be selective in the short play. You know, John, you're talking about the softball. Do you overhand it or do you underarm it?
Underarm.
Okay, it's different. We tend to throw it overarm.
Oh,
Yeah.
very different.
Okay, no, seeing it. Being in the US and seeing it, the guy is playing it. They tend to underarm it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seemed very exciting.
Oh, it's very exciting.
Yeah.
Very competitive, you know.
Yeah, same here. But the guy win ball here is a very big thing.
And it's very colorful. Lots of uniforms. Oh, swing and a miss. Miss a flashing blade there from Athenaeus. Even on 104, can have a lapse in concentration because he is human.
He's a human. Short while aside the off stump. Athenaeus missing out there. I think he missed a boundary there. But he's still there and fighting for his team. He being the leader.
Yeah.
You got to stay with them battle as long as possible.
Lots of the softball teams these days with full kits, looking as if they're playing international for this level. But
Yeah,
it's softball, and perhaps for some of those players, it's highest in terms of recognition and cricket for them.
Yeah, it's the same thing in Grenada here. I think they're very colorful. You go to the grounds and you see the teams come out, you wonder. You know, but I think they all take pride in what they do, and they love the softball. So, not because at least you can't play. Sometimes you can't play properly, but you got to look the part. And I think they look the part, and they really have fun doing it.
Yeah, sometimes once you step on the field, and you have on the right gear, you tend to have an extra swag.
Extra swag, which is very important.
Yes. Good defensive technique.
I think it's looking very, very solid out there. You know, he don't look as a man getting out at this moment. I know he's hungry, but I know Joseph had different ideas. I would like to see him back in the hut as soon as possible.
Do you remember Athenaeus also got a list there, 100 against Guyana in the recent Super 50?
Yes, he is in the white ball.
Yes, had back-to-back centuries in that tournament, then tapered off.
Yeah, he went cool after that 200. Yeah.
Last match, 41, then 55. Now unbeaten on 104. He's getting better as we go by in this year's 4-day tournament, which is what you want.
That's what I need to say. At least he's been around for past 2 years. I think after 2 years, they should see the maturity in the players, and you know that they're seasoned players now, so they should be, you know, playing this first class season, you know, relax and enjoying the cricket, and showing that they need to be here and keep performing at a very high level.
Started back in December 2018. It was at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Guess again, switched opposition.
Guyana.
The Guyana Harpy Eagles.
Guyana Happy Eagles. Yes, he loved playing against the Happy Eagles.
Yes. No half centuries against Jamaica and Barbados. So we'll have some work to do against those oppositions.
Yes, he would love to get some runs against Jamaica and the other oppositions. He loved that.
So he got his maiden half century against TNT Red Force in the last game. Over completed, 47 gone, 212 for a loss of 6.
He's been around, but he's still a youngster. You know, so once he sticks around, he loves his batting. I know and we've seen the results of love for batting now. I know he himself will be happy and the teammates will be happy. You know, but as you can see, the Happy Eagles are out there looking very, very flat at the moment. You know, these two batters probably frustrating them a bit. I hope they can continue batting as long as possible out there. Keep the Happy Eagles thinking about things, different things.
Sinclair will continue from the River Road end. You hear Leon Johnston encouraging his bowler, using Sinclair's nickname, Kalo.
I think they all have a nickname. All the players have a nickname, you know. Yeah. You can hear the different names out there.
Good
Yeah.
stuff from Sinclair. Pomal 9 overs, none for 36.
I think that's a bad spell, knowing the standard he sets.
Oh, good piece of feeling from Captain Johnson.
I think Sinclair is really settling in his work now. Have the batters thinking, and you can hear that the keeper and the captain and first they're really supporting him, and hitting some nice areas at the moment.
I'm sure Johnson as well would be waiting to have a go with the bat at this venue because his highest score of 189 not out is against the Volcanoes right here at the Grenada National Stadium.
Memories. So he'll be excited and looking forward to go there
Yeah.
and show the Vulcans what he can do.
So that 192 from Milius last week. I can really double check, but it could be the highest score at this venue.
In the first class game.
Yeah, could very well be because you got your 218,
And
double Tantine.
Yes.
This one's in the air. Mid wicket comes around, and he takes it. Drops it actually. There's Vice Captain Samir Pamal in and out. He made good ground, got both hands to it, and then slipped through. And a chance going down again. This time Ryan John dropped on 5 by Samir Pamal.
Very. I think the standard by Palmer. I think he should be taking those catch, but I think it's a good effort. He got there with both hands and it came out. Ryan John got to be a little tighter with the Captain Anthony is having like a discussion with him. He needs him to sit out there and bat as long as possible. Just the fast bowlers to come next, so he needs to stay out there and bat.
And Denver.
And Denver is our spinner, yes.
Yeah.
So
213 as the over completes. So that is a very bad miss. And Clyde John is confirming that 212 by Devon Smith, who's part of the 200 club, was scored here at the Grenada National Stadium. So like I said, I just would have to confirm. So Milius had an opportunity last week to join that 200 club by the Windward Islands batters. Just was not to be.
Devon Smith 212 and 212 was called right National Stadium right here against Guyana also. I think it's against Guyana also. The Volcanoes batters love the happy Eagles bowling.
Yeah, I can tell with 218 at Tantine.
218 at Tantine, 212 at the National Stadium. Another 100 at Martinez. So
Joseph now in his 10th over. Down the leg side with a good tumbling take from Bramble.
down the leg side, badly lined by Joseph. Bamba skipping across to his left, diving down the leg side. He's very tidy behind the stump. You know, as a wicket keeper, I don't want to see nothing in the bias column. There should be 0 when come to bias.
Two other matches on today in round number 2. Both of those other matches being played in Antigua and Barbuda. Oh, nice bounce outside the off stump. Good judgment being shown by Ryan John, who was just put down on 5. So we're looking to really consolidate and bat long. So Jamaica Scorpions against defending champions Barbados Pride at Coolidge. Jamaica Scorpions, who won the toss and opted to bat first, 129 for 9.
Oh, they're struggling there a bit.
That's in their first innings.
I don't think my good coach, what's his name again? Scorpions? I think he disappointed with that performances by his team. I know he set a very high standard. He was a former coach of the Volcanoes.
Andrew Richardson.
Yes, my good friend Andrew Richardson. You know, so I think he's a hard taskmaster. You know, so he wouldn't be happy at the moment.
There was a late start at the Sir Vivian Richards cricket ground between Trinidad Red Force and the host, Leeward Islands Hurricanes. So the Red Force batting first, 6-6 for the loss of 2. Captain Bravo's on 29. Jason Mohammed with him on 29 as well.
They're doing a rebuilding stage at the moment.
Yeah. Red Force won the toss and opted to bat first. So all three venues, teams that won the toss, batted first.
Seem like all the teams are enjoying the batting these days. It's a good sign for cricket, good sign for first class cricket, and good sign for Test cricket. See the players loving to bat and bat long, and scoring a lot of runs also during that process.
Short ball and is helped away down towards fine leg. Tumbling save from Beaton prevents the boundary but cannot stop the batters from coming back for the second.
Short ball by Joseph, well hooked around the corner by Ryan John, very confident. And he's looking pretty alright. I think Captain Arton is trying to put him on a straight and narrow so he can be there for as long as possible. Because with Ryan ability, he can, once he stays there, everyone's going to come and going to come very quickly.
So it's the over, 215 for 6. So Milius, 192 in the last game. Matthew Nandu, the other Centurion. So all the Centurions in this year's tournament, they're here at the Grenada National Stadium, with Milius joining them, converting his 8th first-class half-century to his maiden first-class century.
And it's a good sign to see all the youngsters. Milius has been around, but he's still young. Nandu on his debut. Captain Arton is here, been around, but he's still young, still a youngster. And they're putting up their hands and they're batting and scoring centuries. Always a good sign.
But we used the word earlier today, consistency.
Consistency.
We have to ask for consistencies from these guys.
Most important.
Sinclair to continue. Do remember, after this round, after round number 2, the tournament will take a break. And the action will resume in March.
So the teams will be back preparing for the third round.
March 15, round number 3, with matches scheduled to be played in the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
Sometimes that could affect some of the guys, performances, because this long break, you may be in training, but you need to be playing and being in the middle. But when they come back for that third round, you got to start all over again. And I hope that they can keep their mindset very strong during a period of time.
It can give the impression it's 2 tournaments.
Yes, seems that way.
So upon resumption, the Windward Islands Volcanoes will have to take on Jamaica Scorpions. Guyana Harpy Eagles will be battling Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Defending champions, Barbados Pride will take on Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Like I said, March 15 will be the resumption. And March 22, round 4. Then round 5 will be March 29. That's the start. Remember that the test series as well will be happening in South Africa. After West Indies finish with Zimbabwe tour, they head across to South Africa.
Yeah, so guys can put up their hands. There are a lot to play for. We have the series coming up, and then possibly selection for the tour of South Africa. So good to see the team just scoring runs, and guys are staying in the middle and battle as long as possible.
Over completed 50 overs in the Volcanoes. First innings completed 216 for a loss of 6 wickets.
I think my over is completed for the time, John, and John will step in.
South Africa against West Indies will begin the first test match on the 28th of February. Second test 8th of March. Then they switch to white ball. 3 one-day internationals, 2 T20 internationals from the 16th of March. And the last T20 on the 26th of March. So players that are finishing the second test and are not going to be part of the white ball format of that tour can come back to the Caribbean to play the final 2 rounds of matches in this regional 4-day tournament. Full and driven beats the fielder at extra cover, but the fielder, the cover boundary, does well, and just a single. So after this second round, some of these players may very well be putting their hands up for selection for the South Africa part of the World Test cricket, because those that are having their opportunity now in Zimbabwe, selectors may feel if they're not having their way, they can change them. What a way to welcome you back, Lydie.
Yeah, definitely. It will be a good change to see that, you know, youngsters perform and they're given opportunities, you know. Again, we keep saying once you get that opportunity, it's up to you to grab it with both hands, you know. And so we would want to see some of the youngsters really come in and as young Chanderpaul has done, you know, taking whatever opportunity. There's going to be a bad patch, but, you know, once you know your game and you understand how to play at that standard, at that level, then you'll always find your way back. But again, we speak, there must be consistency. You know, I think this is the key word for West Indies cricket right now, consistency.
But after the 5 rounds of this first-class tournament, there will be what is called the Headley Weeks Tri-Series, with Team Headley and Team Weeks comprising players who did well in the regional tournament coming up against the West Indies Academy. Each team will play each other once. So, still, spots up for grabs in those in that Tri-Series.
Yeah, definitely. It's important that, you know, players get the opportunity when they perform well to, you know, go on and continue to perform. I would hope that they would take it as a very important Tri-Series, you know, and not, you know, lapse on it because they think that the first class season is more or less over and this is just the culmination, but they would use it as an opportunity to, you know, put their personal best and so on show.
Full driven back past the bowler, the straight drive, 4 runs to Ryan John. Over pitching from Shamar Joseph, and there's John just hitting him back down the track. 4 good looking runs.
Yeah, welcome boundary there for John. Looking to find his way. He still has not been the fluent John that, you know, we saw in the first innings of the previous game, but once he remains out there, the wicket I think is good enough for batting that he can, you know, put on a even better performance than he did in the last game with the bat.
That's over, according to umpire Jonathan Blades. So that's the end of 51 in the Volcanoes' first innings. 221 now for the loss of 6. Ryan John surviving, he's on 12, along with his captain, 108 at the moment.
Yeah, good going by the Windwards. They looking to surpass the first innings score that they put on against the TNT Red Force, which would suggest some sort of improvement in terms of their batting. Yeah, and so we're looking forward to this partnership maybe going on until maybe afternoon or maybe even into tomorrow. I know that Sinclair would have something to say about that.
He had Ryan John dropped a bit earlier on. A bad miss, you would say, from Sami Pamal, the vice captain. Got Ryan John to play the false shot. Dropped on 5. He's now on to 12.
Yeah, let's hope he also can capitalize because Athens was dropped earlier and he has chalked up his maiden first class century. So let's hope that John could follow suit.
Yeah, dropped on 24 by Matthew Nandu. He's now on to 109. Maiden first class 100. Last game, John got 36, like you mentioned, which is career best for him so far. Part of the West Indies winning on the 19 team, the one that won the World Cup in 2016, under the captaincy of Shimon Hetmeyer. Chance for run out. Now let's say umpire Brathwaite, who's quickly into position.
Yeah, a bit of indecision there by the two batsmen. I think the call was made. Anthony seemed to have taken a while to leave off the blocks, but they're quick enough to get through. Fielder had to run around and get into position to throw, so I think that made it a little more difficult for him and easier for the batsman. Athens has certainly been driving the ball pretty well today.
Two singles in the over. Over completed. 223 for 6. Beating the pick of the bowler so far. 2 for 35. Sinclair 2 for 53. Niall Smith 1 for 51. And Shamar Joseph 1 for 43.
Yeah, pretty decent bowling figures by the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Niall Smith seemed to be the standout there. You know, not having a really settled game as yet. Maybe he's a second inning bowler off late. He seemed to be doing very well in the second innings.
May very well be as we get closer to tea. It's now about 11 minutes to the second interval on day number 1. So the second session coming to an end very soon. Session started with the Volcanoes at lunch, 116 for 4. At that stage, Justin Greaves after lunch, he was on 6 and Anthony is on 36. Justin Greaves was caught at gully brilliantly, a very good catch by Kevin Sinclair of the bowling of Joseph for 21. It was 5 for 191. Then Tevin Walcott didn't last too long, caught by Savory as he miscued a pull shot, got a top edge and was taken at mid-wicket by Kemal Savory off Sinclair. He went for 4 at 6 for 200. It's now 6 for 223. Ryan John giving good support to his captain, who has converted his 8th first-class half-century to his maiden first-class 100. Anthony's on to 109. Captain of the Volcano side this year as well. So added responsibilities, and so far doing a good job.
Yeah, doing a fine job so far. A youngster with a good head on his shoulders and loads and loads of talent. And I think everybody in the Volcanoes setup in the Windward Islands would be rooting for him. You know, to see him really move on and play for that for the West Indies team. I think his name has been coming up. You know, commentators keep talking about, you know, how well he's playing and his ability, and so he needs to convert.
Full ball driven again, back past the bowler. Second consecutive over that Shamar Joseph was driven back past him for 4. So Ryan John really enjoying the bowling of Joseph as well. He's now on to 17, 227 for 6.
Yeah, if it's one thing you would know about Ryan is that you can't pitch up a ball like that for him. He would deal with that every day. It's an easy meat and drink for him. Although he has had lunch, he's probably eyeing tea and something to eat, because you don't bowl these things to him.
And this outfield is very quick, so once it beats that inner ring of fielders, it will run away. Will not be tempted. Short ball and looking to perhaps ramp it and pull out of the shot.
But good. I enjoyed the fight there from Joseph. He's been asking quite a few questions. John has been leaving and been selective so far, but Joseph is continuing to ask a lot of questions, and that's good to see of a young pacer.
That one came back nicely. So a good end to the over from Shamar Joseph. 227 for 6, the Volcanoes in their first innings.
Yeah, good going there by the Volcanoes again. Joseph just settling in, looking much better in this spell compared to his first spell this morning, and he's looking pretty good. I can obviously see how he has managed to get his 3 wickets in the first game. He's consistent. He's asking you questions, and it's up to you as the batsman to go after him or whether you choose to hit or not. So far, doing a very good job in testing the bowlers, the batsmen.
It will be Sinclair to continue. Substitute fielder Akshar Prasad is on the field again.
The encouragement there to the bowler from the wicketkeeper.
As the captain Johnson actually asking if the bowler is tired. Call him Sinky, short for Sinclair, and also Khalod as his nickname as well. So in your playing days, I'm sure you had some call names as well.
Yeah, definitely. You always have that shortened version of the the long names,
Clyde.
Definitely. Jono.
Jono.
Yeah, you definitely have it. I think it's something that you look forward to in terms of your teammates being able to, just call upon you as you go about your duties. Yeah. I know a couple S breads, in the commentary box right now. It's not cake, but it's S bread, sweet bread. And even if your initials is JM, they call you S bread.
The call is for 2. It's a very loud call from John, and he's going to come back and complete the 2 quite easily. Sinclair just straying on his pad.
Yep, down the leg side and easily tucked away by John, helping the score to inch closer and closer to that first inning score from previous game. A good partnership being built up. I'm trying to recall, John, if my next friend in the commentary box, I can't remember him bowling, but I do remember, I think somebody said he tried it over one time and it was SS bread. Sweet bread. So,
well, we in spice. I thought it would have been spicy sweet bread.
No. I think a bit of diabetes would have been going around.
Pat and Pat close together. Full face of the bat hitting the ball. So what was Sinclair appealing for? That's the end of the over. 54 gone, 230 for 6. Ryan John is on 19. With him, Captain Alec Atene is on 110.
Yeah, good. Again, good going. Windward's pressing on, 230. Happy Eagles will want to make sure that they're cognizant of this partnership that has yielded some 30 runs so far.
Atene is now the 26th captain of the Windward Islands cricket team in the history of cricket for the Windward Islands. 26th person to captain the side. He's from the island of Dominica, which is geographically part of the Leeward Islands chain, but from 1940 was associated with Windward Islands, both politically and in cricketing terms.
I think in these days you had the northern windwards and the southern windwards, John.
Then we have Tevin Walcott and Justin Greaves and head coach Shirley Clark, who are from Barbados. So Barbados, although geographically part of the Windward Islands chain, was made a separate colony in 1985, and since then has been competing as a separate team in West Indies domestic cricket. Lots of persons moving around. So Dominica, you can say part of the Leeward Islands, Barbados part of the Windward Islands, but for cricket's sake, just different.
Yeah, they coming together of the different regions again, so important in terms of helping West Indies cricket. So it's good to see, as you spoke about Shirley Clark and Tevin and these persons, Greaves coming across. It just helps to gel the players a bit more, that they can experience different culture, different setup from every territory.
Kyle Mears, Kirk Edwards, they're Barbadians, but they also were part of the franchise here. And they're also captains, past captains of the franchise. Bhaskar Yadram, the Guyanese young all-rounder, was also part of the franchise setup with the Volcanoes.
Yeah, I remember Yadram bowling some decent medium pace. Got the ball to move a bit.
Now resides in the US of A.
Still playing cricket?
Still playing cricket. His sister, national cricketer as well. Now one of the senior officers at the Guyana Cricket Board. His brother plays cricket as well, played youth cricket for Guyana. Spent a long time playing cricket in Trinidad and Tobago as well. Big cricketing family. His uncle, a national coach in Guyana. His father also played cricket.
Yeah, so cricket is in the family.
Yep. This could very well be the final over before tea. Players are really taking their time about it. Half-hearted appeal from Pramod. Let's see what Jonathan Blades, the umpire, will do. And he does say that's over and tea, gentlemen. That is over and tea here as well in the commentary box. So tea taken on day number 1 with the Volcanoes 231 for the loss of 6, 55 overs of batting. Remember, lunch was taken at 116, so it means 115 runs scored in the session for 2 wickets, and you can say a session that belonged to the Volcanoes.
Yeah, good fight back from the Volcanoes. Good effort there from Captain Alec Atenes, who is still there, out there since early and has remained out there. On the Windward's part, he would want to continue, hopefully bat throughout the end of the day. John, who is looking pretty good, settling in well into his task, will want to also get some scores. The Happy Eagles, on the other hand, would look to try to wrap up the innings as early as they can, and may possibly look at getting out there this afternoon and having a go on this wicket, which has settled in pretty nicely.
Some overhead clouds are building up, but T on day number 1, the Windward Islands Volcanoes 231 for 6. Alec Atenes now on his maiden first class 100, 111 for him. Ryan John is on 19. Remember, they resumed after lunch on 116 for 4 from 26 to 6 overs, and they've lost Justin Greaves in that second session. Caught at gully by Kevin Sinclair of Joseph for 21, and Tevin Walcott, the other wicket to fall in the session, caught Savory of Sinclair for 4. So a T, 231 for the loss of 6. Earlier we saw the fall of Jelani Robinson 5, Kafim Hodge 14, Kamani Milius 2, and Ambris 47. Wicket takers for the Guyana Harpy Eagles: Niall Smith 1 for 52, Shamar Joseph 1 for 47, Sinclair 2 for 56, and Runsell Beaton, quite impressive, 2 for 35. We'll take a break for tea as well. We'll be back in about 50 minutes time to bring you the final session on day number 1 in this match, the Windward Islands Volcanoes against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Do join us then. Bye-bye.
Well, good afternoon again. It's day one of the second match of this, the start of the 2023 tournament, the West Indies 4-day tournament, and we're live in St. George's, Grenada. The photos that you're seeing on your screen suggest that there is some rain. So play has been halted for the moment. There is some rain. The rain started just about 5 minutes into the tea interval, and the covers were quickly rushed on. The Windward Islands are 231 for 6 with Ryan John on 19 and Captain Alec Athenaeus on 111. So we are here, and play has been halted, of course, owing to rain. So as soon as the action starts, we will come back to you. But in the meantime, that's the situation here at the National Stadium in Grenada. Rain has affected play in the last session on day one at the cricket ground, the St. George's National Cricket Stadium in St. George's, Grenada. Stadium, and we are live here now, giving you what you're seeing now is live photos of the field, and the covers have been removed. Of course, we've lost just about 30 minutes in the last session, and that, of course, has been due to rain. The rains came, and then the winds came with it and blew it away. So we have some overcast conditions, but what we're anticipating now is a remaining 35 overs in the day's play. So we're most likely going to be playing up until 5:30 this afternoon, and the Windward Islands, would resume on 231 for 6 after 55 overs with Ryan John on 19 and the captain Alec Athenes on 111. The umpires are making their way out to the middle right now, so very shortly we'll see the players, and then we'll get started. We would have lost just about half hour of the last session's play. It's now 3:27. We were scheduled to start back at 3 o'clock after the tea interval. It's now 3:27. So the Windward Islands basically in command of the session just after lunch, and doing pretty well, just about 115 runs scored in that session. They lost 2 wickets, but they would be pretty pleased with the batting performance of Alec Athenes. I'm quite sure they would have wished to have a lot more from Walcott. Of course, he a very hard hitter of the ball, but he was caught by Savory and bowled by Sinclair for 4. And I'm quite sure that Justin Greaves would have fancied his chances going on for a big score. But, of course, he went for 21. So the batsmen are at the crease. That's Ryan John and Alec Athenes. And with me is Clyde John. Clyde, good afternoon again. And what are you anticipating here now for the Guyana Harpy Eagles?
Well, good afternoon again, Jason. And anticipating that the Eagles, they're going to come on and really push towards getting the remaining wickets of the Volcanoes. One would expect that Verasamy would continue bowling. If possible, the skipper Leon Johnson may just decide to bring on his ace bowler so far in Ransford Beaton, who has bowled really well and gotten some 2 wickets with some really good movement, just to utilize the cloud cover that is around. There would be a little bit of movement off the wicket and in the air. So there's option for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. The Volcanoes, they would look to consolidate and probably bat out the remainder of the afternoon, hoping that this partnership can take them well into the end of the day, maybe come back tomorrow.
All right, well, I was just about to ask you your take on the Windward Islands Volcanoes, but there you said it. So the Windward Islands Volcanoes, no doubt, would look to try and see how much more runs they can pile on. What score do you think is achievable by the end of the day, if not to the end of their innings?
Well, looking at the mode that the batsmen were in, I would reckon a 270 to 80 at the end of the day. But that is once they don't lose any further wickets. That would be really good for them. Maybe come back tomorrow, look to get the bonus point by scoring the 300. So there are options. It would depend on how well Athenes and John, that partnership that they've started, how well it would blossom. And then as the innings get closer to the end of the day, then you'll get a better sense of what's a good score at the end of the first day.
All right. Well, Ryan John is at the non-strikers end, and Alec Athenes is at the strikers end, and here we go. And Beaton is in and up, and what could be considered just a little loosener after tea.
Yeah, definitely. Just getting rid of the little bit of inactiveness that might have been there. It's been a while since he had the ball in his hands, and so he would just loosen up and look to come back strong, find that line and length again.
All right, well, the Windward Islands Volcanoes with their captain Alec Athenes picking up another first-class century. Very good batting, stable batting from him. And there's that movement that you so rightfully predicted, that movement from Ransford Beaton coming back into the left-hander.
Yeah, that's his stock delivery, getting the ball to shape away from the right hander and back into the left hander. And you notice right away, instead of coming across the left hander, he's coming over the wicket, so coming directly at him. Would be challenging his off stump, his outside edge.
And Leon Johnson is attacking right away after tee. He's got 2 slips, a gully. There's a man at a wideish point. He's got someone lurking out there on the extra cover boundary. He's got a cover and a mid-off. There's a mid-on as well, and a man down on the fine leg boundary. Nice lift and carry, good bonks, generating some pace. Now Beaton still not operating at full speed. We've seen him bowl faster than that during the course of the morning, but he's working his way back up to good speed now.
Yeah, I think it's all about management and the bowler understanding how to manage. So he would take his time and build back into that rhythm. So far the deliveries have been outside the off stump, wide outside the off stump. This one drawn a little closer, with the hope that he would get that edge, but well played, Atenes.
Well, the clouds are moving easily to the south, so it will create a little bit more light on the outfield, of course. So I'm quite sure that the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be very happy about that. The Windward Islands Volcanoes, they too wouldn't mind the drifting of these clouds more to the south, because it will take away whatever moisture might be in the atmosphere, really. So not too much aid to the bowlers.
Yeah, definitely the volcanoes would appreciate that there is no much moisture there, and the ball would be moving around, nipping around, and they would want to bat as freely as possible. And this is something that we've noticed a bit with some of the Happy Eagle bowlers. They seem to have that rhythm. The rhythm seemed to be lacking. So after they break, Beaton yet to really get back that rhythm that he had earlier. Again, good bonks coming from Beaton, hitting the deck pretty hard, and John just right in behind it seemed to be ready for these types of deliveries.
Well, that's the end of the over. 232 for 6, and the Windwards winning the toss and deciding to have the first go at it, and they're 232 for 6. A pretty shaky start to the innings for them earlier on this morning, losing 4 wickets just before lunch. But since then, the Windwards have basically settled in nicely and looking to build and come up with something within the region of 300, 350. And the Happy Eagles are trying their very best to see how much of these wickets they can pick up this evening. We've had 2 wickets by Beaton being taken, another 2 by Kevin Sinclair. They really have been the pick of the bowlers so far. We're going to get to those details in just a little bit. But coming up from the Dabo end, Sammy, Pomal is back. Vasami Pomal, still nowhere in the wickets column. 10 overs for 38 runs, so he's not been expensive at all. He's not been expensive at all, but he's been right there, just keeping things tight from one end. Would do well to give the ball a little bit more flight. to see how much more turn he can get. I'm quite sure he would consider that at some point.
Yeah, he may just consider that, but as you look at the change in the field, I think he's asking John to try and find the acres of space to his leg side. So right now, he has fortified the offside field a bit, trying to ensure that he keeps John, hitting out there. And of course, that ball will be going across him. Being a left arm spinner, that ball going across John. So definitely it would take some risk going across the line of the delivery.
John playing well, striking the ball firmly, comfortably into the offside. There's no run, but played it well and played it with good degree of confidence.
Yeah, you cannot doubt yourself when batting against Versamy Pomal, and so John would have to ensure that he's fully confident, get those legs moving, the eyes, the hands coordinated.
He's going hard. And he gets a boundary through the onside for that. Used his feet and got to the pitch of the ball and wasted no time, gave it the full treatment. And John is he's not a small man, so when he hits it, it stays hit.
Yeah, that tells you that they will be positive. And as I was just saying, you cannot really allow Pomal to tie you down. You have to make sure that you keep the scoreboard ticking. And John has just decided to, lift him over the onside for a boundary.
This time he's going again, and this time straight down the ground. But just one, but clean strike again. So John is made his intentions very clear. He's seeing it, and if Pomal comes into his half, he's going to go with him.
Yeah, we know John to be a very hard hitter of the cricket ball. Sometimes it could be his detriment where he tries to overhit, but once he remains controlled, as he's doing now, he hits the ball with really, really good timing.
With that single down to square leg, it moves Athens to 114. That's the end of the over. 239 for 6. And Ryan John is on 24. Athens is on 114.
Yeah, again, good solid partnership being built by the Volcanoes. Some 39 runs tells you that they will continue to be positive. They would rotate the strike as much as possible. I'm guessing that they would want to keep the run rate at just around 4 per over and hope that at the end of the day they can, get close to 300. So they're looking good for a total close to 300 at the end of the day once they continue in this mode and they do not lose any further wickets.
I'm quite sure by now you'd know, our viewers would know that the first test between Zimbabwe and the West Indies, that match has been drawn. Decent knock by the West Indies. Some good moments in that match for them. The longest opening partnership. A good stands there. And young Chandipal, of course, knocking up 207. And the Windies in their first inning, 379 for 9. And 447 for 6 declared, and Zimbabwe 379 for 9. In reply to that, oh, this is wayward, and that was a get you out, get yourself out kind of shot. And the Windwards in their second innings, 203 for 5 declared, and with a target set of 272. There's no way the Zimbabweans would have been able to get that. So 134 for 6, and that brought a draw to the match. A good knock by the West Indies, and played very well in the first test.
Yeah, they played, the guys performed well. It's only a pity that there was so much rain. I think the rain severely hampered the end of the game, you know.
Oh, Sammy's driving, and you can hear the oohs and the ahs. I mean, that was a ball pitched up outside the off stump, and Athenaeus, his eyes lit up when he saw it. All he saw, and it was four, but moved his eyes away at the very last moment and made no contact, and could have been very lethal for him.
Yeah, good delivery by Beaton. Again, he seemed to be back, getting back the rhythm and looking to put the ball back in the good areas. Asking the batsman to either be patient or come after him. Yeah, so going back to the West Indies game, I think the first day that rain really affected, you know, the momentum and what possibly could have been a different outcome, but nonetheless a good effort by the West Indies bowlers to challenge, you know, the Zimbabwean batsmen. Gary Balance being a big determining factor in that game.
Well, the photos on your screen, the pics on your screen would suggest that there's more light now onto the ground, because those heavy clouds that we spoke of earlier, they have drifted further south. So right now there's really no cloud cover over the National Stadium, and that's a good sign for lovers of the sport, and most definitely for those out there in the middle. The Windward Islands on 239 for 6, and Guyana Harpy Eagles looking to see how much they can pick up before the end of the day. And good bowling by Ransford Beaton brings us to the end of that over. And Alec Athenaeus, he holds steady on 114, probably eyeing something big. You think he can probably, rack up another 150 or probably get to a double 100 on this ground?
Well, the conditions are there. I do believe, again, we can say that the pitch is one that it will be good for batting, and having a start, you would want him to convert and bring that start to as big a possible score that he can. So definitely, I think he's looking settled. He's really controlled. One or two shots of aggression where he didn't need it, but outside of that, I think he has played well. And so if he continues in this mode, definitely a 200 could be on the cards.
Oh, there's a chance here, but it turned out to be safely in the end. But there was some excitement there, and but as we say, all's well that ends well.
Yeah, good single. The fielder had to move a couple pieces, before he could actually pick up and throw. So good call. Atten is running. And John responding, calling and John responding, and they did it very well. What you do not want at this stage is to have a run out, because they seem set to put on a really good partnership.
Purmall has been turned into the onside for 1. They come back for 2. They get that from down backward of square. Some acreage there, so the batsman just nudged it around the corner and picked up 2 easy runs. Alec Athenaeus moves on to 16, 116.
Certainly looking in good control, Athenaeus.
It was an easy single there, and Athenaeus called for it, but John was a little bit indecisive. It was ultimately it was his call, so yes, he apologized to his partner, and encourage him to keep on moving. It was always the call coming from the non-strikers end. So good communication.
Yeah, doing very well out there. Partnership growing. They seem to be understanding each other much better. Athens playing with some soft hands. And really, he's looking set for something big. I love the way that he's just eases into the shot, looking to drop hands. Drop the ball softly, rotate the strike. So that says that he's intent on staying there for a long period of time.
Well, the call was 2, but it turned out to be 1 eventually because there was no way that the fielder there at mid-wicket, it looked like Beaton was going to allow that to happen. So he got down very quickly as a bowler. Getting down very quickly is always a good sign. And saving what would have been at least 2 or 3 runs.
Yeah, good diving effort there from Beaton, making sure that he saves something for his team.
So that's the end of the over. It brought up it has yielded a partnership of 45 runs to this point between Alec Athens and Ryan John, 26 to John and 118 to Athens. And the Windward Islands, after 59, are 245 for 6. Still a further 31 overs remaining in the day's play.
Yeah, well played by the pair. Looking good, looking controlled, and moving their partnership to 45 runs. So I think the Happy Eagles would be aware of that and would begin to at least press a bit harder to ensure that they break this partnership before it really gets into something uncontrollable for them. Again, we see an improvement to the Volcanoes' first inning score. Last game they scored 243, and now they're at 245 for 6. And looking to press on. So that's very good on their part.
Yeah, they in fact had a very good first innings in their first game. And surprised a lot of people because coming from where they came from in the last season, I think it was a welcome sight to see the Windward Islands putting down their heads and getting a good score in. Trinidad and Tobago, of course, they too put up a really good game because there were times when they were totally out of it, but fought their way diligently back into the game on a number of occasions. So the Trinidad and Tobago camp would no doubt be very happy with that. They've got a match going on. We're going to get some details on that for you in just a little bit.
Yeah, and this is what we're looking for from our young generation of cricketers, not giving up, not, putting down their flags whenever the pressure is on, but they can press on and fight and graft and really rebuild as fast as they go through. And Windward Volcanoes is showing that they are willing to do just that.
The call is 1 taken. Good cricket.
Again, Athens looking really settled, looking unbothered. Just seems to be there for, the long haul, looking at his mode of play and how easily he's playing and not looking to, really bash the ball or anything like that. Just use the pace of the bowler and guide the ball through the gaps. Says that he's looking for something bigger, and that's really good to see that he's hungry. He has an appetite for runs.
Rain has also delayed that game between Trinidad and the Leeward Islands. Trinidad, of course, right now on 109 for 3. They're 109 for 3. Yannick Caraya on 14 and Darren Bravo bringing up a much needed half century for him. He's on 52. So Trinidad and Tobago 109 for 3 against the Leeward Islands. Extracting some bonks from the wicket. Good here for the Guyanese fast bowler, Beaton, extracting some bonks from this wicket. Wicket playing good. Some grassy elements on the wicket, rolled into the wicket, so that's giving the wicket a little bit of assistance to the bowlers.
Yeah, a good delivery by Beaton. Have John Duckin, a surprise short ball. Really good. It's not that he's attacked all the way with the short ball, but just reminds him that he still has that short ball that can work for him.
Another short one this time, lifting and coming into him, but played well by John. John has been batting very well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he seems to be a bit more settled at the crease, a bit focused this season so far with the bat. Trying to play on merit, and that works well for him.
Well, at the end of this over, we'll speak to someone who, when you bowl him a short ball back in the day, he would love to get on the back foot and hook it. He would be sitting here and wondering, if only I was out there now, he would have fancied his chance. Oh, and good fast bowling here by Beaton, because 2 bouncers just before the end of the over, and then the final delivery was pitched right up in the block hole, Yorker, and John did well to dig it out actually, and that's what we know, right up in the block hole, and you dig it out. Junior?
I'm back here, Jason.
Yeah.
How you doing, Jason?
Good. You would have loved the short ball, ball just short of a length and lifting. Like to go onto the back foot and get inside the line of it.
Yeah, well, I love that. Back in the day, playing the likes of Sir Courtney Ambrose, the Courtney Walsh, the Hamish Anthonys, the Patrick Patterson. If you couldn't hook a pull, you couldn't score. So you had to have that shot in your armory. And I think I had it in my armory, Jason.
All right, Vasami Pomal continues from the Dabo end. The Windward Islands are 246 for 6. He is heading to Captain Athenes on 119. Quicker ball again from Pomal. Pomal has not been flighting the ball too much. You think on a surface like this, Junior, he wants to just give it a little bit more air so that it can grip just a little more?
Yeah, I think the spinners, modern day spinners, I don't know if the T20 and the T10s, not much flight being given over there. They just keep plugging away. But a bit of variety probably can have the batsmen thinking.
You think it's because most bowlers most spin bowlers, they think when they give the ball a little too much flight, it opens up the opportunity for them to be struck around the park?
Well, at least once you set your field properly, you can bowl to it. You can have such a field, give it a bit of variety, flight, see what the batsman, if his feet is light or heavy, and give them a bit of a challenge. These days is very easy. Like the bowlers, the spin bowlers are just bowling through a pipe. It's just fast and straight.
Okay. This one is given a little bit more flight and driven hard into the ground. So spectators catch there.
Very interesting field. The fielders are very, very close. Very, very short mid-off. Short cover, very close.
He's beaten the short mid-off now, and he'll get one. And Athenes would have contemplated the second, but wisely deciding against it, because there was always some danger there, because there was a man on the mid-on boundary. Looks like Sinclair. Yeah, Sinclair was always sharp in the field and coming around looking dangerous.
Nice partnership here, building up by the two batters there. They look very much in control. The Happy Eagles captain will have to think and see if you can come up with some different ideas. Because the Volcano batters are looking very organized and very hungry over there.
Our play has resumed over there between Trinidad and Tobago and the Leeward Islands. So rain affected their session there as well. And the play has resumed, and Trinidad and Tobago are 109 for 3, and Rakeem Cornwall, the imposing figure of Rakeem Cornwall, continuing on the attack for the Leeward Islands. Trinidad and Tobago in a spot of concern, 109 for 3.
Very much in a bit of bother there. But I think they have the batting lineup to come out of that hole. I know that they're going to do it with a bit of confidence.
All right.
Coach Stuart Williams, my former teammate, coach of the Leeward Islands team, might have different ideas.
Good hooking shot there, all the way down to backward a square for 4. It went like a rocket. It was struck neatly and cleanly, and Athenaeus just showing a whole lot of class here in this innings now. He's moved on to 125. Got inside the line of the ball very quickly.
Athenaeus looking very, very well. Short ball going down the leg side. Just went and swizzled on his back foot and pulled it between the 2 men down on the boundary down there. I think he looks pretty organized. Beaton is working hard, is trying hard. I think he has to go back to his plan, because Athenaeus seems to be well set and look good for a big score.
He sliced them neatly. He dissected those fielders with precision. There's Alec Athenaeus. Similar ball, similar shot, and this time just one. But we almost got to the point where we said similar result. It was cleanly struck again by Athenaeus, getting inside the line of the ball, seeing it nice and clear now. And he has moved on to 126.
Yeah, he's not hitting it up, he's hitting it down, and the 2 fielders are back there waiting for the catch, but Athenaeus had different ideas. It's always good to see the batters in the middle having a nice conversation, keep chatting about the situations, keep helping each other over there. It's always a good sign.
And Barbados and Jamaica also doing battle. Jamaica, they too were placed in a very precarious position in this game. They were like 140. I think they got swindled out for something like 140, I think it was, Jamaica. And Barbados, 36 without loss in reply. And Barbados now mounting a serious challenge in trying to regain or trying to hold on to their championship title. So Barbados are 36 without loss in reply to 140 by Jamaica.
Barbados is way behind the 8 ball. Had a disappointing first round. So they're at the bottom of the table now. So they're trying to get back to a position where they usually be, on top of the table. So, but I know it wouldn't be easy for them, so they got to keep plugging away.
Quite sure the Windward's management team will be looking on and paying attention to those games as well, because the time will come when they will meet and they will look at some of the weaknesses. And this one is hooking again. This time Ryan John doing the hook, but just down to square leg and picking up 1. So Beaton seems to be intent on banging it in just a little bit short, trying to unsettle the batsman. But so far both Athenaeus and Ryan John have been getting inside the line of the ball pretty nicely.
Yeah, they're equal to the task, hooking it nicely, playing it down, and not getting caught by the trap that is set for them. Just want to say a special good evening to people, to my good friend Mark Odean in the US from St. Vincent. He loves his cricket, and I know he's listening to this game at the moment.
He's doing more than listening. He's looking, because we're live on YouTube, and Alec Athenaeus just opened the face and guides this one down to a third man, picks up 127. You think he fancies his chances for picking up at least 150 before the end of the day today, or maybe a 200 very early in the morning if he stays?
Yeah, I think once he stays there, he's batting pretty well. He's on 127. We're going to take it in stages, trying to get to 150, and then try and bat on to get a double hundred.
Yes.
So at least once he stays there, I know he's going to be score. He will score. The nice partnership you're building of 56 with him and John so far, and they're doing pretty well, and they keep having lovely conversations out there. Keep the rotation of the strike going, and they're doing a pretty good job at the moment.
All right, well, staying there is always the tricky part, I think.
Another hello again, Jason, to the village of Lafayette in St. Andrews. It's a cricket village. It's a village from the late Wesley Thomas, Batai. We know we have my good friend, my police friend, Chichester up there, who loves his cricket. I know he's listening and watching at the moment. Take about Chichester. You do a good job looking out for the guys' equipment. Whenever the guys bats are in a bit of problems, he comes to the rescue and does a fantastic job. So take a bow up there, Chichester.
A lot of these people behind the scenes don't get the recognition that they rightfully deserve, but there's a bit of refreshments on the field now, as you can see. 256 for 6. Ryan John on 28, knocking very well, supporting his captain Alec Athenes, who's there on 127. Ransford Beaton has been bowling pretty decent, and he no doubt would have a whole lot of thinking to do, a whole lot of work to do if the Guyana Harpy Eagles are to really get into this tail here, and from all intentions, it seems as though the Windwards would say that we don't have a tail, we have good strong batting, and Guyana would say the tail is wagging. So however it goes, one thing we know for sure is that Sammy Pamal will continue from the Dabo end, and he is getting ready to send the questions down to Alec Athenes, who's on 127. Athenes has been looking very good.
Very composed, very organized. People have different ideas. Jason, I think the coaching staff of the Volcanoes may be very, very impressed. What they're seeing out there. I think they've been working hard for the past few months, preparing the team, in all aspects of the game. So kudos to Coach Shirley Clark and his staff.
It's time the reverse sweep again being employed by Athenes. He's played it with some degree of consistency, and he has picked up runs, ones and twos, and even a boundary at times from it. So this time he moves on to 128.
I think that's his pet shot. He loves it. He works on, he's practicing it every day. So he's bringing him a lot of results. And being on 128 at the moment, he's seeing the ball as a bird foot, so at least he can play it anytime he wants.
All right, well, it's just after 4 o'clock, 5 minutes after 4 o'clock. After this over, my good friend John Ramsing would come in to the commentary booth. He has been enjoying his days off in Grenada, most definitely. Had the opportunity to see a couple of sites, and I'm quite sure he would have taken some photos and showed them off to his friends and relatives in Guyana. Concord Waterfall has been particularly good to him. We went there on Saturday, and Concord Waterfalls has been particularly good to him. Johnny? This time he's driving into the ground and just picking up one into mid-on. It brings up the end of the over. 257 for 6. Ryan John on 29 and Alec Athenes on 128. More from Junior Murray, and then John Ramsing would join us inside the commentary booth, and he will take us through, and I will see if I can wet my beak for just a little bit. Junior?
Another good over there by Pamal. Ryan John equal to the task. Alec Athenes They're doing a fantastic job at the moment. We're building partnership of 58 and moving on from strength to strength. Welcome back, Johnny.
Thank you very much, Junior. Concord Falls, quite a beautiful scene indeed, in the hills.
It's Concord is the home of my mom. She's from Concord. Lovely waterfall, but not one of my favorite.
You probably like the falls at Annandale then.
Yes, it's ideal waterfalls up there. I think I can, it to me it's a bit safer, and I feel more comfortable at Ideal Falls.
Beaten to continue.
I just saying, I just love the aggression of Beaton for the whole day, being bending his back, putting in his effort, and he seemed to be really enjoying his bowling.
I went to his 16th over. Ransford Beaton. Just got married, Beaton.
Yes, I guess
He's been with the spouse for a long time. They have a child together. So I asked him why so late. He says, no, it's not late. It's the right time.
I guess it's the right time. Better late than never. I think he has a lovely peace of mind. Also, he's just enjoying his cricket. With the support of his family.
Yes, you do get that impression indeed from Beaton, the speedster.
He looks very well today. He looks hungry. He's getting the job done for the captain, and he's having a good day so far.
.258 represents a very good total in the first innings for the Volcanoes. So good going so far.
Very good going. I think the batters are there, thinking, having a close look, being very selective in a short play, and the results is showing for the application.
In the last match here, which is just about a week ago, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force and the Volcanoes, 928 runs were scored in that game. 31 wickets fell in 352 overs. So the scoring rate at that time was a bit low, 2.63 runs per over. But for the 31 wickets, there was an average of 29.9 per wicket. So lots of runs, not so many wickets.
Good pitch for batting. It just shows that once you apply yourself, put your head down and bat, you're going to get runs. And you can see the Volcano players are doing that at the moment. I'm sure the Happy Eagle batters over there can't wait to get out there at the turn of the crease.
On day one, in that last game that was drawn, 11 wickets fell, 293 runs were scored. Day 2, 327 runs were scored, 8 wickets fell. Then day 3, 325 runs, 3 wickets fell. And on the last day, when TNT Red Force hang on for a draw, 253 runs, 9 wickets.
So you say the groundsmen are playing a good pitch. You can get runs. You can get wickets. So I think, all in all, I think it's a good pitch. And once you apply yourself, you're going to get runs. Once the bowlers hit the ball in the right areas, they're going to get wickets. So kudos to the groundsmen.
What I noticed earlier, the difference, because we're not playing on the same track that was used last week. This pitch that is being used for this match has grass rolled in, but it's live grass, as opposed to last week when there was grass rolled in, but was dead grass.
Was dead grass. So at least with the live grass there, the ball might be carrying a bit more bounce, a bit more movement.
Correct.
Yes, and the fast bowler should be very happy.
Here is one of them. Lifting him. That's a very confident shot from Ryan John. Is going to go down towards the boundary at long on. 4 more now. He's into the 30s and looking very confident. It's now 264 for the loss of 6. John is on 34. Ateneo is 129.
Good over again by Beaton. The last bowler, Ryan John, midland leg, going on the leg side. Ryan gets into his wicket, hitting him over mid on for 4. Well played.
Following up his personal best last week of 36, with now 34.
So he's getting better, and I hope that he can he can go on from strength to strength and see if he can get on to his maiden half century. You know, so it will be a good not only for him but also for the Volcanoes.
Well, say good afternoon to everyone in the 83,000 square miles of Guyana. You mentioned waterfalls here in Grenada. Guyana have many waterfalls, different parts of the country, and I'm sure you guys would know of the majestic Kaitior. There's the Orandu, there's the Old Man Bayard. So many.
Lots to see, but I've never been to any of the waterfalls in all my time going to Guyana. So probably next time, Johnny, you'll have to catch that small plane and go over.
Oh yes, it is a small plane ride.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard about the plane ride, but I guess I was a bit too scared.
Pomal to continue, wicketless in 14 overs so far for the left-arm spinner.
You know, looking at Pomal in this spell, in this game, you know, I think he looks pretty ordinary. He's not looking like the Pomal I know. Have the batsmen thinking and, you know, a lot of difficulties. They tend to be playing probably very easy. You know, so I guess probably the batters have been around for a while. They know him very well. So I guess it's a matter of time before they conquer him.
Four wickets to left-arm spin last week. Kavi Mahaj had two, Kari Pair one each in the innings, so 4 for left-arm spin. Kennedemba, the off spinner, had 2 wickets, but Brian Charles picked up 6 wickets, 4 and 2.
So not much out there for the left-arm spinners, or the spinners on the whole. I think the Pacers enjoy the pitch a bit more.
Single short third man and can get a second chance for run out as well. A bit of fumbling.
Well run again by the batters, well watch. A nice rotation of a strike, which is so important to keep the scoreboard ticking.
Kemal Savory urging the players on. You need sometimes something to lift you at the end of the day's play.
You need those things.
Sprawling away, just can't stop that ball from going beyond the inner ring. Singles are coming easily now.
Very, very easy. The batters are well set. I think whatever the bowlers throw at the batters, I think they have it probably covered. Skipper Johnson might have to think something different. See what he can come up with.
That's over. Athene is holding form. He had a chance on 24 when he was floored by Kemal Savory, who up to that stage put down his second chance. And then Athene went on to get his 8th first-class half-century, converted that into his maiden century. He's holding form on 131. Ryan John is with him on 35. 267 for 6. 65 overs in the day's play so far. Remember, we can go until 5:30. In another few overs, 15 overs to go exactly before the second new ball is due.
I don't think the new ball will give any trouble today. I think the batters will look well set and hungry to go. I think Ryan John might be eyeing probably a half century. He's close. He's 35. He's very close to his highest score at this level. I know he can stay there and do it. I know he's fit enough. He's ready for up to the task, grabbing his opportunities from the last game. So, and his captain on the other end is all set.
So Athene sends his helmet in because spin from both ends at the moment. Kevin Sinclair is back into the attack.
Yeah, let's see what could be done here. Let's see what Kevin Sinclair has to offer to a well set Volcano batters.
So Beaton, who started He finished now on 16 overs, 2 for 50.
Good day out. Good spell of bowling. You can hear a lot of chatting over there by the Happy Eagle players, trying to motivate themselves, trying to keep themselves up. You know, it's not easy. But this is what 40 cricket is all about. This is the baby version of Test cricket. So you got to get used to it.
So Beaton's last spell from the River Road end, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. They're not bowled too bad at all. Just was unlucky.
Yeah, I think he's having a good day out. He's bowling very, very well. Good pace, good bounce, good carry to the keeper. I can see he's enjoying his bowling, he's enjoying his cricket.
Sinclair 2 for 58. Guyana came into Grenada just on Monday night. One session yesterday of practice that almost got rained out. It's a leading edge, almost playing it back to the off spinner.
Very leading edge there. I think Aten is trying something different there. Yeah, I think he's get himself back in the groove again. You don't want to give it away too easily. Let him work for your wicket. Put some value on your wicket.
Last week you saw another young player converting his maiden century to 192 as well.
Yes.
Before that, his previous best was 51.
Yeah, so improvement. What have we said before? Consistency.
And mental toughness.
Yes, and mental toughness. We need to see that in our cricketers these days.
Player that we're speaking of, Kimani Milius, just 2 runs today. Delaney Robinson 5, not having the best of tournaments. Hodge 14, Ambris 47, Greaves 21, Walcott all back in the pavilion. Walcott made 4 today.
Yeah, unfortunately got a short ball and tried to pull it, and hit it properly and he just screwed up in the air and got caught.
2 singles in the Kevin Sinclair comeback over. 269 now for the loss of 6.
Yeah, so see that, as you can see the working the batters are in the middle and having a good chat and planning a way to get to that 300 mark, the 269 now for 6, and I'm looking pretty well set for a big one.
Yeah, discussion going on between the captain and who we can now say it's an all-rounder, Ryan John.
Yeah, he is an all-rounder. You know, he that's what we know him. We know him as in Grenada, in the Windward Islands, as genuine all-rounder. As you can see in this season so far, the first 2 games, he's really shown his worth, and he really put on a show.
He was not in the team for the last round when Nicholas Redhead, who was in the team, got injured. Well, could not recover in time. And then Ryan John was drafted. He got 36 when he batted. 5-4 in the first innings. 3 in the second innings. 8 wickets in a flat track. Really did well, and now he's equaling his personal best again in terms of runs.
Yeah, he's having a good season so far. Well, let's hope that he can continue.
Oh, just as we're speaking about him, Pamal gets him to be beaten.
Well, ball by Pamal is really the first ball I've seen bounce and spun away. So at least Pamal fingers is taking very long to get warm. They need to see the spinners spinning the ball a bit more with a bit more variety and a bit of flight. And probably you can say push and pull and see how the batter's thinking.
Machunandu at bat pad. Silly mid on.
A ball again by Pamal, well played again by Ryan John, very watchful. Seems to be having a good time up there, enjoying his batting. This is his home turf.
I'm sure he's aware as well that he's on 36, his personal best.
Personal best, so he wants to go past that.
So this is his home turf as a club, or well, I know he's for the Volcanoes for sure.
Yeah, Volcanoes. I'm more talking about his base. Volcanoes are base here, so they practice here every day. So this should be home territory. But he's more from the St. David's area.
Okay.
Lots of just plain field
Something has.
happened there.
Let's look at the umpire, Jonathan Blades. No signal. It means there was some bad there, and it went very close to Leon Johnson at first slip. And from his body language, you can tell that he's obviously not happy. Maybe he's flooring another catch,
Yeah,
another
probably-
chance going down. Look,
Probably
let's
not-
have a
yeah,
look here.
Let's have a look. Oh, it just fell short. It
Just
just fell
short.
short. Just short in front of him. Yeah, unfortunately,
Yeah,
when it's not your day, it's not your day. These things happen.
just short, but there we saw Pamal getting a little bit more bite this time around. Bounce and turn.
More bounce
the,
and turn.
the outside edge was found.
Split up a bit, and these things will happen.
At practice yesterday, saw Chandra Paul Hemorrhage, who's a left-arm spinner as well, having an extended ball. He's in the team. He can have a ball.
Yeah.
Matthew Nandu, the 19-year-old former West Indies under 19 captain, he can also bowl some off spin.
Probably the captain could try something different, see what happens.
Johnson himself did a lot of bowling in his earlier part of his career.
Not WWs though.
No,
Okay.
not the medium doublers. While he's capable of that, tend to bowl some off breaks, some leg breaks.
Okay, that's nice to hear.
Sinclair now into his 17th over. So back in the days, you mentioned the names Rion King, Colin Stewart, Nagamutu McGarrell. I remember those guys would say that King and Stewart would just go for a few overs to get the sheen off,
Get the sheen off.
and then it's all over to Nagamutu
All
and McGarrell for the
all-
rest of the match.
Bowl for the whole day. You gotta keep your front foot busy. Yeah. Two or three guys in front of the bat all day. Lambert actually on the pitch, looking
Yeah.
for a catch. You know, these are the days.
That 1997 game at Tantine Recreation Ground, Travis Dowling stepped back on his stumps.
Yes. Yeah, you remember very well, Johnny.
No, my good mate Sean Devers told me that.
Okay. I couldn't remember myself.
So, is there any club cricket that is played at the National Stadium? Or is this the home of any club?
Yeah, this is home of St. George. Not really a club, you know. We have St. George's Cricket Council. We had the different clubs that play at here and they play at the Tantine Recreation Ground. There's a ground up at Bush Zoo that they play. Also, on the 13th of this month, I think St. George is going to complete the league, and fortunately, my academy team, we have a semi-final game to play on the 13th. So I think my boys are looking forward to that. We play in the St. George's League.
Dot ball to end the over. Ryan John now onto a personal best 38. Anthony is the captain, 133. 272 for the loss of 6. What do you mean, your academy?
The Junior Boy Cricket Academy.
Oh, lovely. Congratulations,
yes,
man.
Yeah. The kids, they're involved playing in the St. George's competition, and they're doing pretty well so far. You know, I have a mixture of both senior to young kids. You know, just give them a show. Just put them out there so that they can enjoy the cricket and see what they can do with it. You know, make sure that they play hard and just enjoy the cricket. And we have a couple of senior players playing with them to guide them along the way. You know, and the likes of you and Jeremiah. He's part of the Volcano setup. He's captain of the team, and a few youngsters. You know, just guiding them along. You know, keep them in line.
Reverse sweeping again. Good shot from Anthony's. You can tell that he practices this shot a lot. He
Every
goes
day.
straight to the fielder.
You go in the nets and gets hit balls, a million balls. Just playing that shot over and over again. I think it's his pet shot. He loves it.
So is Junior Murray still active as a player?
Not really, you know. I used to play a bit of over 40, but you know, I more help the kids. I'm more into the coaching thing with the kids now, and
Nice.
you know, I think I've done my part of, you know, them apart my playing days, so I just can guide the youngsters along now, not only cricket-wise, but lifestyle on a whole. That part is very, very important. So respect, discipline, which is a key part of junior, a key part of the academy. And I have my good mate here in the country boat, and John, who's part of the academy also, and does a fantastic job with the kids. He brings his teaching abilities with the kids, so he keeps them on the straight and narrow.
So what about the Upsetters Cricket Club?
Well, they're wrong. I play against them now. They're more macho guys now, and they still play in St. George's competition. So sometimes the young kids come up against the older kids, the Upsetters guys.
Oh, there's a appeal for a caught at the wicket. Umpire Blades says not out.
That's a very confident appeal there.
There we see a Bramble and the batsman having a little bit of discussion. Bramble probably saying, you should walk.
Let's have a look here. You can't really see closely, but it's a very confident appeal there. The keeper, first slip.
Looking to go through the offside.
Bowler
and the wicketkeeper went up immediately. Johnson
yeah.
at first slip as well, going up. That must have been very close.
It had to be very close for that sort of appeal.
Confident appeal.
Umpire on move.
Umpire Jonathan Blades now in his 31st first-class match. The international on the women's side, T20s and 50 overs. Also did lots of CPL matches.
The umpires are having a good game so far. First wrong. And the second wrong.
Over completed. That partnership now extending itself to 74. Athens 134, Ryan John 39, 274 for the loss of 6.
Another good over there by Pamal. Well watched, well judged by John and Athens, who are doing a pretty good job at the moment. And they're doing a nice building stage now. Nice partnership going. I hope that they can continue and go from strength to strength.
A little bit of hold up and play because of rain during tea. 30 minutes. We started back 30 minutes late, but now it's brilliant sunshine.
Brilliant sunshine. Lovely weather again. It's very funny weather these days.
Sinclair to continue. This one is punched through the offside for an easy single. So John now into the 40s for the first time in his first-class career.
That's a very good sign. I hope he can get to that maiden 50 that he deserves. So much. I think he's went back and worked on his cricket, his all-round cricket, his fitness and everything, and I can see more than now. He's getting reward for his hard work.
Half-hearted appeal. You said you play some Masters cricket, but there's also Masters cricket being played in Carriacou quite a whole lot.
Yeah, Carriacou, April, during that period of Easter. There's a big Masters tournament in Carriacou, and I think the guys look forward to it. I think St. David's Masters are the defending champion of that. So they're looking forward to going to defend a championship at the end of April again.
St. David's Masters. Isn't that the same area where Devon Smith is from?
No, Devon Smith is from up north, Sotairs area.
Oh.
That's the area, that's the parish from Ryan John. He's from that parish. You remember the name of people like John Sylvester.
So it's in the air, but in the gap as well.
If you remember the name John Sylvester, who played for Windward Islands a few years ago,
Yes.
way back when. Yeah, he's part of that Masters team. And they're defending champions. So if you get a chance, probably one of those times you probably take a trip down and have a look at those Masters tournaments. It's really exciting.
Assistant coach of the Volcanoes, John Eugene, has invited the Everest Masters team in the air. Going to fall well short of Hemraj at long on. So John growing in confidence now.
Yes, he is, and he's looking pretty well. His captain is talking to him every over. They can have a lovely discussion there, planning the innings. Being very responsible in what they're doing.
Yes, John Eugene has invited my team, which is the Everest Masters team, to that tournament.
Did you pick up the offer? Are you gonna?
So I rather suspect it's in the planning stages. Over completed. 277 for the loss of 6 wickets. Drinks called on to the field. This session, the final session of day number 1, started at 231 for 6 when the Windward Islands Volcanoes went to tea. A little bit of a delay because of rain during tea, and after tea they continued with Athenaeus and Ryan John. Athenaeus was 111 at that stage. Ryan John with him on 11. They've pushed on now to 277 for 6. Partnership of exactly 77. And extending ever so often. They look so comfortable at the moment. As we welcome back Clyde John, as we're speaking about John Eugene. Clyde John is back into the comments chair.
Yeah,
Good going by the Volcanoes. Good solid batting.
definitely good going. Partnership of 77, as you mentioned, looking very solid. It's good to see that the Volcanoes, after losing the early wickets, they've been able again to consolidate and build partnerships in and between. It says that they're willing to fight. Happy Eagles, on the other hand, I guess they would be disappointed with the few chances that they had going down. Athenaeus had a chance, he's still out there. John had a chance, he's still out there. So they would be winning from the missed chances and opportunities that they had, hoping that they can come back and maybe before the end of the day's play grab 2 other wickets.
So it's drinks at the moment, and with the sun streaming down, and a chance for the Guyana Harpy Eagles to rethink their strategy because they're looking to break this partnership. Ryan John really enjoying his batting. 41 for him. 5 fours in that innings so far. And Athenaeus 135 from 204 balls, 16 fours. His first half century had 5 fours, and 10 more in the second half. And just 1 4 since getting to 100. So he's more in a consolidatory mode after getting to 3 figures.
Yeah, it certainly says that he's eyeing something big. Not being as aggressive as he was earlier in the day. Again, eyeing that the end of the day is nigh. And he will most likely want to be back here tomorrow to continue his innings. He has that opportunity to restart once he's here at the end of the day. Restart that innings again and, build a bigger total, improving on his individual total and his team's total.
So Guyana preparing for the International Energy Conference and Expo 2023. That should be a real big thing when I get back home in Guyana, February 14th to 17th at the Guyana Marriott Hotel, when lots of persons will be looking forward to Valentine's Day. That day is when the key players in the Guyana oil and gas industry will be having a meeting all under one tent, so to speak.
Yeah, that will be something interesting even for us here in Grenada. Oil and gas is very important to us. The prices and so on of having oil and gas is pretty high, and so whatever comes out there, I think we here in Grenada and the Windwards, we'll be looking to see what happens.
So one of the new big names in the insurance industry will be part of that as a sponsor. Premier Insurance with 2 locations, one in Georgetown, one in Berbice. Kingston, Georgetown, and NIG, Quarantine, Berbice. So it's really something to look forward to. Will be presentations by the President of Guyana himself, His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, the Prime Minister, the President of Suriname as well will be there, the Vice President of Guyana, as we resume here at the National Stadium. Quite an easy single again to Ryan John. He's at home and so comfortable.
Yeah, he's looking really good. One would want to hope that he would, continue to play as positively as he's playing now and bring up his maiden half century. It's been long awaited. He seems to be really in a good spot. to start the season, and one cannot hope but he would continue in this vein.
He has good company at the other end. Captain Alicatan is holding form on his maiden 100 at the first class level. Aten is maturing nicely as a batsman. He has leadership responsibilities as well. When we brought up 200s consecutively in the last Super 50 tournament. Now, with his 100 at the first class level, he is going to be one for the future, but he just needs to be grounded and continue to be consistent.
Yeah, and this is a pretty good way to start. I mean, responsibility being trusted on you, and so far he has responded well. 41 in the first innings of the first game, then got a 50 in the second innings of the first game, and here he is with his maiden 100, so he's growing from strength to strength.
Runs for him again. This one is paddled past the wicket keeper. So more runs for him. That's a bad ball from Versami Pamal. Athenaeus wouldn't mind at all.
Yeah, and it's good. I really feel motivated when you see youngsters come through. You know, they're trusted with responsibility. They respond and they do well. You know, even at the international stage, you see persons being trusted into captaincy, and it affects their batting. It affects the way they operate. You know, some of the bowlers or all-rounders who are captains, you'd see them not sure if they should bowl themselves, and you know, so it's good to see that you have a young captain who can come in and respond, you know, in terms of putting runs on the board, building partnerships, and so he seems to be a good prospect for the future.
280 for the loss of 6, 71 overs gone. Kevin Sinclair is going to be removed from the attack, and it's going to be young Matthew Nandu who will have a bowl. Nandu, young off spinner as well. I'm sure you saw his teammates from the West Indies on the 19 side that took part on the 19 World Cup last year. Teddy Bishop and Akeem Ogis who run the Volcanoes side.
Yeah, again, very good to see, you know, youngsters coming in and, you know, being trusted with responsibility. So he's called upon to bowl a couple overs here. I know that John and Athenaeus would not want to be too careless, you know, even though he's not has the years of experience maybe bowling at this level, but they would want to be as cautious as possible, continue to play positively, and see what happens from there. Happy Eagles would really be happy if he can come in and break this partnership at this stage, where they can press, you know, the remaining batsmen as they come into the end of the day.
So Nandu looks up to Shivnarine Chandapal as a role model in terms of the way he structures his cricket. If you look at his mannerisms in the field a little bit of Shivnarine Chandapal, you will see. Remember, Tejnarine Chandapal is up there at test level now, so Matthew Nandu in the team, this first class team, as that replacement. Got 100 on debut in the last round against the Barbados Pride in Antigua. Lives in Canada. His father played first class cricket for Guyana, Arjun Nandu. So father like son.
Like son.
And with the Chandapals, a test cricket like father like son. In fact, Tejnarine was named man of the match in that drawn encounter today against Zimbabwe. Nandu starts bang on target as if he was bowling here all day.
That's a very good delivery, good start by young Nandu. Seemed to be up to the challenge. Two set batsmen in play, and to come and bowl your first delivery and be on target like that, it says something about him.
Protection at long off. Number 78. So that's a number many people want to keep in their minds. It will be one to remember for a long time. Plays at the Average Cricket Club in Georgetown as well.
Okay, it's good. It would be nice to see him here on a wicket like this, which is good for batting. It makes for a very interesting contest when Happy Eagles come out to bat. knowing that the wicket is really good for batting. I think everybody would want to see what he can produce.
Through that on the 19 World Cup that we're speaking of, Matthew Nandu was actually was doing some studies because he was a student, had exams, and was part and parcel of cricket as well. So trying to balance academics and sport.
That's very good, very impressive. Young man with a shoulder on his head. A good head on his shoulder, rather.
Yes, you had me thinking there. I know it couldn't be the lack of caffeine today.
Yeah. So it's good to see, youngsters can mix and juggle the varying abilities. Having a good base academically is very important, Gone are the days when cricketers, are just focused on cricket alone.
Just a single in the over, so Matthew Nandu ends his first over. It's 281 now for the loss of 6. Partnership extended to 81. So nice batting here from the Volcanoes. I think Guyana Harpy Eagles will be just using up some time, and they may be looking to take that second new ball. We have your thoughts, and then it will be Jason Skeet.
Yeah, Happy Eagles in no rush. I think they had a long day today, and they're looking to just complete the remaining overs. Maybe look to get the new ball in, have a burst of maybe, a good 5 overs coming to the end of the day. See if they can break that partnership and maybe get 2 other wickets to go along with it. Again, Palmer bang on target. Not much success, but has been bowling very well. And John looking very solid in defense, so he looks set for a big total today, Jason.
Well, Ryan John is holding steady. He's looking good on 43, and Alec Athanaze, his captain, is on 137. The Windward Islands Volcanoes looking very comfortable, trying to muscle away this section of the game right here, this session. And they've done very well to this point. A nice tight over by Vasami Pramal. He too has been bowling pretty well, not in the wickets column just yet, but he has kept it nice and tight, and very much what his captain would have asked him to do. And he no doubt is bowling to his field, just a little drifting a bit down the leg side there, but he's got he's got a defense down on the long on boundary, so there's some defense there. Just the 1 run coming off the over so far with just 1 delivery remaining. 282 for 6. The Windward Islands posting a very good total here.
Total looking very good indeed. Looking all set to cross the 300 mark. So you're talking a bonus point coming into play, a batting bonus points. So definitely they're in good shape for that. Some 18 runs away from that bonus point, and so it makes for a good, interesting remaining few days.
$282 for 6. Alec Athanaze on 137. Ryan John on 44. And Pramal Sami still in search of his first wicket. So far, the wickets going down during the course of the day today. Kimani Milius, he went for 2. Robinson went cheaply as well. He needs to get himself a big score coming up. He went for 5. 14 for Kevin Hodge. I think the Windwards were looking for a little bit more from him. Sunil Ambrose, a good knock of 47. A good knock of 21 for Justin Greaves. And Tevin Walcott. He, in fact, a lot more was anticipated. He only went for 4. So, and of course, young Matthew Nandu operating from the River Road end. A brisky action for a right arm off break bowler. Brisky action, but has kept it tight so far. I think just the 1 run coming off his initial over. This time he's going to get some runs here. He has a good bit of work, some acreage covered there back on the onside from coming around back with a square from Savory, Kamal Savory. Covered a lot of ground, did very well, came around there like a cricketing version of a Usain Bolt coming around the bend in the 200 meters. Looked very sharp, nice clean pickup.
Yeah, very good fielding there, ensuring that he kept the score down to 1 because the batsmen were looking for 2. And so he got onto that ball very quickly and was able to get it back to the keeper in no time. This is the type of fielding that you would need coming to the end of the day, ensuring that you help the team to keep a little bit of pressure onto the batsmen.
Matthew Nandu posting a very good total in his first encounter. In the meantime, we're paying attention to what's happening in some other matches. We're following that closely for you because Trinidad and Tobago 109 for 3 with some rain delays over there. And nice, beautiful extra cover drive from Athenes. Surely he has 150 in his targets now. He's moved on to 138. Ryan John is on 45. He too will be eyeing his first half century. He is currently on his highest first class score. And he has slapped him. He has slapped him with venom and anger. Straight back down to long off. Good work down there in the end. Good work in the field. That looks like Shamar Joseph, who runs around and saves what was definitely 4 runs. Good fielding work in the deep down there from Shamar Joseph down at long off. Ran around quickly and did some good work.
Yeah, that's pretty good fielding. Certainly saving 2 runs for his team. Good diving effort, putting in the hard work. He had to cover some ground and he did. And that's very good result for the Happy Eagles.
As a bowler, you're always encouraged when you see fielders going the distance and making saves like that. It brings up the end of the over, 286 for 6. And Ryan John moving closer and closer to his maiden half century. No doubt he would feel a sense of accomplishment for that. He's batted pretty well.
Yeah, he has certainly batted well, has kept the focus, hasn't looked rushed at any time. Played ball on merit, had one opportunity where he was put down, but outside of that, I think he has, really played well. And certainly one would hope that he would be able to reap the reward of his maiden half century.
Oh, living dangerously there.
Yeah, late decision to try and dab that one. One would want to advise him to continue to play the ball straight, play back to the bowler, hit the ball down the ground as he's been doing.
And a better stroke. He's got some protection down on the long on boundary, so just the one. Nice architectural work there from Alec Athenes, just opening the face and guiding it neatly down to point and picking up some good runs there. Third man actually, and picking up some good runs.
Yeah, at this point the batsmen are looking really, really very comfortable out there. They don't seem to be threatened at all, and it says that if they're gonna get out, they gotta give their wicket away.
And he's gone. That's it. He's gone. Pramal has taken his first wicket, and quite sure he would be elated with that. And he got the prize wicket of Alec Athenes on 141. Athenes looking very comfortable, and just a brief moment of lapse, and there he was going outside the line of the off stump and fishing for a ball, playing at a ball that really should have been left alone. Ball pitched outside the line of the off stump, and really driving hard, looking to carve it through cover, and really and truly should have just allowed it to go through to the wicket keeper. But he didn't do that, and Bramble took what was an easy catch. It was like catching practice. So a good knock by Alec Athenes, disappointingly ending on 141. Caught Bramble, bowled Pramal.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that he got out in this manner. I was just about saying that for them to be out, they had to out themselves, and he just gave away that wicket there, flashing at that one, missing, taking the outside edge, breaking a 90-run partnership between the two. And so Happy Eagles will have their tails up. Definitely at this point they would be looking to, see how they can maybe get the remaining wickets this afternoon and hopefully have an early bat tomorrow.
Well, after 69 runs in the hole in his 20th over, Vasami Pramal has got the prize wicket, and what better wicket to get this afternoon to make yourself, to back yourself and give yourself some encouragement than the wicket of Alec Athenes, the captain, who he got on 141. So with just one delivery remaining in the over, Kenneth Denba is in to face the music. And that brings up the end of the over. A wicket inside the over and 4 runs coming off of it. And Vasami Pramal picking up his first wicket of this match. And he has moved on to 501 with the prize wicket of Alec Athenes, 141. 290 for 7. The Windward Islands with Ryan John on 48 and Kenneth Denba yet to get off the mark. Do you still think 350 is possible?
Yeah, definitely. There is a bit of bat in there. Denba has the ability to hold his own. I also remember that the Happy Eagles and the Windward Volcanoes, they have a really good thing going where Preston McSween last season was able to score his maiden half century against the Happy Eagles. So definitely Preston would be, itching to be out there. So definitely 350 could be on the board.
All right, well, they will have a lot of work to do to make that happen. Ryan John, in the meantime, is steering his half century, and he's got Sinclair to answer to. He's not going to move on from 48, not just yet. A nice strong attacking field, nice ring inside what would have normally been the one-day ring. A nice ring inside a good defense, and he's driving outside the off stump again. Nothing there.
Yeah, John normally would hit that ball so hard back down the ground, but well fielded there by the bowler.
So clearly they're building a little bit of pressure here now, trying to put John under some pressure. He has just lost his captain, so no doubt he would, his mind would be unsettled just a little bit.
That's really good bowling there by Sinclair, keeping it really tight and looking for John to do something out of the ordinary. John responding well so far.
Good over by Sinclair, another maiden from him. After 19 overs from Sinclair, he's bowled pretty well. At the Windward Islands are 290 for 7. Ryan John on 48 and Kenneth Denba is yet to get off the mark. Quick over.
Yeah, very, very quick. The ball not going very far off the square, and means that the bowler can get through his over pretty quickly. Want to keep the pressure. Once the scoreboard is not ticking, it means that pressure is building, and so definitely Pramal would want to continue to keep that pressure on the batsman, Demba to face him. Pretty fresh coming in, just what, 2 deliveries so far, 1 delivery so far.
He's got protection at mid-off in the person of Kevin Sinclair, so no run there. This time a little bit more watchful.
Yeah, I think Demba is going to he is going to give it a hit once it's in the arc. See that man going back out onto the mid-wicket boundary, so definitely hoping that if he does get onto one, he could be out caught.
This time Vasami Permaul flighting this one just a little bit more to entice Denbar to go after it, but Denbar wisely just prodding forward and playing smart defense. So this is more of mind games here now. This is more of a mind game situation. Kenneth Denbar yet to get off the mic, just coming in after the fall of the wicket of the captain. And the Windward Islands, no doubt, would need him to go through. He has pushed it. It has gone high. There's a man under it. He takes the catch at mid-on. And that's the end of Kenneth Denbar. Just as the trap was set for him, well, that was it. He went without scoring. And Vasami Permaul picks up his second wicket, a ball that was pitched up. And he went looking for the drive, miscued it, and spooned it to mid-on for an easy catch.
Yeah, definitely. As you were saying, it's mind games. I'm putting in the ball there, just there and about, asking the batsman to do something different, do something other than to prod forward and block. And he lifted this one. Good running catch. It's always difficult to run back to take a catch, but that was a good catch there by that seems to be Sinclair.
Kevin Sinclair.
And so the Windward Volcanoes lose another wicket, hoping that they could reach to that 300 score. I want to imagine that Preston McSween coming out will want to remain out there with Ryan John to ensure that they get past the 300 and at least get the bonus points.
I would have thought that Denbar would have been a little bit more controlled in his emotions now at this stage of the game. You're not at a position where you've got to hit everything just yet. You want to just stay there and give support to Ryan John, because Ryan John is the man set. Just 1-2 more deliveries in the over. Nothing wrong with just seeing it off and watching Vasami Permaul, just watching him off and giving a whole lot of the strike to Ryan John and really setting Ryan John up to get his half century, and by that time getting your eyes in, getting yourself in. That of course would open up a little bit more room in the field for you to score some runs, but he decided to do otherwise and he went after it, and his stint at the wicket was very short-lived. Nothing more than 10 minutes really, if so much. Spooning one, miscued to mid-on, and Kevin Sinclair was there making absolutely no mistake about it, made it look very easy.
Yeah, if you understand the stage of the game, I think it has been a lot of mind games. I know that wicketkeeper Bramble and Leon Johnson and the one in as shots, Nandu right in there would be in his ear, chipping away at him, and so definitely at some point in time you would want to decide whether you're going to listen or whether you're going to, just keep your focus and keep batting. If you look there, Bramble, in the midst of the conversation, between John and McSween, because they want to get at these batsmen and get them to lose their focus as quickly as possible so that they can have their wickets.
Well, the heavy clouds have come over the National Stadium once again, and we have lost some light, but Preston McSween has driven this one back down past the bowler to mid-on, picked up a single. But we've lost some light here now because some heavy clouds, and the ground staff is just on the periphery, waiting, should in case the showers come, that the covers will be coming on very quickly. We've lost some light, and there's a possibility that we might be interrupted. But until then, Kevin Sinclair will continue. Ryan John would love to get his half century before these rains come down. He's on 49. And Preston McSween is yet to get off the mark. The skipper has now decided to, bring someone in, bring in a second slip, put a short mid-wicket, a very short, a deep mid-wicket, and a short square leg inside. There's a man at the mid-wicket, short mid-wicket and a short mid-on, and he's driving, pulling this time actually, straight to short mid-wicket, who just came into play. So I'm quite sure that Leon Johnson is very cognizant of what his bowlers can do. So he has set the right field for them. Preston McSween in a bit of a bother here. He has been tangled, twisted and tangled by Kevin Sinclair.
Yeah, good bowling there by Sinclair, looking to, keep the pressure on. Bowling in some good areas, asking McSween to play at these deliveries. Has to trust his technique now, McSween.
Oh, living dangerously there. Brings up the end of the over, 291 for 8. The Windward Islands in a serious spot of bother here now. They're trying to get to 300. The pressure is mounting. Ryan John is on 49. He will be on strike, barring we see no rain, because it looks a little bit more eminent now, actually. And Preston McSween yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, and so John would be facing up to Pamal. He would want to ensure that he gets this single so that he can bring up his maiden half century, and possibility of, continuing.
Everyone inside the ring, basically, or what would have been the ring, save and except the man on the square leg boundary. Everyone is inside. So trying to tell Ryan John, if you want this single, you've got to go for it. A little drizzle coming down here now. A little drizzle coming down. The umpires are making eye contact with each other. Slight drizzle, nothing too worrisome just yet, but the ground staff is ready and well in play. Ryan John is on 49. And the Sami Pamal has kept him there. Very good contest here between bat and ball. The batsman is playing against Pamal, and he's also playing against the weather.
Very good going there. Good temperament by John, not falling victim to the pressure that is there. The rain coming down, the bowler coming up at him, looking to get his maiden half century. Pamal.
And that's it. Sharp single. And well deserved to ease the pressure. A sharp single, a ball that ballooned into the offside. What could have possibly been a chance there. But all's well that ends well. And Ryan John has moved on to 50 off 110 deliveries in 138 minutes. Good knock for him. The Windward Islands needed him to get that 50, and they still need him to remain there for as long as possible. But with that being said, as soon as he gets his 50, the Windward Islands are 291 for 8, and off comes the batsman, making a dart for it. The fielders are following them in quick fashion, and simultaneously the ground staff is coming on with the covers. And that's it. Rain is going to interrupt play again for another time this day. Preston McSween is yet to get off the mark. Ryan John is on an even 50, 292 for 8. The Windward Islands winning the toss, going into bat, losing 4 wickets just before lunch, and another 4 wickets after lunch. So here we are. That's the state of the game. Rain is down and it will interrupt play for a brief moment. And once the rains has subsided, we will get back to you right here at the National Stadium in beautiful St. George's, Grenada. All right, well, the pictures you're seeing at the National Stadium in Grenada is that the covers are still on the field, and more covers are coming off. If you look to the corner of your screen, you'll see more covers coming off. It's 5:28 local time, and with a scheduled 5:30 end of the day's play, that is it. The umpire has called stumps on day one in the enthralling encounter, the Windward Islands versus the Guyana Harpy Eagles. The Windwards are 292 for 8 at the end of the day's play, with Preston McSween yet to get off the mark and Ryan John on a well-played even half century. And that stumps on day one. John Ramsing is with me. My name is Jason Skeet, and we will put a wrap on the day's play. Johnny?
Yes, first day, second round. The Guyana Harpy Eagles here in Grenada. They wanted to continue their winning ways, having won their first game in Antigua, whereas the Volcanoes were looking for full points as well. So, not the type of day that they really wanted, in the sense they wanted a full day's play. However, the umpires will make up time tomorrow morning by starting some 24 minutes earlier, because if you notice, just 78.5 overs were bowled today. Had to get in a maximum of 90, so they're trying to make up time tomorrow morning by starting a few minutes earlier.
Yeah, the umpires plan to start at 9:36 tomorrow morning, so you can join us then at 9:36 tomorrow morning. We'll be right here. But some good bowling from the Guyana Harpy Eagles. They picked up 4 wickets just before lunch this morning.
Yeah, the highlight of the day for me is not about the wicket so far, but it's Alec Athenaeus, young captain, second game in office, and his maiden first class 100, converting his 8th half century at this level into a big one. I wanted him to go on to a much bigger score, but it is what it is. He had 41 and 51 in the last game. Now converting that into 3 figures is really a good start to his career, especially as a captain. I'd hope that he can continue from strength to strength. Ryan John is there as well, getting the opportunity to bat again. Another good knock, a half century, a maiden half century at first class level. So the batting is very good so far. A few runs away from another batting bonus point. And yeah, so I think I'm enjoying the batting. You mentioned bowling. They're holding their own, 1 wicket to Niall Smith, 1 to Shamar Joseph. And the experience of Runsford Beaton, Permal and Sinclair, those guys who played international cricket, picking up 2 each. Just Matthew Nandu with 2 overs, not picking up a wicket.
All right, and what are your predictions moving forward to tomorrow morning? You see the Windwards getting to 300, and if to 300, how far beyond 300 do you predict they can go?
Well, the thing about how the game is set up tomorrow, should we have a prompt start, it will be good in terms of light, and with the new ball just 1 over and a few balls away. If the Guyana Harpy Eagles do not pick up a wicket before that 80th over, I think they will be tempted to take the new ball because of the assistance, especially to Runsford Beaton. Niall Smith did not look the part today totally, but I think maybe a day or later he can really try to do what he can do. So I think it will be maybe not too much more than 300 if they get to 300 runs, but I think tomorrow morning the Guyana Harpy Eagles will be looking to not bowl too long, whereas the Volcanoes want to bat as long as possible to get as many as possible.
Yeah, a couple of easy drop chances in the field today, 2 in particular, and the batsman went on to score big. That could be a point of concern for the Harpy Eagles as well.
Yeah, Athenaeus has given a chance at 24, and Ryan John given a chance on 5, and they both went on to make the Harpy Eagles pay. I mean, Savory, you do not plan as a cricketer to drop catches, but then it happened. All right, so they want to tomorrow tighten up on that.
All right. Well, all in all, a good day's play. The first session that really belonged to the Guyana Harpy Eagles, and then the last 2 sessions of the day, you can say the Windward Islands Volcanoes were in the driver's seat for the most part, and of course, a premature end to the day. We were anticipating a full day's play, but late in the afternoon, the rains came again, and of course, by the time it held up, the light was not permitting, according to the umpires.
Yeah, 2 wickets for 61 runs in the last session. 23.5 overs were bowled. Yeah, maybe you can say even Stevens, because it was difficult to get wickets on this track. And for the Guyana Harpy Eagles to pick up 2, you can say they'll be very pleased. Those 2 wickets went to Veerasammy Permal, who went wicketless all day until the latter part. So the ball is getting older, the pitch getting a bit more spin friendly. Veerasammy Permal coming into his own.
All right. Well, that puts a wrap on the day's play for us here in beautiful St. George's, Grenada. The outfield looks good, and it is playing very good, very quick outfield. Once the ball gets onto the carpet in good flight, it stays and it goes to the boundary. So the batsmen would love that. The Windward Islands bats 292 for 8, with just about 78.5 overs being bowled, winning the toss and electing to bat. And the Guyana Harpy Eagles are looking to put a wrap on this thing very early tomorrow morning. That's the story here, the beautiful St. George's National Cricket Stadium in Spice Country, Grenada. Join us again tomorrow morning when we've got an early start, 9:30. We're predicting to start, our commentary will start just about 9:30.
Yep.
And the game, the umpires will have the first ball bowl at 9:36 tomorrow morning. Until then, on behalf of our commentators, Clyde John, and West Indies wicketkeeper batsman Junior Murray, MBE, and my good friend here, John Ramsing. I'm Jason Skeet. Have yourselves a great evening, and we catch you tomorrow morning right here at the Grenada National Cricket Stadium.
We're out.